Last time on Calling Seattle, ladies and gentlemen, the fists were flying, but also the brand new cards from the Armory deck, Arachne Meat Madness, coming across the table for the first time in Flesh and Blood coverage, much to the chagrin of Timothy Wang, throws his lot in with Fate. And here comes the die roll on 5-6. Essentially nothing happens to Timothy, and he's got full steam ahead for a massive combo on Acilio. Happy to banish the top card of that deck with no issues whatsoever. Next up, Richard Truong absolutely dominating both literally and metaphorically Simon Nielsen on Prism, Awakener of Soul. This Dawnblade is so fierce. It's got 2 counters on it and a whole hefty amount of block, but the Soul Shield from hand into that all you got from the arsenal for Simon Nielsen blocks this one out for the first time, but 2 turn cycles later, it happens all over again. Simon clenches that one. Arjun Garg versus Connor Simons. Connor has been treading water. The cogs have not been flowing, but he finally finds a fully powered Palantir Aeronaut, blows up the Conqueror on the combat chain to clench the victory, but no, it's a sink below from the Arsenal, and Arjun takes this one from there. Whew! That was an amazing day one at Calling Seattle.
Yesterday was epic.
It was so good. That was only 3 of the incredible moments that were on offer on stream. I highly encourage you to check out the VOD if you weren't able to join us live yesterday. Michael, based on what we saw yesterday, could it possibly get any better?
Oh, I think it will.
Okay,
I'm excited.
Okay. You've been milling around the floor, kind of checking out what's going on. No spoilers for anybody.
Yeah, I got an early preview of some of the rounds, and man, those top tables, it's like a who's who of North America. Just lots of great games. And I'm excited to be able to start, getting down to the nitty-gritty. Day 2 is when I expect more epic plays. I expect some head nods from both players as players are just like, yeah, that's what I would have done too in that spot. And just a lot of crisp play, and I'm excited.
Well, listen, I assume that if you're joining us on the fabtcg YouTube channel, you know what's going on, but just in case you need a reminder, this is Calling Seattle. The format is Classic Constructed. We are now squarely placed in Day 2. 281 players have been whittled down to 64. We have sliced the field, and now we only have distilled down the best of the best here in the Pacific Northwest. It's going to be 5 Swiss rounds today, plus the cut to top 8. And there's a little bit more. Folks, we've revealed a spoiler yesterday, and I do think LSS has graced us with yet another one from Compendium of Rathe today. Stick around for the end of the stream for that, and also a Super Slam box giveaway. Participate in chat, and you could be a lucky winner of a hefty load of cards. But what are people competing for here, Michael? It is 20,000 USD, and look at this. There's a whole breakdown of World Tour points as well, which have some added significance this season, don't they, Michael?
Absolutely. Not just in winning the Player of the Year award by accruing a lot of points, these World Tour points will also be used to help you qualify for the upcoming Tier 4 events. Pro Tour Yokohama, Pro Tour Vegas, World Championships, wherever they end up being. These points are going to be really important.
Folks in the Pacific Northwest today are looking for their cut of the cash, a gold cold foil legendary, PTIs, World Tour points, but also the supreme prize, the full art quick dodge flexors that designate you as a calling champion in the 2025 and 2026 season. Only a few of these have been awarded so far, and there's going to be, I think, a third today.
Yep, just Philadelphia and Valencia. This will be the 3rd one given out, and we can't wait to crown that winner today.
You got one of those yet, Michael?
No, absolutely not. I wasn't even able to play in the calling at Philly.
That's honestly a little bit surprising. I mean, it's only a matter of time, right?
Well, I'll try my best.
Okay, well, luckily for you, you have several opportunities up and coming. The Flesh and Blood World Tour is going, especially in 2026. We offered $1.5 million in cash last year. It's $2 million this year, 36 pro-level events, and here they are. Just a small smattering of what is going to be offered all year long. This calendar is only going into January and February, and it's filling up our screen. There's going to be events all year long, every single month, coming at you. Michael, which ones are you heading to?
All the callings.
Okay, are you going to change your tune once you get one of those quick dodge flexors?
No.
Or just going to keep playing Flesh and Blood?
What's so bad about 2 quick dodge filters? I got 2 feet.
Yeah, but you can't equip both. It's not like you got a New Horizon for your boots.
I got 2 decks sometimes, you know, each one needs to be blinged out to the max.
All right, fair enough. Jeez. I got to reevaluate where I stand in life just in general. Well, I've got special eyes on Atlanta and Columbus because they are in my home US of A. But if you are in our APAC regions, if you are in our Europe regions, there's plenty at the ready for you. Hey, and if you don't want to get on a plane and travel, instead, you can battle in your own backyard. The Road to National season is coming up January 3rd to February 1st, kicking off the year with a bang. You can play the game and feel at home. You don't have to leave your backyard. At an LGS near you, you can win a new alternate art New Horizon playmat, an old fangled Call to the Grave playmat, gold cold foils, of course, alternate art twin drives, cold foil in the palm of your hand, and a whole heck of a lot of gem packs. Michael, you playing Road to Nationals or what?
I'm trying to squeeze one in before the calling season starts. I think January 3rd is the first day of them, and I got one lined up already. I'm excited.
All right. We will see you there and all of the Flesh and Blood player base duking it out. But today, we're talking Classic Constructed, and we're talking pre-ban and restricted announcement. So let's get into our metagame conversion. Bear in mind that just next weekend, when we, Michael and Bryce, are casting Calling Hong Kong, this could look so much different. But for now, the top dogs in the meta remain that way, except for Arachne Marionette, who finally supplants the Shipwrecked Looter in the top 3. That might be the biggest surprise of the weekend. Besides, it is wide open. You got your Acilios, your Dash IOs, your Prism Awakener of Souls, but Florian might be making a comeback. And also, if Richard Truong is to be believed in, Dorinthea could have her day.
Yeah, fans at home, take a little mental snapshot of this. We're looking to see how things will shake up after this banned and restricted announcement coming on Monday. It's going to be really exciting, but we also want to know, how did players do yesterday?
You asked, I will answer, Michael. Here it comes, 43% for Verdant's Thorn of the Rose. Once again, we are cutting from 281 down to 64, and that may not seem like a particularly big calling to you, but Michael, the talent in this room is distilled like a fine whiskey and aged in an oak barrel. We've got Yuki Liebender. We got Michael Hamilton. You keep saying his name. I assume he's important. We got Jacob Clements. We got Brody Spurlock. We got Christopher Iaali. The names just cannot stop pouring out of my mouth. Current world champion Michael Jaszczur, he's in the room today too.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He is currently undefeated as well, going into round 1 of day 2, and he is one of the 20% of Cindra Drakai of Retribution that have converted. Michael, what else surprises you? Perhaps the 100% conversion rate on Fi?
Yeah, that is a nice, good stat to look at. 50% on Jarl. There were 8 players, and 4 of them made day 2. Arachne Marionette, 33%. Showing 11 players, that's still a lot, but I think what's cool to me is that Verdance kind of, reversing that narrative. We didn't really see her much in Valencia, but now with that 43% conversion, double of what Cindra's looking at, Florian also with that 45% conversion, maybe the time of Earth is rising again. Now with Marionette kind of on the rise, naturally Earth heroes have, been a little bit better at dealing with Marionette himself. So maybe that's kind of in response to what's going on. Really excited to see what the standings look like to kind of cement this picture.
And you have asked, here it is, Michael Jaszczur, as we mentioned, one of our 3 undefeateds alongside your kin, Brody Spurlock and Griffin Myers in Gravy Bones. So not only is the metagame spread out nice and well in the conversion, it's also spread out in the best performing players. We've also got Hayden Jeanson holding down the fort, remaining stalwart, and also as our first stream matchup of the day, Jarl Vitriti. Could it possibly be his time?
It could be. It could be. I mean, it looks like usually when I play Jarl, I don't want to face a subset of the meta. Your Verdances, your Gravies. There aren't that many. There really aren't. This whole page has 1 Verdance, despite having the most number of players playing Verdance in day 2. None of them are actually in the X1 bracket except for Tanner. So this could be an interesting dynamic that we see that though Verdance did really well at converting into day 2, maybe she's not going to be really good at converting into the top 8.
Now, if you have been confused overnight as to why every single Flesh and Blood player on Twitter is singing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, it's because your 12th and 13th seed on this page, Zach Miller and Kenny Tran, are playing a hero that is only going to be legal until Monday. That's right, Kano Jerkai of Aether becomes our latest installment to the hallowed halls of Living Legend. He will no longer be legal in Classic Constructed come Monday. Going to page 2 now, there are still plenty of recognizable names. Connor Simons on Puff and Hightail remains X and 2 in the 41th slot. We saw him at the very tail end of yesterday on stream. Kranken is still on the menu today.
Exactly. And we do see our healthy dose of Verdance players who have made it into the 5-2 bracket. I mean, there's like 16 of them, so we're bound to see them somewhere. Looks like we also have, of course, Richard Truong, our Dory player, who still made it to day 2 despite that series of unfortunate events, I want to say, from yesterday. If you haven't watched that game, you really ought to. That is one of the most epic games from yesterday.
That is 100% my pick for the best game of yesterday,
absolutely.
Without a doubt. You saw it replayed on your screen just in a little bit of a snippet, but in general, Warrior sympathizers, raise up your weapons high and give your energy to Richard Truong because he is the Dory, the Dawnblade, that potentially can. Besides that, another off-kilter pick, Tater Kammeyer coming in with RKO in the 55th slot at XN2. If you are really excited to see some evil, maybe, just maybe, Tater can get it done. And we're bouncing back. We had our standings just a little bit out of order, so if you were wondering why we went from 20th to 50th, that's why. But in this case, this is the middle of the pack. We saw Peter Budensic, yet another recognizable name at the tail end of yesterday, forgetting to flick himself. Don't worry, I walked up and flicked him myself for that little misplay. But besides that, we've also got Jacob Clements holding down the fort on Marionette and even more Jarls.
Yeah. MaJC from China. I haven't met this guy yet, but I would really want to. Jacob Allen, coming fresh from a top 8 at Worlds, still on Verdance, still doing well, still made day 2. Part of that 43% contingent that converted. Lots of names to watch.
And Illusionist fans, we already talked about Simon Nielsen on the screen yesterday, but how about your champion, Kevin Murphy, also on Awakener of Soul at XN2. I had a chance to talk to Kevin yesterday. He did run into 2 of the Kanos, normally a walk in the park for Prism, but he was dethroned by one of them.
It's not free. There's a lot of priority windows, lots of opportunities to kind of mess up. You know, when you try to activate Prism, that is sometimes the green light for your death. So Kano players still doing really well.
It is an exciting day here at Calling Seattle. Day 2 is such an interesting dynamic. So I actually want to ask you, you're the expert in the room. What are the categorical differences between day 1 of a calling and day 2 of a calling?
Day 2 is always a little bit more somber. You know, day 1 starts with a lot of hope, a lot of energy, a lot of players. And as the rounds go by, players start dropping out. Players start, not really making it too far in the tournament. Day 2 starts always a little somber. We have the Battle Hardened going concurrently around the calling. And, some players already start the day X2, back against the wall. Could be a really quick day for them. Mm-hmm. And then you have that, the top 8 tables where things are really serious and you have crowds starting to congregate around them. And this quietness, this seriousness, is where some of the best Flesh and Blood gets played. And it's one of my privileges this morning, just being able to spectate those few tables and just having a great time, watching good games get played, good handshakes of just like shows of sportsmanship when someone loses, someone wins. Because at that point, players know what they're fighting for. They're so close to top 8 now.
And there's a lot of treasure that is at the ready for them if they can clench it.
Yeah.
We got to check in with our own picks, Michael. Some have been going pretty well, some not so well. For you, you're pretty king right here. You did take our current world champion, which I think is kind of a coward's move, but you also took Noah Bagelman on Lyath, who is out of the tournament at this point. Talk to me about why you made these picks.
Well, I wanted to have a diversity of heroes. A lot of my friends this weekend, Jacob, of course, which you stole from me, Brody, Michael, they're all on the Marionette. And I didn't want to really, just put those guys in, so I wanted some diversity. Chris and Michael, of course, it's hard not to put these guys on your list when you're trying to pick winners. And of course, Michael Jaszczur, the Cindra. Evan, a little bit of a rough day 1. Had some bad matchups, had some bad variants go his way. Both Evan and Noah spotting some battle-hardened players this weekend. I think they're both on the chain. So, everyone's still in contention for something this weekend.
Funny story about Evan Herndon. I ran into a buddy of mine who came up, Patrick R., and he is on Feng Drakai of Blades simply because, and I quote, he really just wanted to play Silver Age, so he brought a fun deck to the calling. He ran into Evan Herndon, and surprisingly enough, Feng is really well situated to play Left 4 Dead and just murder some zombies. Unfortunately, Evan falls to a pretty rogue deck ultimately in this metagame.
I've lost that deck many times. There's no shame in it.
And here's how Bryce is doing. This is currently still Michael's picks, but I did make some of my own, and some are still live. I definitely don't think I have any X and O's like you do in the bracket. The most tragic one I want to talk about once we change the slide is, of course, Anthony Pham, who, while X and 3 is the top-seeded X and 3. So he does clamber his way into day 2, which is really tragic because at one point he was 4-0. I have touted him as a player to watch, somebody who is so deserving of a win, but who hasn't quite gotten there yet, just hasn't had his day in the sun. He still has a chance, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Besides that, I got Kevin Murphy on there. I got Jacob Clemens. I got Alexander Vore, who might just be gracing your screens. He is a wizard master, no matter what element that they are wielding. And I guess I technically have more people in contention. You have better records, so who's to say who's in the lead here?
I definitely know who's in last place. Unfortunately, the voice of God apparently did not do so well in orchestrating this event. Mercy did make day 2. As we said, a couple X3s are in. Mercy on 100% conversion rate for that fight. That's pretty exciting. We'll have to see how that run continues, just for the sake of all the 5 fans out there. There's at least another one 5 fan. It's Ellie. The rest, don't know. Simon, though, still strong at X1. And like I said, he showed up because I want to play Prism. And he's doing it pretty good at X1 still. So exciting to watch his run. Love to see the out-of-towners come up and put results that aren't Canadians, dang it. The hell?
Gotta check in as well, Ethan, with Pankaj Bhajwani. We did see him on stream, surprisingly not in the booth. He does like to play this game every now and then, and he was able to take the stream game. What ended up happening in his record?
Well, not too hot, I guess. He's back in the booth today. He's right behind me. He's waiting for one of you to tap out, and that voice gets hoarse, But yeah, speaking of the drops here, Jude Cornett still had a blast, though. I caught up with him last night. We played some Blood in the Clock Tower. He is actually high school friends, currently in high school, with Timothy, the Acilio player who we saw on camera. I had not met Timothy before, but being able to catch up with Jude and then him introducing me to Timothy, I'm a big Timothy fan. The guy is a sweetheart. He's brand new to the game. Only started playing maybe a couple months ago. He plays at lunch in high school with Jude, and he's here in day 2 at, I believe, is he one of the X1s? At least X2 on Acilio, and we saw him on camera. So that was really cool. Really hoping that kickstarts a nice little run for our friend Timothy, who is then friends with Jude. Talked about Punkage, and then Will Bradshaw, smiley as ever. He came in with a loaf of bread today, eating his sorrows away in the form of carbohydrates. Did not make day 2.
You got to carbo load in order to get rid of the tears. That is one of the truisms in TCGs. Yeah, without a doubt, right? It does well with gravy. It also does well with somber attitudes. So I hope Will is fighting his way to the bottom of a baguette and feeling better for it.
Okay.
Okay, folks, we do have to go ahead and get down to the match floor and start showing you some games of Flesh and Blood. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your eyeballs and ear holes for our pre-show. There is one more matter of housekeeping to talk about, though, because this is the beginning of the stream. If you hang out until the end, we're going to have a juicy spoiler card for you and also a box of Super Slam to give away. If you like jumping from the high ropes, dropping some elbows, hey, some legs as well, like our dearly departed Hulk Hogan, then you can get your hands on the best Flesh and Blood set to do just that. Okay. Tired of mincing words here. Let's go ahead and start throwing some cardboard, right? Game's ready. Let's dive on down to the feature match area. Calling Seattle. Day 2 is underway. It's Hayden Jeanson, one of the Canadian Persuasion Invasion, coming in, trying to steal the crown from the land of Stars and Stripes. On the other side, gatekeeping him from doing so, at least in his mind, is John Johnson, coming in at 6'1" on Arachne Marionette. Hayden's on the play. Michael, who do you give the edge to?
In this matchup, I'd have to look at deck list because Jarl decks, they span the gamut. They go from hard fatigue to hard aggressive, earth-based. ice-based, mid-range focused to hybrid focused. It's really hard to tell without kind of getting some intel.
Okay, Hayden Jeanson. I definitely think he is the man to get it done. I have come across him in a World Tour qualifier back in the high seas days. This man's a killer. I found myself by a crazy twist of fate at the top tables. I took my first loss to Yuki Lee Bender. Then I took my second loss to Hayden Jeanson. Then I took my third loss to Michael Jaszczur. These guys are all killers, and they're coming down from the north to show us exactly why. Round 2, not showing on your screen, was a Gravy Bones, and it was a win for Hayden Jeanson. A matchup that is typically not viewed as Jarl favored.
Yeah, just knowing that he did actually defeat a Gravy Bones, likely fatiguing with a little bit of killing on the side, does give me a lot more kind of just understanding what his deck probably looks like. It's probably a little bit more mid-range focused. It's not going to be what we kind of call like a degen fatigue, or what the kids call these days like a block slop deck style deck.
Yeah.
It probably has some elements of attacking, maybe some pummels in there as well. And if it's like that, I do give a slight actual edge to Jarl in this matchup. It's surprising, but basically, Marionette's not really a good deck into some of these disruptive elements.
In the other corner, it's Jordan Jeanson, the American, that is going to see if he can take the first win away from Hayden Jeanson. Hayden Jeanson only falling to his fellow countryman Michael Jaszczur yesterday. The Americans can't seem to get it done yet, but Jordan's going to try to do it here. Arachne Marionette versus Jarl Vitriti Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft presented here, along with a lot of traditional contenders in both of these decks in the equipment slot. Looks like Hayden is on the play. Will he find the Crumble to Eternity?
Good luck.
Now, the hero text for Jarl Vitriti is a little bit interesting. Just about every elemental hero that has come out onto the scene of late, kind of, at least the Earth ones, don't really have hero text until mid to late game. Jarl does have to accomplish a bit of a mini quest in getting rid of his opponent's equipment before he has any real hero text, besides being able to put Earth and Ice cards into his deck. What do you think the main target is for Jarl when it comes to destroying equipment on the Marionette side of the board?
Flick Knives. Definitely Flick Knives. I think it depends on the stage of the game, but most likely it's Flick Knives and or Tunic. Unlike Cindra, Marionette isn't super married to Flick Knives, but it does help a lot of plays. Marionette, of course, makes graphene. Orb Weavers can make more and more graphene, so the Flick Knives typically is the priority one here, but Tunic also a big target.
Now, a lot of action here on turn 0. Jordan Jeanson goes ahead and swings Hunter's Clave, does play out an Exposed, and also flicks his other Hunter's Clave across the board, just going for an early mark against Hayden Jeanson, and rewarded to the 9s because Arachne Black Widow is the first demi-hero transformation for Jordan Jeanson. Hayden Jeanson, however, getting some stuff done himself, discarding 2 Fruits of the Forest, so even though taking a little bit of First Blood lickings from the Hunter's Clave flying across the table, is back up at 43 life to play 40, and he's starting off with a way to convert a 4-card hand, which is exactly what Jarl wants to be doing, and Lightning Strike on the table. Definitely hinting at a more mid-range strategy rather than degen 6-7 fatigue.
Jordan's turn 1 play is a very classic Marionette play. Swing the dagger, flick the other one, get your opponent marked, flip, and pass. But Hayden's first turn, this entire turn cycle with the 2 fruits, there's only 3 Fruits of the Forest in the entire deck, and to have both in the opening hand, I think it's like a 3 or 4% chance that actually occurs. To get almost full value, and to have E-Strike into Felling, this is probably some of the best possible Earth starts I've ever seen, especially with Jarl when you don't have the grasp of the Arknight like Florian has to kind of like help filter some cards for some damage. This is just the best 2 turn cycles. Like if I were to stack Hayden's deck, it wouldn't look too differently from this.
And following that up with the first decomposition of the game, it's Felling of the Crown, putting all of those Earth cards straight into the Banish Zone as the hands go up for a judge call. Important to mention here, Jordan Jeanson is not starting off too bad himself. Yes, he flicked that Hunter's Clave on turn 0, which is pretty much what you want to do, but he also transformed into Arachne Black Widow, the most powerful demi-hero in a vacuum, and then draws up the yellow Orb Weaver Spinneret, so he doesn't even need to cash in Mask of Deceit like we normally see from Arachne Marionette players in order to get the daggers in line and ready to go for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's already fulfilled the quest. He's going to be able to make that graphene this turn, barring any ripple away effects. And he has a good on-hit on the Black Widow that graphene can represent. Interesting to see if that actually means something here, though, because Earth heroes do have that little thing where they kind of also want to put Earth cards in their Vanish Zone.
Yeah.
And so this could, be something that Hayden doesn't want, really mind too much. But we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, we're definitely going to see. The judge call is all wrapped up, so let's get back down to the action. Graphene Kallistra is still on the combat chain. 34 plays 43. Jordan Jeanson is on the affirmative here. This Graphene Kallistra is going to have go again, thanks to the fact that Hayden Jeanson is marked. It is not going to get the innate buff from Arachne Marionette because Jordan Jeanson is not Arachne Marionette at the moment. It is getting a +2 buff from the Orb Weaver Spinneret that generated the knife in the first place. So it's 3 go again here. Priority over to Hayden Jeanson on the blocks.
But I believe, actually, Jordan doesn't have any cards in hand, having to pitch a card for this Graphene. So it doesn't, it's a safe block. There's no worry about a discard to Arachne Black Widow.
Any thought about a Tarantula Toxin in the arsenal? I guess has now been dispelled for Hayden Jeanson.
Yeah, Hayden can't really use that card anyway, so might as well block with it. See what Jordan does.
It's back over to Hayden. 43 plays 34. Hayden remains marked here, but Jordan Jeanson was already one of those agents of chaos, so back to the Brood he goes, and he is the traditional spider once again. Arachne Marionette. And a Channel Lake Frigid finds its way into the pitch zone in order to play a disable. Hayden definitely opting away from control here and more on the affirmative. Of course, wouldn't have been able to keep that Channel Lake Frigid around anyway because neither of the other 2 cards in hand were ice.
Knowing what I think I know about Hayden's deck, you'll find this theme of disrupting Jordan's arsenal just going to reflect itself over and over and over again. With this disable, with Command and Conquers, with I believe there's multis in this deck as well, Jordan's arsenal will never be safe.
How do you figure that? Do you think the Arsenal Zone is particularly well contested in this metagame? Is there like extra importance placed on it right now?
Ironically, no. Ironically, a lot of heroes have been not playing Command and Conquer, not playing these arsenal disruption effects because the mere fact that POW under exists and you could be punished for arsenaling and not even have a way to interact. However, Hayden's deck, just being both a Guardian and kind of that Ice Earth Guardian, with some recalls to Oldham era, you always have this threat of fatigue. You always have the ability to basically say, if you can't kill me by having that offensive overlap, well, I'm just going to outlast you. And the easiest way to get around the hump and have these really big hands is by cycling that arsenal and arsenaling powerful cards. And Hayden's deck is truly designed to punish that.
Speaking of people that are hard to kill for various reasons, there are 2 copies of Fiddler's Green in the hand for Hayden Jeanson. Even though he's on the offensive foot, at least for now, these are some very defensive cards.
This is particularly a great card against Assassins, just because if you swing that Hunter's Clave and they block with a Fiddler's Green, what really occurred here is the Assassin player pitched 2 resources to attack 1 damage, and somehow Hayden goes up 3 life. So this is like a particularly bad card. Jordan doesn't want to see these type of cards, but it's a little awkward here. Having 2 in the same hand, and he's not being attacked by that Hunter's Clave, Hayden's going to have to make some decisions. He definitely doesn't want to keep both. That's for sure.
Indeed not, because Fiddler's Green is a block card, and cards can only be blocked with from hand, not from arsenal. So essentially, if you put a block card into your arsenal is dead unless your opponent removes it for you. In this case, it's just going to be 2 essentially 4-value block cards thrown out onto the combat chain. No, they're not being used for the exact thing that you normally want to, but in this case, Hayden's pretty happy to just go ahead and gain 6 life after blocking 2. Mulch is going to go into the graveyard as Jordan Jeanson reads his first book of the game. It's not the traditional book, though. It's Codex of Inertia, which is going to force both players to put the top card of their deck into their arsenals if they don't have a card in arsenal already, and each hero that does is going to have to discard a card. Besides that, Jordan Jeanson has got a cheeky token for his opponent and a positive one for him. So Hayden Jeanson, not stoked about that, but oh my goodness, it is a Rootbound Carapace found off the top of the deck. So Hayden shirking both the disruptive effect of Codex of Inertia, at least on blocking duty, and also the Inertia token by swinging this Titan's Fist for 3.
Yeah, Codex of Inertia has been a recent addition to the Marionette arsenal or repertoire, whatever, and it's been kind of like a soft form of disruption, but also it provides a lot of card advantage. It's still a codex, it's still a book. It replaces itself and potentially gives you a fresh card, and that soft disruption has been particularly effective against Earth heroes. Of course here, Hayden kind of hits the high roll, gets that carapace from Arsenal, still is able to play it, but there's a lot of cards that he would not be happy to see in his arsenal randomly.
Now, even if you were to stack the deck, like you mentioned in the beginning of the game, even if you nailed those Fruits of the Forest and the Felling of the Crown, you could not have possibly predicted the place where that root-bound carapace needed to be for the Codex of Inertia, and yet it reared its head. Makes me feel like Hayden Jenson's draw sequences are blessed so far. 2 pains in the backside coming his way, though, as he remains above his starting life total. 31 plays 43, still in the favor of the Canadian, as pain in the backside threatens 3 and a little bit more on hit. What do you think about this card's efficacy into a deck like Guardian that blocks so well?
It looks a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
This is, 3 damage, but functionally 5 if you don't block it at all. But for a deck like Hayden, where most of his cards he kind of wants a block of anyway, it's really not doing much.
Holding on to 2 cards in hand is Hayden Jeanson, one of them being an Oaken Old. I do wonder if that is destined for the arsenal of Hayden Jeanson, because the other card in hand is a Tear Asunder. It would mean not getting maximum value on that Oaken Old if it would be deployed here. Hayden instead needs to find cards to fuse with it, and right now he is hedging a little bit of his armor in the face of a Persuasive Prognosis, probably telling me I'm absolutely wrong. This might just be a standard 2-card 7. Oh, he could go Titan's Fist, though, right?
Yeah, Titan's Fist for 4, the classic Guardian special. I think Jordan's turns so far have been a little lackluster. That's the second turn in a row where most of the things being sent are just head jabs. Oh my gosh, what a blowout.
Oh, this, however, is nasty. Inertia Trap to block out the Titan's Fist is going to generate an Inertia token for Hayden because the attack's power is technically above its base. What does Inertia do, you might ask? Oh, it makes it so that you can't stick a card in Arsenal. Instead, the Oaken Old that was probably going to spell doom for Jordan Jeanson on a later turn cycle heads to the bottom of the deck. And Hayden must do a little bit more waiting, but there's another blowout happening here. Fiddler's Green, the third and final copy, does get to block a Hunter's Clave at the beginning of Jordan Johnson's turn.
Jordan does not want to see that, but he's probably happy his Inertia Trap did buy him an extra card. It's kind of like a reverse snatch, you know what I mean? Instead of drawing a card, you prevent your opponent from arsenaling. Hayden's not happy to see that, and this is a dynamic and another improvement of the Marionette deck in the last couple of weeks, particularly in these Earth matchups. We often find Earth heroes, sending attacks, trying to Arsenal D-react, and our Inertia Trap really punishes them. In fact, in the most recent list, a lot of these Marionette decks have actually increased Inertia Trap up to 2, showing the significance and the prioritization of this trap over all the other possible traps.
Now, this is a very scary sequence from Jordan Jeanson. Even though Hunter's Clave was blocked out, Savor Bloodshed is the follow-up with a swing of Graphene Calycera. Hayden, knowing that he probably can't block this out in its entirety, Jordan Jeanson thinking, though, on the flick. I feel like this is a pretty snap throw your Hunter's Clave across the table. Maybe he's thinking there could be a staunch response at the ready. Hayden is kind of blocking as though he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
I think there's a lot to be processed here. Jordan, at least from my perspective, from the Marionette perspective here, is thinking about just how high Hayden's life total is and the risks of going off of Clave at such an early stage in the game. Now, if Hayden was 20 life less, it probably is a lot more, prudent just to get that second Clave out. But Marionette without a second Clave, without a Clave at all, is a completely different hero. A lot of your hands and cards just don't play really well when you can't get your opponent marked and or you don't have that, ability to start with that one go again.
The card drawn for Jordan Jeanson is a little bit awkward. It's a Savor Bloodshed when the other one in hand is another Codex of Inertia, which, if that book is read right here, Jordan Jeanson would have to lose the all-powerful Savor Bloodshed from hand, forced to discard it from the the effect that affects both players is the thing that I'm trying to say in less words. But in this case, he would have to discard Savor Bloodshed. That's the upshot of everything I'm saying. Jordan not stoked about that, simply forced to pass because he flicked the Hunter's Glaive, didn't have another dagger in order to cash in the value of Savor Bloodshed, and here comes the bill. It is a 2-card 7, Oaken Old, not in its full power, but that's because Hayden Jeanson has himself a copy of Pummel that needs to go into the arsenal, cannot be converted here.
Both heroes definitely have powerful Majestics. Savor Bloodshed is definitely a powerful Majestic on the Marionette side, but you don't have to draw from it. It's a 1-card 4 of Go again. It's not that bad if you just get that part of the text. Sometimes going for that Clave does put you in tricky spots, and we see that Jordan basically got a little punished on that turn cycle, but is immediately, in my opinion here, kind of bailed out by drawing this pick up 6 and run. My apologies. And now gets to play that Savor Bloodshed again. I think he made the correct decision after drawing that Savor Bloodshed to just kind of take the loss there, kind of intellect penalty both. Savor is still a really powerful card. Codex is still a really powerful card.
A Codex of Inertia played, a Codex of Inertia found on top of the deck. So it's 2 Inertia tokens and 2 Ponder tokens for Jordan Jeanson after resolving the up 6 and run, buying back the Hunter's Clave, and playing a Savor Bloodshed. So there's 2 resources left in the pitch, and everything seems to be going okay for Jordan Jeanson. The top of the deck does have to cooperate. What was found off of the second book, it's anybody's guess, but I think Jordan is about to let us know.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do it again. Okay.
So here goes Graphene Callistra, beefed up by up 6 and run and Savor Bloodshed, which means that it's coming in for 9 on its face. Jordan posturing again as though he wants to flick a Hunter's Clave that he just rescued from the graveyard.
Hayden should have some awareness of what Jordan got in their arsenal. Because Jordan is sending the Graphene Chalicer, which in this case doesn't have Go again, it almost guarantees that there's a Stains of the Red back in Jordan's arsenal from that second Codex of Inertia. I do want to note that drawing a second Codex is not exactly what you want to be doing. You want to have these Codexes kind of stacked and evenly spread out through your deck so that these Ponder tokens, well, the second Ponder token does provide some value. It's definitely not something you want to be stacking. You just kind of want to have that one powerful Ponder. Also, the second Inertia token, not very good as well. The first one already kind of does the job.
It's like having double Go again. Cool,
exactly.
But not functional.
Exactly, exactly.
But you know, speaking of things that you don't want to be stacked, Hayden Jenson's hands are not really cooperating anymore. It's the 3rd copy of Oaken Old found in the hand. No fuse either. So it's Pummel in the hand, an Oaken Old at the bottom of the deck, unbeknownst to Jordan Jeanson, an Oaken Old in the graveyard. Usually, these are things you want to be seeing with Ice and Earth cards. In this case, the stacking of the deck finally comes to bite Hayden Jeanson, and Jordan Jeanson is rewarded for his cut.
Yeah. My guess is actually Hayden has a red Pummel in his arsenal based off the way he's blocking here so that he can represent the Oaken Old and send a red Pummel. It's going to be kind of interesting, though, because Jordan probably here has Stains of the Redback in arsenal and is once again faced with the decision of, do I want to flick?
And so far, I do believe we've seen 1 up 6 and run, 1 pick up the point. Do you have any idea how many retrieve effects are usually run in Arachne Marionette nowadays?
Definitely 3 pick up, 6 and run. The pick up the point, it's like 1 or 2, but Codex of Frailty can also tutor it, so it's functionally you have a little bit more.
Nevertheless, plenty of damage connecting here. Hayden Jeanson just 2 turn cycles ago was at holy moly. Forget what I was talking about, folks. Death Touch is the card found from that second Codex of Inertia. All of a sudden, I think it's absolutely worth the second Inertia token, the little bit awkward of a draw. Death Touch is one of my all-time favorite cards in Flesh and Blood. It can only be played from Arsenal. It's also dual class, Assassin, Ranger. But the reason it can only be played from Arsenal is because this is a big bad 1 for 6, and on connection with the opponent's life total, you get to choose one of the 3 tokens, one of the 3 diseases from Outsiders. Holy free holies, I love this card, Michael.
Actually, Death Touch just can't be played from hand, so if we can figure out a way to play
I'm so sorry, I kept saying Arsenal, didn't I? It can only be played from Arsenal.
No, just it can be played from somewhere else. It just, we haven't figured out the technology for that yet. It just can't be played from hand. Actually.
Actually, we do have a hero that is particularly good at playing it from kind of sort of hand. That's Azuri Switchblade, who used to love playing this card, banishing this card technically. Actually, it comes from the banish zone.
Well, this is a really powerful turn. Jordan was so behind in life, and this turn is truly catching him back up, kind of making up for the turn before where that Savor Bloodshed and that flick really didn't pay off. This Savor Bloodshed is paying off a lot of dividends. Really curious what that last card in his hand is, because this might not be everything. If Hayden doesn't block 6 here, that Black Tech Whispers could give this Death Touch go again, and we don't know what that last card could be. It could be another Codex of Frailty, it could be a Leave Note Witnesses, it could be another Stealth Attack. It could also just be a Dagger React, which would be tragic at this point because, well, there are no more daggers to react with. So lots of potential here. Hayden, of course, is very well aware of what could be represented here.
And that is exactly why he's thumbing that Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft. That completely diminishes the options for Jordan Jeanson, who might be kind of happy to see a block here if he didn't draw anything that would functionally come after the Death Touch, should he cash in the Black Tech Whispers. But let's say he hit the nuts. Let's say it was a Leave No Witnesses that he found in the hand after the Savor Bloodshed connection. That was a huge play by Hayden Jeanson, if it's the case.
It was 16 damage, and Hayden got a Blood Rot token and 2 Inertia tokens. Of course, Hayden is really stressed out by these Inertia tokens. It's one of the reasons why he's willing to take so much damage this turn. He has that red pummel in the arsenal, which you astutely caught. I didn't. I just assumed it was there based off the way he was blocking. And he really wants to free it and get value from it and not have to use his Crown of Providence to kind of just filter it out.
And here we go. Oakenold coming in, not fused. What could it be, Jordan Jeanson? Are you smelling the pummel yet? Because I sure am.
Both players kind of did a little chuckle here, and this is what I really enjoy about day 2 streams. Players are playing at the top of their ability, top of their echelons of skills, and, you know, they just know what's going on. Jordan is very well aware it's probably not a D-React in Hayden's arsenal. It might be a Sigil of Solace. This could be a little juke, right?
Or the
Hayden
third copy of Fruits of the Forest.
Or yeah,
in
Hayden's hand. Yeah, for sure. Any blue at this point is a Fruits of the Forest at the end step because of that Blood Rot Pox token. So I think Jordan's kind of aware of what's going on. He's just like already mentally deciding what card gets lost to the pummel, if any.
And listen, in Jordan's hand, you don't want to lose any of these cards. This is exactly what Arachne Marionette likes to do nowadays. It's dagger pumps and dagger reacts galore, but the hand remains pretty functional if he loses one card from it. Hayden already thinking about the long game, doing deck counts, despite the fact that this is only turn 6. And here comes the pummel out of the arsenal. It was foretold. Jordan Jeanson says, yeah, I saw that coming. It is what it is. So down to 15 I go, and I'm going to lose one of these cards. And maybe I spoke too soon. This is a red-locked hand, which, unlike his slippery counterpart, Marionette doesn't really like to play all red hands.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why getting that first Graphene is really important, and why cards like Kiss of Death are one of the best premium arsenal cards in this format. Jordan's hand is not technically completely bricked. He can pitch one of these reds, send that Graphene, and pile on the other cards onto the reaction step.
A curious choice here, though. The discarded card from Pummel is Scar Tissue, one of the attack reactions that can buff up a dagger. Card pitched, cut from the same cloth. Cards in hand, I believe, are Up, Sticks, and Run.
And another Scar Tissue. There were 2 Scar Tissues there, so that second Scar Tissue a little redundant here.
So could it be another dagger react in the arsenal then? Maybe Jordan Jeanson wants to vomit all of those reactions onto this combat chain, stick the Up, Sticks, and Run in the arsenal for later?
Jordan also just kind of want to make this really awkward as possible. You don't know how much damage this is. You don't know how many toxins are represented. Hayden, maybe wants to block. Guardians typically want to block with 1 or 2 cards from their hand, and he doesn't know if he'll get punished for it, and if he doesn't block, will he take a lot of damage? A lot of it's just really unclear, and this is kind of that, tricky element of the assassin, just their skill set.
Tarantula Toxin, definitely one of those cards that is going to hinge this entire game on its head, and not a single copy has been found. Hayden confirms by looking through the graveyard of Jordan Jeanson, so T-Tox has got to be ringing bells right now, just like the pummel did for Jordan Jeanson last turn cycle.
Yeah, if you were playing against Cindra and you sent a dagger like this, I don't think they could say no blocks fast enough. But Guardians, they kind of have to play offense and defense. They need to be able to play both sides.
And there they go. Scar Tissue plus to the point. To the point, unfortunately, not going to get maximum value here. Gives +3 to a dagger or +4 if the opponent is marked. But because there is no Hunter's Clave to flick and Hayden is not currently marked, that is only going to get its minimum value of +3. Nevertheless, 7 damage comes across the line. Down to 16 goes Hayden Jeanson, and Mark conferred there, which means that we're going to see the second transformation of the game for Jordan Jeanson, and it is Arachne Black Widow once again. Do you think at this point he's hoping for Orb Weaver or something different?
His Tunic is going to 3 next turn, so he is ready to be able to Tunic pitch to Graphene and represent some powerful effects. Typically, yes, Orb Weaver is one of the most flexible demi-heroes to transform into, but Black Widow at this stage of the game is not that bad. It sometimes could represent a Time Walk, especially if Jordan is able to line that up with a Kiss of Death.
So Hayden Jeanson, even though he is definitely more of a mid-range slanted Jarl, he is representing that he can go the distance, not only from those 3 copies of Fiddler's Green, but also the Remembrance that he just bottomed for the Enlightened Strike. The chosen mode here is go again, but I think Hayden's sniffing out that this game is not going to go long enough. This is a game of blood, not a game of attrition.
Yeah, Hayden got an early advantage in terms of life totals and has been riding that advantage up until now. This is a very powerful turn and did show that Hayden really didn't have too many decisions to make in the last turn because of that Remembrance.
And so the decision point here is 5 go again into 6. Third decomposition of the game for Hayden Jeanson. It's not nearly as important as the other heroes. The only thing that Hayden needs to be doing as far as tilling the soil goes is fully powering up these decomposition attacks. So Plow Under is going to put that up sticks and run right to the bottom of the deck for Jordan Jeanson. Another retrieve effect away from his hands for this game.
I want to note that Jordan did have the opportunity last turn to play that cut from the same cloth that he did Arsenal. And if he just played it, he wouldn't necessarily lose it here to that Plow Under. That could be something that he really bites him back later.
Exactly why a lot of people are cutting Arsenal hate, because players are so aware of effects like Plow Under. They are a known quantity in the meta, and so the Arsenal is so much less safe than it normally is.
I apologize. I'm not sure if it was a cut from the same cloth, but whatever it was, if he had the opportunity...
It was up sticks. Bottom line, it was a +4
Got you.
dagger pump. Yep.
Just the existence of Plow Under. Not all Jarls
Exactly.
even play this card, by the way. Just the existence of it and the fact that Jarl is an Earth hero, those 2 elements sometimes are enough to disincentivize players from having an arsenal. Sometimes you kind of do what you have to do. Sometimes when you're behind enough, sometimes Jordan kind of does see that up 6 and run, his Tunic going to 3. This is a great card to Arsenal to make a Clave back again. So there's definitely a reason to do what Jordan did. Not saying he did anything wrong, but he definitely got punished for it.
Now, if you weren't thinking about Tarantula Toxin before, you've got to consider it now, because not only have we not seen a copy of that card, we've finally seen a copy of the card that pairs most well with it. Kiss of Death is not just an attack action card, it's also a dagger attack, which means that if the most fearsome attack reaction in the Arachne Marionette suite is found, both modes are going to be active, and if Hayden decides to block, he's essentially gifting a 1-card 6 in the reaction step to Jordan Jeanson.
Players will often block 3 cards on a Kiss of Death like this just because of the implications. If you only block 2 cards and Jordan has both a Dagger React and any Assassin card, you lose your 3rd card anyway. And if a Black Tech Whispers gets involved here, a Tunic Graphene, Flick the Kiss of Death that still has that Black Widow trigger, a lot of your hand is gone anyway. So this is kind of like I eat your whole hand is usually what this says, especially if you're playing a deck that doesn't really have too many defensive capabilities. Guardian, of course, there's a lot of tools here. Just the existence of that Stalagmite this turn represents so much because it means Jordan can't use the boots and go Tunic Graphene and flick that Kiss of Death. And this represents, it's hard to state how much it represents. It's so rare that we see Stalagmite these days in Classic Constructed. And I'm not even sure Jordan sees it, that he could kind of get soft blown out by it. But it will be curious to see what Hayden does ultimately on the block step.
A lot of options for our Guardian, not the least of which is the sink below in hand. When to deploy it is really a decision point here. Jordan Jeanson, however, does look pretty comfy cozy, not even looking at the cards in his hand, so it's anybody's guess if he has finally found a Tarantula Toxin in the hand. But as you mentioned, my illustrious co-caster, one of those cards in hand simply has to say Assassin on it, and it can be discarded to the Arachne Black Widow hero ability. That is so fearsome.
Yeah, let's talk possibilities. Worst case scenario, Toxin plus an Assassin card. What does that represent? The Toxin represents a buff of about 6 more power. The other Assassin card represents 3. That would get basically to 12. So basically, Hayden would have to block or be ready to block 12.
And
Looks like
here we go. Winter is coming, ladies and gentlemen. Stalagmite, Bastion of Eisenloft, is pushed out onto the combat chain. Resource generated in response by Fyendal's Spring Tunic, which means that Jordan is going to be able to play out the cards in hand. But is one of them Tarantula Toxin? Time will tell. Resource spent. Stalagmite, Frostbite shirked away. Discarded card from Arachne Black Widow, but one is left remaining in hand. Jordan Jeanson waits for the perfect moment if he has the Tarantula Toxin in hand, and there it is! Blown out on this sink below is Hayden Jeanson, which means that this is not just a kiss of death for 9. That sink below has been shredded down to 1, so it's only 4 on 9 now. 5 damage going to come across. Kiss of death going to confer a loss of 1 life, and also the Arachne Black Widow hero ability. Hayden has definitely stemmed the bleeding by giving the Frostbite, but Jordan is still having a haymaker come across the line.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario, but by blocking with that stalagmite, he's denied Jordan the ability to send that graphene and flick the kiss of death, taking another card. This is just top level play.
From both sides of the table, mind you. Hayden Jeanson back on the affirmative. 10 plays 7, still has a surplus of 3 life, cashing in his Fyendal Spring Tunic and a blue in hand for a mulch. Coming down, man, I haven't seen this card in a long time, Michael. It's from Tales of Aria. Has Earth Fusion, but not active here, so it's simply going to be 8 vanilla damage. Man, I do miss fuse cards. I really love fusing.
Yeah, Hayden's trying to kill Jordan. Let's just be clear. This is not a fatigue game. This is a Jarl understanding that my cards block better than yours. Your cards don't block very well. I play small hands better than you. You can't play small hands very well at all. And if we ever get to the trenches, though I'm at 3 life, you're at 3 life, I will win sheerly because my cards on average are better in small hands and block better. So this is a classic Guardian move. The Tunic 2-card 8. We have Debilitate, Chokeslam, so many cards that kind of fit this diagram or this model, and it's just a grind fest. Like, we're never going to be able to kill you in 1 turn as a Guardian, but we'll just be able to outgrind you and just keep getting a couple points of value here and there.
If Hammer for 4 is your speed, then this might be the game for you. Jordan Jeanson, after blocking with 2 cards from hand on that mulch, uses a Relentless Pursuit from hand. One of those cards that I am a huge fan of from the Hunted. So flavorful when it comes down to all of the mechanics, mainly the Mark one in that set. But in this case, a Mark seen as a really useful tool here for Jordan Jeanson, perhaps because he still has the Mask of Deceit squarely placed atop his head, and this might be the moment to cash it in. Besides that, has found a nice, juicy little piece of defense transformed into Arachne Trapdoor, so Jordan is going to be able to fetch out a trap from the deck, banish it face down, and play it during the next turn. However, he's used a lot of traps. I don't think I see one in this deck.
And yeah, and the moment you start searching, you are kind of locked into having to banish a card. Looks like Blue Orb Weaver was the one that was banished. It's not really one of the good cards in the deck at this point. That and Yellow Orb Weaver are typically, just a little bit of a filler card. Much worse than Red Orb Weaver. And Jordan just kind of has a sigh here because he did commit an entire card to Mark Hayden just to banish another card from their deck.
And maybe it's going to make Hayden think a little bit differently about his turn cycle, but when you're passing full tempo over to a Guardian, there's only so many things that they can possibly do, and I don't think it's going to be affected based on whether you banished a trap or not. And here's why, folks. One of those cards in hand is, of course, Felling of the Crown. I definitely expect to see that one hitting the combat chain, whether or not Hayden thinks that Jordan banished a defense reaction. Oh, no. Actually, this makes a lot more sense. Command and Conquer will make it so that even if it was a defense reaction, it cannot be played here.
Hayden, of course, still representing Pummel. Something that Jordan has to think about.
Does he have the space? Does he have the affordability at this point to play around it, do you think?
No, but he should think about it. Pair of Leave No Witnesses in his hand, probably not doing too much as well. So definitely has some space to block, or has a lot of reason to block, at least.
Unless my memory deceived me, I do think it was a second copy of Tarantula Toxin that found its way into the arsenal for Jordan Jeanson. Also on the table for consideration is a block of the Mask of Deceit. The tricky bit about Command and Conquer, though, is especially instead of Felling of the Crown, is that Jordan is not going to get maximum value on the defense if he devotes it here. It would simply be to transform into another demi-hero and then would also open himself up to frostbites being placed into his equipment zone from Jarl of Treaty.
Yeah, if I'm Jordan, I'm thinking I kind of just have to commit using that hat at some point. He's at 5. He might never get a chance to have the same situation happen again where Hayden is still marked.
And super heads-up play here from Jordan Jeanson. Even though he is leaving a little bit of value on the table, Mask of Deceit is going to do its dirty work. And Orb Weaver is the chosen demi-hero here. Hayden Jeanson leans back in his chair and considers the possibilities of that choice from his counterpart. Can Jordan get it done for the Americans, or is Hayden Jeanson just indomitable on U.S. soil? We're going to find out in a matter of turn cycles.
I like this block a lot. Jordan did see Hayden pitch a blue pummel earlier in this game, so this does play around blue pummel. And if there is a red pummel at this point, maybe you just can't beat that.
Opened up to the frost is Jordan Jeanson now, but more importantly, knocking on death's door.
It's going to be a good turn cycle from Jordan with very few cards. Discarding that Leave No Witnesses, he's going to be able to send 1 Graphene for 4 go again, and the other one for 1. And that cut from the same cloth also buffs it by 4, so that's 4 plus 4 plus 1. That's 10 damage, and then the Toxin, which could make it 16. Hayden's at 10.
Also, a lot of information gained here thanks to cut from the same cloth. No attack reactions, so no mark conferred would have been redundant anyway because Hayden Jeanson is already marked, and 2 marks means literally nothing. So all of the information in Jordan's mind now is good stuff. There are no defense reactions in hand, perhaps assuming that there isn't one in the arsenal, but he can't possibly know based on the way that Hayden played the last turn cycle.
This is a full-valued Orb Weaver demi-hero switch. He's getting the discount twice on these Graphenes, and he's representing a lot of damage, and Toxin always throws a wrench in some of these damage calculations, so Hayden's kind of going to have to be a little nervous here.
The tricky bit, too, is that even though it is fully... No, never mind. It would be threatening lethal if Hayden took all of it, right? Yeah. But, so, in this case, blocks are forced, so Tarantula Toxin coming out of the arsenal is going to get full value once again. One of those blocking cards is shredded, and plenty of damage conferred. All of a sudden, we're at life parity. 5 plays 5 as Jordan Jeanson follows up with the Leave No Witnesses rather than discarding it to the Orb Weaver ability. Ultimately, it's the same in terms of value, but now he's threatening a meaningful on-hit, but doesn't have a second Graphene Calistera for the next turn.
Jordan's a much better player than me seeing this line disrupting Hayden's arsenal, which ended up just being a blue disable. That means Hayden, you wily man. He had the opportunity to arsenal a Felling of the Crown or the blue disable, saw that he hadn't seen any Leave No Witnesses yet, and just says, I'll just arsenal the bait card.
I absolutely love that play. It's one of the things that Acilio players have to learn how to do now because, as we've talked about so many times before, the arsenal is never safe. If you are forced into taking an IP penalty and keeping an extra card in hand, it might as well be the critical combo piece gone in a flash. You might as well put an instant in the arsenal, something that you can kind of skirt arsenal disruption with. But the build comes at the end, folks, and this could very well be it. Felling of the Crown, the second copy, resolved this game, comes in for its full 8 power, and Jordan Jeanson must put a card from hand at the bottom of the deck. And when you only have 5 points of life, Felling of the Crown is the card to get it all done.
I believe there's a Codex of Frailty in Jordan's hand, and it's not a card he really wants to play as a 1-card play at this stage in the game. It gives Hayden the opportunity to grab another Felling and punish him again, and so it's sometimes this is when you bottom a card, you block out the rest of your hand, and you say, good luck, Hayden. Good luck spending your entire hand. And that's what that pummel we saw. We saw a blue pummel pitched. We saw a red pummel played. Maybe there's some more of each of those or none. And there's at least one more E-Strike in there. So these are cards that, for other heroes, pretty average, run-of-the-mill. Maybe don't even make their deck list. But for Guardians that do sometimes struggle to get over the finish line, Hayden's, of course, stabilized the game. He's gotten to that point where he's winning on most of the axes. He has more cards in deck. He has not more life, but he has just more potential to win the game. And it could be a disastrous hand after this. Like, I've been in his shoes before, winning the game in a lot of ways, and then drawing 4 reds, 3 D-Reacts, and a blue. There's a lot of combinations that are not what I want to see, but he can also just draw just a couple of cards like 2 blues and a blue Thunderquake, for example, puts a lot of pressure on Jordan at this stage in the game. There's a lot that could go wrong, but hopefully Hayden's able to close this out. He's played so marvelously well so far.
Now, there's been good and bad variants going on both sides of the table, but one thing I do want to mention once again is the fact that Jarl of Rathe has not had hero text besides Essence of Earth and Ice for Hayden Jeanson this entire game, and he's not even been able to take advantage of one side of that. Not a single Channel Lake Frigid resolved. Not a single ice card in general resolved. Yes, they've been pitched here and there, but in this case, it is a textless hero besides Guardian and Elemental facing off with one of the most fearsome assassins in the meta.
Yeah, you
and
are
holding his
so
own.
right. Ooh.
Up sticks and run, the first action for Jordan Jeanson in this critical juncture in the game. 1 plays 3. 1 card from hand already on the combat chain. The other lies in wait in hand. Arachne Marionette is the current hero. This Graphene Calistera is coming in for a big, bad 5. And paid for by the Fiendal's Spring Tunic. It leaves Hayden wondering what could possibly be in the hand. What he has in his hand, though, is a cheeky defense reaction, too, actually, that could really get the job done almost no matter what Jordan decides to pump this with.
Oh, man. Having both of these defense reactions really lets Hayden kind of get out of this fork, so to speak. He's not as scared about Tarantula Toxin because he will survive it no matter what. And I think Jordan kind of picks up on that as well.
5, blocked by 3 from a mulch in hand. 2 damage coming across the line right now. Jordan could go for lethal, but on board is something that could stuff it. Quick dodge flexors still haven't been used for Hayden Jeanson. Nevertheless, Jordan decides to go for it. To the point, buffs this Graphene Calistera up to 8. Sink below, bought from the hand by Hayden Jeanson, who has the opportunity now to filter a card away, keeps the blue, and finds another sink below in the hand. Oh, even after all that, Hayden is only going to be able to present a Titan's Fist, which could be really good at certain points in the game for Jordan Jeanson, though. With 1 block left on the Fiendal's Spring Tunic, he's going to be able to get away with blocking 1 card and 1 piece of equipment.
This is where that late game grind starts not favoring the Marionette player. Jordan's hand doesn't really convert that well. He has a Codex of Frailty, the Tarantula Toxin, and then a cut from the same cloth. It's probably going to be cut from the same cloth, send the Graphene for 5 while holding Toxin, but he doesn't know that Hayden has another D-React set, so this is going to be a really tight endgame.
And the Codex of Frailty goes into the pitch zone instead. Graphene Calistera coming in for 5 once again.
This tells Hayden a lot, if you think about it. He knows that that last card is somehow better than a Codex of Frailty and maybe cannot play well with the Codex of Frailty. So it's not another dagger front pump, like another cut from the same cloth, because if that was the case, Jordan could represent more damage this turn by playing both of the dagger front pumps, playing the Codex, getting a Kiss of Death, and sending that for 10, 11, whatever it may be.
Now, in a lot of cases when you're facing off with an assassin, it feels like they have all the tools all the time, especially if you don't have a lot of experience into them. But better players than me have always said, look at what they block with, look at what they pitch. All of a sudden, the possibilities dwindle down to almost nothing if you are astute, and heck, if you have a couple of reps in their own seat.
Absolutely, absolutely. Process of elimination, thinking through, if I had that card in my hand, what would I do? If I didn't have that card in my hand, what would I do? If I did this, why would I do this? The Marionette deck is actually a little bit more restrictive in terms of assassins. It doesn't have that flow and that adaptability, flexibility, modularity that a lot of other assassins like Slip Through the Cracks have. And actually even like New sometimes had a little bit more flexibility just because she had a lot more blues. And with Mask of the, whatever mask, I can't remember the full name of that mask.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Yes, Recurring Nightmares. She just represented more when she had cards. At this point, we're kind of at that late stage of Flesh and Blood. Both players have really stripped away a lot of their equipment, and there's really not much to be represented here.
Nevertheless, 2 cards bought from Hayden Jeanson. The ice cards that just haven't been coming down. It's the 3rd Tarantula Toxin. Getting maximum value here, but Hayden absolutely has the answer here. Up to 8 goes the Graphene Calistera. Down to 0 goes one of those blocking cards, but here comes another one to save the day. Sink below, out of the arsenal, saving players in the world of Rathe since its advent in the first set of the game. And so now, all of a sudden, after a bunch of tricky play, Blocks are 7 on 8. Hayden Jeanson sits at 2. Still has the opportunity to block it out in its entirety if he wants to commit quick dodge flexors. However, will survive this attack no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Hayden's, I think, thinking on that sync trigger, he has a blue that does swing Titan's Fist for 4 and a plow under. So this is a 2-card 6. Not really what you want to be doing, but maybe the best that he can get with 2 cards. Sinking here into another blue block 3 that doesn't really do much could be disastrous.
Could finally be getting to the point where he's going to sink into that Oakenold
Yep.
that made its way to the bottom to pay for an inertia token earlier in the game. We are getting close to the traditional pitch stack turn, which is 13.
Plow under, no matter what, will take 2 cards from Jordan Jeanson. So I think he's going for the safe line here, Hayden.
Plow under coming across. No decomposition, though. Just happy with the 6 power because there is no arsenal for Jordan Jeanson. This is only round 1 of day 2. I mean, we want to talk about the difference between day 1 and day 2. We're down to 1-1, turn 13. Round 8, we got Jarl Vatrady up against Arachne Marionette. Things are heating up already, and we've only just begun.
This is a thriller of a game, and it really just kind of shows just the grindy nature of our classic constructed format right now. So many of the heroes, they do have power cards, but they have both questions and answers. And Jarl is definitely a deck with a lot of answers for all the things that Marionette players have been cooking up.
Jordan Jeanson must answer with 2 cards from hand. On defense, the follow-up is Kiss of Death. A scary card, mind you, but a lot less terrifying now that all 3 copies of Tarantula Toxin have been used. Granted, for maximum value, that's something that has definitely gone Jordan Johnson's way this game, but Hayden just finding those defense reactions when he can. Jordan has no reaction here that he wants to commit because it wouldn't get over the defenses, and here comes the 3rd felling of the crown. This card is making people cry all weekend long, and Jordan Jeanson is no exception. The card's got to go to the bottom from his hand, and then he's got 8 physical to deal with. That is going to buy the rest of it if I had my money placed on it.
And we still haven't seen that blue pummel. I haven't seen another red pummel. That still might be in the deck.
There is exactly 8 block value in the hand for Jordan Jeanson, so he must fold it to Felling of the Crown. Hayden Jeanson has full steam ahead, full tempo against the Marionette that wants to have it.
Not out of the woods yet. We got Tunic Graphene, and we are representing a little bit more than 1 potentially.
Okay, fair
from
enough.
That arsenal.
Which I think is a to the point, if memory serves correctly, which at this point could only make this Graphene Callistra 4.
4 is a great amount to be attacking your opponent when they're at 1.
But you know, Hayden does have the outs. Probably only going to have to commit 2 cards here. Why not just commit 1 when you don't have to commit 2? Rootbound Carapace passed immediately 2 reactions and sent from Hayden Jeanson, perhaps knowing that the answer from Jordan Jeanson can only be a +3 pump, and so I'm just going to dispense with all of the discussion, and here comes something that trumps it immediately.
I did catch a peek at that red pummel in Hayden's hand, and now he's going to be the one asking questions.
The first one, Titan's Fist.
Just for 3. Couldn't even figure out a way to pitch a card.
Frozen to death.
Oh,
is
I
the pitch
apologize.
card.
Just
It's
for
okay.
4. Just for 4. It would have been more style if he pitched the card that made it a 3 and then pitched another.
You want to talk about style? If there's one thing that Guardians like to do that they consider style, it is both play pummel and threaten pummel.
Absolutely.
Which side are you on? Do you like to bluff it more, or do you like to play it more?
I think there's some spots where you can get equity in either spot, but the Schrodinger's pummel, that's my favorite pummel.
I'm not talking about equity. I'm talking about what makes you feel good.
Oh, I typically just want to play the pummel. Like, I would just block with an extra card and Arsenal pummel if I couldn't really do it.
Yeah,
but with
that's fair.
Tunic on in Hayden's spot, you're never really going to have a clean, pitch to CNC, use the Tunic, go to 2 resources, and then pummel. So this is about as good as a pummel will get.
Once again, a very even-keeled, measured, revered response, may I say. I do expect next weekend your evil twin to be much more reviled. So
I'll
if you
try
can
to
work
bring him
on that
back.
for me this week, I would appreciate it. 1 plays 1 still here in Titan's Fist, showing its stripes here more than any other point in the game. With a pummel in the hand, Hayden Jeanson has full steam ahead. Even if Jordan plays around it, pummel can go straight into the arsenal and threaten the life once again. Jordan is definitely in the meat grinder here. He is meeting madness despite not having it in his deck. Hayden Jeanson places a red pummel in the arsenal, passes right on back.
We're now entering the territory of virtual deck damage. Hayden pitched a Titan Fist, got 3 physical cards from Jordan's deck. Hayden probably only has to block 2 cards on this Kiss of Death and can repeat that cycle one more time until Jordan finds a D-React or something to get out of jail.
And we know after having watched Jordan Jeanson look through the deck when he transformed into Arachne Trapdoor, there's not a single defense reaction left in the deck. No outs for Jordan Jeanson at this point. Hayden Jeanson just has to cross his T's and dot his I's, and he is going to be going completely undefeated by Americans still in Calling Seattle. Titan's Fist once again on the combat chain, coming in for 4 thanks to the Autumn's Touch in the pitch zone. 1 card in hand. The only card that can close this game in the arsenal.
Jordan's in a bit of a tough spot with only 2 cards left in deck and his entire hand. He only has 1 3 block. So to block 8, which is kind of the magical number in this situation, he would have to commit the Tunic, he would have to give the entire hand, and that would put him in a really rough spot because it lets Hayden maybe draw one of those blue Thunderquakes or the blue Glacial Footsteps, and that will change this dynamic immediately as Jordan will basically immediately run out of cards. It's not looking great.
We're just going through the motions here. Jordan knows that he concedes defeat even if he blocks 8, and there goes the pummel. Hayden Jeanson, head in hands, on the edge of his seat, just like us at home. Holy free holies, he gets there in the end. X and 1 still. Jarl Vitretti fans, Guardian sympathizers all over the worlds of Rathe, this is your champion. Michael, that game was this way and that. I think we might have a new contender for best game in the weekend. I think Simon Nielsen still takes day 1 without a doubt, but I don't know how you top that going into round 2.
Oh, we don't know. There's going to be a lot of better games potentially this weekend. But I will say that game was just a perfect example of how Jarl wins these games now. Just super grindy, having answers, having D-Reacts. That mulch, that was a pretty good play. I mean, it's just being able to represent all these things, like having Command and Conquers, and even that blue disable was just annoying enough, you know? I will say 1 point from this game, the Marionette player, Jordan, wasn't able to resolve any codexes. 2 were blocked, 1 was still left in his very small deck at the very end, and that is one of the best cards in the deck, and not being able to resolve that is one of the reasons why he probably ultimately ended up losing.
It was a really close nail-biter either way you slice it. Jarl Vitretti had no hero text, but did have all of the gumption, all of the numbers that he needed in order to cross the finish line. And if you want to cross the finish line, playing cards less like Command and Conquer and more like Disable, then you can engage with the brand new format in Flesh and Blood. That's Silver Age, ladies and gentlemen. Only commons and rares legal, and also a hefty amount of bans, keeping this format somewhat in check. It is also a young hero format, 20 life to work with. Michael, you engaging with Silver Age or what?
Absolutely. I mean, these are some of my favorite decks I think that we can play. These $20 decks, I'm really excited to see what they look like. They're going to be pretty powerful. For example, Azalea already in Silver Age, before we see any of the new cards from the Compendium of Rathe set, already just representing one of the most powerful things you can do. 13 dominate, 14 dominate on that turn 0. I'm really excited to see if they give Icelander any new cards. There's so many fans of Icelander, and there's a lot of commons and rares that Icelander has been playing for a while, ever since, I can't keep talking about him, but Wounded Bull and when Finals Fighting Spirit kind of saw some more play, Icelander just as a hero, the Wizard class as a class really opened up. So really excited to see what they do with these Silver Age pre-constructed decks.
It's commons, rares, and basics, and if you're enjoying engaging with Silver Age so far, we know that the player base has been clamoring for events right and left. Well, you haven't seen anything yet. Go back and watch the most recent Dev Talk. Both James White and Brian Gottlieb confirm that all of their efforts have put into balancing this format only after the release of the namesake box set Compendium of Rathe. So Silver Age becomes what it is supposed to be very soon, but not quite yet. If you're having fun now, you're going to have even more fun at events like the world premiere in London and also at game stores near you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the early access period, but there is so much more to come from the brand new premiere format here at LSS. All that and so much more coming up in the later stages of this year and the beginnings of the next. We can't wait to see where Silver Age goes. Don't forget, you're going to be hearing this a lot, it's your $20 ticket to the competitive Flesh and Blood scene. And if you're all about the competitive Flesh and Blood scene, you're going to be pretty excited about what we got coming up next. Right now, we're talking about Classic Constructed, a meta that some people think is a known quantity. I think the players both in Valencia and Seattle have shown us there is a lot more to explore, but LSS has heard you. We're going to get a shakeup. A ban and restricted announcement is coming, and it's coming sooner than you think. We're actually going to be announcing it when we come back from break. 10 minutes coming up. Yeah, you heard me right,
What?
brother. You heard me right. We get to go live with the ban and restricted announcement right when we come back. So stick around for more Frostbites, more Guardian Titan Fists, and more ban hammers coming after this.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Boom, baby! Banned in Classic Constructed is a rainbow root-bound carapace, both yellow and blue orb weaver spinneret. All copies of brand with Cinder Claw. Get rid of them. Also get rid of that one of legendary Wrath of Retribution and also the Gravy Bones High Roll. No more charting the high seas for the shipwrecked looter. Indeed. This is going to be effective on Monday, December 15th. You wanted to shake up Wraith? You got it. Michael, first impressions.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome, because I can't hear you, but I'll just roll with the punches. This is crazy because I was just talking with some people, and these are the cards that I thought were going to get banned outside of the Orb Weavers. That kind of threw me for a loop here.
That throws me for a loop, too,
Trump
honestly.
the High Seas and Brand of Cinderclaw are kind of the perfect type of bans that don't really like destroy the hero or make it unplayable, but they reduce a lot of that consistency. I do think Blue Brand and maybe Yellow Brand getting banned has some type of side effect, ramifications for Phi, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. Rootbound Carapace getting banned. That
surprises you, right? Because that surprises me.
I think it only surprises us because Earth heroes up until this calling have had less of a showing, but it is still one of the most powerful cards in those decks, and it really lets you decompose without committing an action point.
Boy, howdy, this is a shakeup and a half. With Rootbound Carapace gone, all of a sudden Earth heroes must decompose on the affirmative. Rootbound Carapace was just one of those crazy things because you could sit on a Felling on the Crown in Arsenal for 2 turn cycles until the red Rootbounds reared their heads, and then all of a sudden you have a full-powered 2-card 11 ready and locked to go.
And Rootbound Carapace just being another Earth card did add to the ability for these heroes to be able to just fill their graveyard with Earth cards. So the ability to just remove them from these decks, replacing this with a Shelter or a Fate, it's just not the same.
Now, a lot of people, including Mr. Pankaj Bajwani, Colorman himself, have been calling for the ban of things like Wrath of Retribution for a long time. Does not like the influential one-ofs in the 80s. So what do you think about the ban of Wrath of Retribution? Does that really knock Cindra down a pretty huge peg?
I'm a big fan of not having these one-of cards in Classic Constructed that are not like amulets or whatever, or something that can be tutored. So I'm pretty happy with this. I do think Wrath was, in terms of the legendaries, one of the more fair ones. It typically didn't always represent like a 1-card 9. Typically, Cindra players did have to kind of set it up, maybe put in their arsenal, maybe draw a really good hand like Michael Jaszczur in that first round of yesterday. But it wasn't the most egregious, but I still do like this change as it does take a peg off of Cindra, who has clearly been the best and most represented hero in this format.
You're getting real, genuine reactions here from both Michael and myself. The link, however, in the chat is for the banned and restricted announcement. You don't have to take these implications or justifications from our mouths. You can hear it straight from the devs. Brian Gottlieb has put together yet another stellar banned and restricted article where you can figure out the insight into why these cards were targeted, and also perhaps a little bit of the forward trajectory, forward-thinking aspect of LSS. They did mention in that recent dev talk that they want to use the banned and restricted list more as a rotational tool in certain situations rather than a balancing tool. And this is definitely rotating some decks in and out of the format. It's definitely getting shaken up without a doubt. So go ahead and start shaking those deck building ideas. Perhaps dust off those Jarl Vitriti cards because he's looking absolutely fire right now. Also, Kassai the Golden Sand making some waves. But we're not seeing either of those heroes in the next round. Instead, it is one of my caster picks, Alexander Vore, versus one of your caster picks, Simon Nielsen on Prism, Awakener of Soul. So it's not only a light illusionist and lightning wizard battle, it's a caster battle as well. There's a lot on the line here. I think Michael has agreed to give me his lunch if he loses this one. I don't have anything on the line, so not sure why he took that bet. But let's go ahead and get down to the match floor and see how it all goes down. Michael, okay, we're getting into the action straight away. Simon Nielsen and Alexander Vore are quick players. They're also jovial players. Smiles on their face and a Herald of Triumph already on the combat chain, followed up by a War Tune Herald. What do you think about this matchup?
Early days, this was a hard Prism favorite matchup. But since then, Acilio decks, they've been getting better. They've been getting more tuned. They've been developing strategies for this matchup. And they got this card called Burn Bear, which is a little unfair, to be honest. Like, that's not what Wizards can do.
They can't be popping Phantasm, but now they absolutely can. But here's the rub, Michael. I do have some intel on Alexander Vore. As long as I have known him, he has not put Burn Bear into his Acilio list. And I'm not sure if that's the case here, but I would not be surprised if he is coming into this matchup without a single Burn Bear. But nevertheless, look at these two players. They're laughing this way and that. Maximum respect on either side of the table, despite the fact that they are trying to kill one another before our very eyes.
This is an excellent start for Simon. He probably chose to go first here. Attack of that Herald of Triumph, which Alexander Vore did have a 3-block and a D-React for, so not terribly punished here. But then that second Herald completely connects because, well, Alexander Vore has those Acilio problems, drew those 2 instants.
And you know, that is a problem, but also Alex is starting off really well himself. A Sigil of Lightning developed and a Channel Lightning Valley developed on turn 0 is pretty dang good. So he's able to cycle out the entirety of the hand, almost guaranteed to draw a card off of Channel Lightning Valley on this next turn cycle, especially because he's drawn up big Arcane. 2 copies of Comet Storm Shock. I totally expect to see an Acilio activation here to get rid of one of those, but also one of those combo pieces. Blast to Oblivion lies in wait in the hand.
Yeah, Alex can't be upset. Of course, I think life totals haven't updated. He did take that 6 damage from that yellow War Tune Herald that now resides in Simon's soul. But, you know, if you're going to take damage, at least have something to show for it.
Wow, the activation of Acilio is huge here because a pretty innocuous card is found. Sigil of Conductivity, but I absolutely love it as an Acilio player because in addition to its Arcane Shelter 1 text, it's the fact that it says Sigil on it, it essentially says, my Volzar is going to be free for almost the entirety of this game.
There's a non-zero chance this Sigil of Conductivity will actually also be able to do the Arcane Shelter portion of the card. And in this case, it's going to let him pick up that Channel Lightning Valley again, potentially, and maybe play it again and get another Volzar amp. So kind of up to Alexander Vore if he values that random card up the top that sometimes Acilio can't convert versus the extra amp on that Mind Warp.
If Alex is able to convert the rest of these cards, which I don't know if he's going to be able to, there is a lot of Arcane in the hand. He might even be able to plunk that Channel Lightning Valley in the arsenal and reestablish it later.
Oh, I apologize. I realize now he can do this during the damage step after he's drawn from the Channel Lightning Valley. That's my Acilio inexperience, my Acilio noobness showing once again.
Don't worry. Between the two of us, we've got 2 brain cells, and we're going to rub them together and figure out this combat chain, Michael. 30 plays 28 here after the full connection of Blast to Oblivion. Alexander Vore back with 4 cards in hand. The card drawn from the Channel Lightning Valley, High Voltage. Kind of a contentious card in Acilio decks, but Alex runs 3 of them, and I really like his style. Honestly, I am not a deck builder when it comes to Acilio. I pretty much just follow whatever Alex says, and that is even controversial in the world of Flesh and Blood, but his results speak for themselves.
Alex does have some decisions to make here. He can replay that Channel Lightning Valley. Won't draw a card again, of course. He's already dealt that first point of damage this turn. And then maybe send a Comet Storm Shock, or just a Comet Storm, apologies, pitching that high voltage. And this way he'll be better set up for next turn, because he'll still have that Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, the fork in the road was either do this, or you could even save the Channel Lightning Valley, play just the shock side of the card, and then resolve the Mind Warp that lies in the hand.
Absolutely.
But perhaps thinking that he can amp a little bit further on a subsequent turn and wants to ensure that one of those critical 3 combo pieces is placed in the arsenal, ready to go for when it counts most. In this case, it's just 8 arcane damage, 3 from the Volzar, 5 from the base power of Comet Storm, coming Simon Nielsen's way. And I don't mind reestablishing the Channel Lightning Valley here either, because you're in one of those rare positions as a Cilio where even after you've established a card that says Sigil on it, you still have a Lightning card in the pitch to keep Channel Lightning Valley around.
Speaking of lightning cards, that's a pretty fun lightning card. High voltage. It's often run as a one of, fun of. Of course, it has a lot of text that Acelia does enjoy. Instant, lightning, and that amp 1 can sometimes really be, like almost like a little Storm Striders at home. Gets you that reach to kill opponents on their turn. Fun card.
Not only that, it also helps you meet a specific threshold for your surge effects. Usually, your opponents are in a quandary. How much AB do I actually pack for a Cilio? There's so much mixed damage. So oftentimes the answer is, I run a convenient one. And Simon is taking that stance as well. Calming Gesture is going to give him AB1, also does things that Prism likes to do. But in the case of Alexander Vore, if you simply resolve high voltage, Mind Warp with a Volzar activation, you get over Arcane Barrier with 2 cards, which is absolutely huge. But what else is huge is Simon Nielsen coming in with Herald of Erudition, 5 Go Again Dominate. This is the scariest Herald in the arsenal for Prism Awakener of Soul. It's been making us so miserable on the other side of the table for so long. Original Prism played this card. New Prism plays this card, and it threatens to draw 2 more if Alex can't block it out. 20 plays 30 here. Simon may look like he's on the back foot, but a Figment of Erudition already established and a Halo of Illumination still on the board means that there are plenty of tricks up both these players' sleeves. Some of them are coming out for Alexander Vore now. Lightning Greaves and Aether Bindings of the Third Age blocked with here. There's also a rare 3-block in the hand. Eclectic Magnetism is going to clean up this Herald in its entirety, but Simon does have some things he can do in the reaction step. Is he posturing for it? There it is! Angelic Wrath out of the hand, buffing this Herald of Erudition up by 3. 8 damage is now on offer. Alexander Vore thumbs a card, but I don't think there's much he's going to be able to do besides this electromagnetic somersault to pull Eclectic Magnetism back to the hand after the combat chain resolves. Nevertheless, 2 cards are going to be drawn for Simon Nielsen after 3 damage comes straight to the Constella Intelligence's face.
This is worst case scenario for Alex. This is a great start for Simon. I'm excited to see what gets cooked up after this. There's a lot of cards that are going to be drawn this turn. That Figment of Erudition can become Soraya and also draw 2 more cards. But being a wizard, it's not always guaranteed that Soraya will get that attack layer step trigger.
And tell me why, Michael.
That's because these pesky wizards keep doing arcane damage to us on our turn.
Oh, weird. And Alex happens to have a card that does just that. Consigned to Cosmos Shock in the hand for Alexander Vore. One of the things that Acilio players were clamoring for so long but didn't get until an expansion slot revealed it. A 0-cost shock. Consigned to Cosmos does have text, but it might as well not. The block 3 is also a juicy cherry on top.
Absolutely. And it's funny, in this matchup, sometimes the Cosmos may have text. There aren't any auras in Simon's graveyard, so it's probably not going to matter. But more importantly, Simon does have that halo of illumination that does provide Spell Void 2, as well as this Calming Gesture that provides AB1. So it's going to take more than just a little minuscule shock to take that Figment or Soraya or whatever angel down. It's going to require a bit more amping, and cards like that high voltage that we just saw Alex pitch are really key elements to kind of just juicing these angels on Simon's turn. So Alex doesn't have that in his hand right now. He's not going to represent that this turn. He might still be able to do the Cosmos, hold priority Volzar, and do 2 arcane damage, and kind of just buy Simon's Halo. So there's a lot of little things that could happen. Ooh, Spectral Shield created.
obviously not ideal for Alexander Vore. So with the ward board getting a little bit too much to overcome,
like that.
you do always have the opportunity to just zap the Angel directly. It is a ally after all, so it is therefore targetable.
If you can get to that magical 4 number, which is, not easy, it does stop it in its tracks.
Exactly. Again, like you talked about, why High Voltage is a card that is making Alexander Vore's 80. He is, however, leaning back in his chair and kind of furrowing his brow, thinking, oh, man, this is not what I wanted to deal with on this day. No, indeed, I thought I would breeze straight into top 8, not be stuffed by Simon Nielsen, who's just here to play Prism. He just wants to play Prism.
He's not too far off. Not too far off. He already is able to do 3 Arcane with that Cosmos Shocks because he's able to play that Blink. Of course, it doesn't really do anything besides Amp 1 here. And then play that Chokehold Priority Volzar. That is 3 Arcane damage, but it is still critically 1 short.
Unfortunate if you are a Wizard fan. It does kind of depend on what is in the arsenal, which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we know is a Mind Warp and is not going to help him here. Alex deciding that Consign to Cosmos Shock is... Oh, no. Here it comes. Out for... No, this is 4 arcane damage because because the shock is lightning in its own right. Electromagnetic Somersault was played earlier. That was amp 1. The second amp came from... I'm not actually entirely sure. What got us to 3?
I think it was just 3. So Cosmos Shock is 1 by itself, and then it gets amp 2 from the Volzar. From the 2 lightning cards. So it's just 3, which is why Simon, I guess, converted his... He had 1 float, so he can AB 1, and then he commits the Halo.
I see, yeah. I see how Alex was representing it now. I thought the 3 dice on the Volzar
was like 4 total
exactly,
arcane?
Exactly.
Understood.
A lot of intricacies here and a lot of differences in the way players represent the game state. I think in these more complicated matchups, so we will be playing catch-up a little bit, especially because we can't hear exactly what they're talking about. But regardless, Aegis is coming in for 4 go again here and did generate 2 Spectral Shields. Looks like Alex was holding on to the Consign to Cosmos Shock until and was playing it before Simon had the opportunity to choose whether or not to banish a card from Soul. Herald of Protection is the follow-up here. 5 power on this one. Could go into Soul and generate a Spectral Shield token for Simon Nielsen. We know how much work they're putting in now. Just wait until it comes across the line and also reduces Alex's life total.
This is painful. Alex is very unlikely to be able to get a draw trigger on the Channel Lightning value on the preceding turn. This Herald of Protection would add even more to the ward board that you've been terming so far with another Spectral Shield and another card in Soul and another Figment. I already feel like Alexander Vore is a little overwhelmed, and this is just the second turn of the game.
Alex in the tank once again. It's one of the intricacies of this matchup that I find so endearing. Alex has paid a hefty price to get rid of the Halo of Illumination of Simon Nielsen, and that is just something that you were kind of priced into doing as a Cilia. You've got to slog your way for a little bit, or on the other side of the table, it could be that Alex could have established a combo turn really, really early, and then all of a sudden Simon Nielsen is on the back foot and flipping Figments just to stay alive. This matchup can really go either way, and I love it for that reason.
I won't discount Alexander Vore from this game at all. It just feels so overwhelming. There's
really
just
tough.
so many extra cards on Simon's board that didn't start there earlier, and I'm having a hard time keeping track.
Important to mention here as well, folks, in round 9 in Calling Seattle, only 2 turns elapsed, and both players basically at sub their half-life totals, basically, because they start with a little bit of a detriment. They're fighting for their tournament lives. At X and 2, you are out of contention for top 8, not out of contention for cash if you take a loss here. Alexander Vore coming in hot with an Eclectic Magnetism. This is another one of those complicated lightning cards out of Rosetta. Comes in for 5, and when this attacks, Alex is going to be able to play a non-attack action card as though it were an instant, something Wizards absolutely love to do, before the chain link resolves. Also, because it is a lightning card, does put a little amp counter on Volzar, the lightning rod. Alex could deploy that Mind Warp here. It wouldn't be for maximum value.
He might have to. I don't think he can let this Aegis stay around for any more time.
Does seem like the target is Simon Nielsen, which is a curious choice. Always has the opportunity, like I said, because allies are targetable. Alex could just send this Eclectic Magnetism straight into Aegis. Instead, its face is the place for Alexander Vore.
That was a pretty fun interaction. Simon, I think, tried to read the card upside down at first, and then kind of gave up and just said, you know what? I'm not embarrassed to let people know. I need to read this card just to make sure.
Wow, he is human after all?
He does have a soul shield, so has the opportunity to block if he wants to. But notably, Prism blocking with 2 cards here does completely reduce the offensive capability that Simon will be able to represent in the upcoming turn. But he's probably made a cool read here that Alexander Vore might have a non-attack action that he wants to deploy after this. And all the non-attack actions really just do one thing, arcane damage. And so having that one resource float means he really gets to maximize his hand here. He gets an extra card in soul, and he has that one float for a potential arcane spell.
And Alex making the correct, albeit frustrating decision here to simply pass on over because that Mind Warp only would have been coming in for 3. The best he could have hoped for in that situation is to clear 3 Spectral Shield tokens. But the combo pieces are finally aligning here for Alex, and not a minute too late. Gone in a flash, found in the hand with nothing but instants besides. The arcane damage is taken care of because he astutely left the Mind Warp in the arsenal. We could finally see some lightning from the Lightning Wizard, and not a moment too late because Simon Nielsen, as you mentioned before, kind of has a weird synergy with Brutes in that Prism's math, what she can do, the ceilings on her turn, are oddly similar to the way the Brutes structure their turn. 2-cost attack, 2-cost attack. Even the Angels cost 2. So with only 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, as you mentioned, the ceiling is a lot lower.
Alex, this is the nuts. This is the actual nuts that Alex has drawn. Every single lightning card in his hand represents 5 damage because of the amp and the Mind Warp that he so astutely has kept in his arsenal. He's drawn that God in a Flash. This is not a moment too soon because this is probably the last turn he actually has to be able to kind of just face tank damage. He's already at 18. It's go time. If Alex can keep his entire hand, it is definitely go time. I count 15 damage plus itself, so it's 20, 23 damage just from the Godin Flash, plus all of the amp triggers, plus the 2 damage from the Mind Warp. This is 25 plus the potential Mind Warp trigger. We're going to see fireworks very soon.
He could even add an additional 5 if he decides to block with the Flash of Brilliance and ditch the electromagnetic somersault.
Absolutely.
Because an embodiment of lightning would be generated at that point, essentially allowing him to throw yet another Gone in a Flash before deploying the Mind Warp because he would have the extra action point floating. So Simon's got to get some work done here, or Alex is coming for his tournament life.
And I'm not sure if Simon even is aware. It's hard. It seems like he's in such a good spot. And truthfully, he is. He is in a great spot right now.
20 plays 18, but the effective life total for Simon Nielsen at this point is 28. At least if that ward board blocks for maximum efficiency at every juncture. Simon thumbing a card in hand. Doesn't seem like he has an easy turn cycle. Otherwise, I think he would have snapped it off at this point.
Yeah, he has just an Angelic Awakening, which is his only yellow. Angelic Attendant, apologies. The only yellow in his hand.
But a house of a card. Expansion slot upgrade for Prism Awakener of Soul. Upon resolution, Simon is able to awaken target Figment. Rather than pitching the card, he simply plays it. Also goes directly into Soul. One of the big rubs for Prism in general is being Soul starved, but that is not the case for Simon Nielsen. He is able to awaken this Figment into Soraya, the most powerful Archangel in the suite for Prism, and here it comes swinging. Not with Go Again, though, because a yellow card is not in pitch. You are absolutely right. Simon can absolutely draw it and then pitch to awaken the Figment of War, thereby giving Go Again to Soraya in the damage step, much like Acilio likes to do. But we can wait with bated breath, because Alex...
It's a bit risky. It's a bit risky, but it's the highest upside, because playing and resolving these Angelic Attendants lets him flip both Angels, which could really just... His ward board would just be too big for Alexander Vore to deal with.
But deal with it, he absolutely must. So this combo turn might not be putting Simon in the grave. It would instead... Oh, barely finds the yellow. Simon Nielsen bailed out by the second card from the top.
It could have been a cracked bobble, and I think I would be just as excited.
100%. Or it could have been a really pretty one in light of Soul. Have you ever heard Light of Soul compared to a crack bobble?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When I play Prism, they're the same thing. You might as well just give me that Christmas crack bobble.
Nevertheless, Bellona, Archangel of War, awakened here with the most powerful Herald in Simon's deck, but in this case, saving the turn. Action point gained here as Luminaris Angel's Glow confers go again to this first Angel attack. Alex still happy to take the damage, though. 4 comes across, and Simon needs to put more pressure on. He's definitely not going to be able to threaten lethal, but Alex knows he has a very uphill battle to climb through this combo turn, but when you see a hand like this, there's only one thing to do as a Cilio, and that's hit the green button.
Send me the bill. Tap, 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 tap.
Alex does have a little bit of a real-life wound on his hand. I'm not sure where he got it, actually. There's a big old Band-Aid on the top of his hand. Wonder if that was from slinging Gone in a Flashes all weekend, maybe getting a little bit of carpal tunnel.
I don't know. If he's going to draw like this, maybe just sign a contract with the devil. That's a really, really nice hand.
Alex has definitely done that at several points in his life.
If it were me, I would have like 2 Mind Warps in my hand right now, not knowing what to do with them. Kind of just like dead if I block and dead if I don't, you know?
You would somehow find a Light of Soul in your hand as a Cilio.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
just
I'd be like,
DQ'd.
dang it, I got the crack bobble again.
Simon Nielsen still in the tank here, though. About how to proceed. Wartune Herald goes into the pitch zone, and Herald of Rebirth out of the arsenal, threatening more damage. Ultimately, 11 more, thanks to the Courage token and the Angel that will surely follow. But that is not lethal for Alexander Vore.
And it's exciting for Alexander Vore because the total amount of possible damage that can be represented this turn, it's not 14.
Yep. It's face up right here. And just like Prism, as long as you have 1 life point to work with, you are down, but definitely not out as a Cilio.
Absolutely. And I do think this kind of shows that Simon, using Soul Shield the turn before, had actually a huge cost. He wasn't able to... So Luminaris, of course, gives 1 Herald and 1 Angel go again. So the maximum amount of damage, in an ideal case, would be Herald, Angel, Herald. And by using that Soul Shield last turn, 2 things occurred. 1, Simon was forced to pitch this Herald of Erudition that he drew off the top of Soraya, which he would be so much happier sending. Imagine if he got to start his turn with a Herald, then the Soraya, drawing the Herald of Erudition, then a Herald of Erudition, getting another Arsenal card as well. That would be an insane position for him and would represent more damage and potentially even putting Alexander Vore into a blocking mode. In this line, it's not the same. Alex has a lot of space here. He can choose to block with that Flash of Brilliance that you so mentioned. He can choose not to block at all if he thinks his hand's not going to get that much better, but I think I do agree with you. It's now or never. There might never be an opportunity to block with that thing.
And I really think the only consideration for Alex here was to block with Flash of Brilliance or not. Electromagnetic Somersault is an amazing card when you're able to use it for defensive value, or if you're able to target a Blast to Oblivion when you have a Sigil of Brilliance on board. But in this case, it is so much better to just convert into an embodiment of Lightning.
It has literally no text on your Gone Flash combo turn besides just being a Lightning instant.
Yeah, double go again doesn't do anything. Double inertia doesn't do anything. Double bounce your card back to your hand doesn't do anything either. So embodiment of Lightning token generated here. Alexander Vore showing that he has the reps to go the distance on a Cilio Constella Intelligence. He descends down to 8 to Simon Nielsen's 20. And I think the only thing that we need to wrap a bow on this turn for Simon Nielsen is another swing of an Angel. Does have the opportunity, has a fork in the road. Which Angel do I swing? Also, which Figment do I choose? But that's kind of non-consequential at this point. I tend to think that the Angel swung with here is going to be Aegis. Another card from Soul will be banished, and even more hefty of a ward board is going to be generated because Simon has got to know what is coming based on Alex's non-defensive posture.
If Simon gets to go to his next turn, Alex is dead. But if Simon doesn't, well, tough luck.
I do think that even though there is so much essential life on the board, Alex is going to be able to rip a couple cards here. Not just from the Mind Warp in the arsenal, another thing that Simon is going to have to contend with. So if Alex can buy even 1 or 2 cards on defense for Simon Nielsen, that Mind Warp is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, he has 3 Angels flipped plus the 6 Spectral Shields. That's 18 virtual health from the ward board.
It is crazy. But here we go. The namesake card for Acilio gone in a flash. We saw it once on day 1. When this attacks, the next time you play an instant card this chain link, you may return it to its owner's hand. Forget all of those heuristics, text boxes to figure out. What I want you to notice is that basically what this card says, every time Alex plays an instant, that instant essentially becomes gone in a flash. It essentially says, draw gone in a flash, play it again. Here we go. In the damage step, Old Knocker plus Lightning Greaves are going to be cashed in. Lightning Greaves gives every single instant card go again for the remainder of the turn. Go again already given to Gone in a Flash thanks to the embodiment of Lightning token generated by the bounce of Sigil of Conductivity with the block of Flash of Brilliance on the previous turn. Alex checking out the Angels real quick, perhaps thinking that he wants to remove them directly rather than allow Simon which ones to choose. But here we go. Gone in a Flash, going to be bounced back by Sigil of Conductivity. 2 action points now float for Alexander Vore. 1 from the instant being given go again by the Lightning Greaves, and 1 from the embodiment of Lightning used on the Gone in a Flash, and the fireworks are only just beginning, folks.
Yeah, Alex is doing a great job representing kind of the resources he's working with this turn. He has now 3 lightning cards for Volzar, 1 action point currently with Acilio. So basically, functionally going to be juggling 2 action points for quite a bit of this turn.
And the only time we'll see them both cashed in for maximum value is at the very end, when Gone in a Flash comes through for the final time, and the Mind Warp in the arsenal follows up. Got to highlight Sigil of Conductivity being a massive role player in Acilio. Even though it seems pretty innocuous, the fact that it is going to make Volzar free at the end of this turn is why we run this card. This Gone in a Flash, though, not coming in for the base value of 4. This one is 7 thanks to the electrostatic discharge that bounced it back on the previous chain link. This is the 3rd time we've seen Gone in a Flash, and it's heftier than ever. 7 damage coming across. The ward board is being chipped down for Simon Nielsen, but still plenty remain at this point.
Yeah, if I'm Simon, I start this turn thinking, what's the worst that he can do? And now I'm already getting to the point where I'm starting to do some math and thinking, wait, am I surviving this turn?
8 plays 20 here. But the life totals are going to be different, and the board state is going to be very different at the end of this turn. Alex needs to rip 1 or 2 cards, and then all of a sudden what Simon can do, all of the plans that he's got in place, are going to be very different for the next turn cycle.
Simon's hand currently is quite playable with the Herald of Erudition, but a Mind Warp could really change those plans for the worse.
Listen, you talk about your bad variance in Acilio. My bad variance always comes in the form of the Mind Warps. The number of times I have Mind Warped KOs into a Blood Rush turn is definitely non-zero, Michael.
I can believe it. I can believe it. When I get Mind Warp, sometimes as Gravy Bones, my hand was all allies, and I'm just like, please Mind Warp me at the end of this.
Gone in a Flash still representing 7 damage here. Simon Nielsen in the tank. Is it time to commit blocks or is it not? With a functional hand, you've got to be happy. Simon is now in the seat that Alexander Vore was in on the last turn cycle, knowing that I've got you dead to rights. If I can keep all of these cards, if you threaten more than 20 life, I'll consider it then. Up to 7 amp on Volzar Lightning Rod. Here comes the final Gone in a Flash for the turn. Second action point conferred here.
Simon hasn't taken a single point of damage yet. The ward board is that powerful. The wall of little shields and angels.
Give it time, though, Michael, because we know Mind Warp placed on, I believe, not on turn 0, turn 1 of Alexander's turn is finally going to get its time in the sun. Sun as bright as Alexander Vore's water bottle. This Gone in a Flash, not represented, but is coming in for 4 damage.
If I'm Acilio, I feel great having this Sigil of Lightning in play. I know that my next turn, there's going to be very few hands I can't convert.
The only way that you would feel better is if you were able to keep the Gone in a Flash for the arsenal, but Alex knows, I have to go. I have to go right now, and this is not the time to be holding back any damage that I could otherwise send.
Yeah, we'll just draw another one next turn.
Easy
It's all
peasy.
good.
And Gone in a Flash is an amazing card, but in multiples, it might as well be 2 inertia tokens.
Yeah.
4 damage represented here on the board, but so much more. The lightning rod is gathering strength, becoming a Tesla coil of power. The Nexus coalesces for Acilio Constella Intelligence. Life totals updated real quick here by Simon Nielsen for the stream. Alex is actually sitting at 4, which makes sense based on the turn that Simon had just a time ago. 1 damage finally comes across. Blood has been drawn from the Awakener of Soul. Down to 19 she goes, and here comes the bill. It is Mind Warp, ladies and gentlemen. 2 on its base, but buffed up by 7 amp from Volzar the Lightning Rod. This is the reason to play Acilio. It's also the reason for the season. No better holiday hero represented than Acilio, in my opinion. 9 arcane damage coming through. If it deals more than 2, Simon Nielsen is going to have to shuffle the entirety of his hand into his deck and draw that many cards, -1.
Fire Simon, I'm just happy to be alive at this point because I play Gravy Bones and we don't make ward. If this was me, yeah, I would start 8 life healthier, but I wouldn't have, I don't know, 18 spectral shield value of ward to protect me in this spot. I'd be dead with 3 allies in play.
4 plays 10 now as Simon Nielsen shuffles his cards into his deck, making sure right away that he is supposed to shuffle the cards into his deck, making sure that a judge is not called and that the resolution of this card is A-okay. That's a horrifying thing to possibly realize after you've put your cards in your deck. Alex, a really genial player, though, in his own right. Very good at helping his opponents through decision points, despite the fact that he's a stone-cold killer.
I think Simon is realizing that something he could have done maybe was activate Prism, pitching one of his blues, and then maybe AB1 just to get kind of like full value from that blue.
Interesting. Would have 1 less card after the Mind Warp Surge effect. That doesn't cover up the entirety of the Surge effect because Mind Warp was coming in for 9. Magical number is 3. Would only block 5 at that point. Well,
yeah, it would only block 5 at that point. The Surge would still be active, but maybe it was just like something he wishes he thought about before he just started shuffling his entire hand into his deck.
Okay, the hand is still functional fine.
I don't think you can ask for a better 3-card hand. This is probably the best 3 cards we could flip off the top here, to be completely honest.
Alexander Vore doing a little bit of Bryce Platz cosplay. Mind warping his opponent into a hand that is potentially even better than the one they had before. Here comes Herald of Edition. Alexander Vore shuffles his hand through his beautifully feathered hair and says, that is not the way I needed that to go. Because now that Dominate is conferred to Herald of Edition and the equipment suite already cashed in, Alexander Vore is seeing the writing on the wall, knowing that Simon Nielsen is going to be drawing 2 cards off of this no matter what, despite the fact that there's a sink below in the hand for Alex.
Alex is not dead yet. Potentially.
We'll get there, Michael. We'll get there.
He can activate Acilio. He still has lightning presses in his deck. There's, the chance that this channel Lightning Valley can become a lightning press, and it would really stop this turn and potentially lead him to a win. So I think there's some outs here. There's some outs here.
Let's give people some context here. Why does lightning press become the silver bullet in this situation?
Oh my gosh, it's such a weird interaction too, because in Flesh and Blood, most of the time when you're defending, you can't really react your own cards, for example. But Lightning Press being an instant is worded in such a funny way where it just says target attack that costs 1 or less gets that +3. And so in these spots, you can actually use it as a pseudo popper. You can block with something that doesn't have, 6 or greater power, but by lightning pressing that attack, you've now triggered Phantasm. So just a neat thing that you can do. It's not something that is always going to be great, but it might be one of Alex's only ways to get out of this.
Alex has 2 opportunities to find it. First one doesn't go super well. Can also use the sink below, but that would be even more awkward because he would have to pass to reactions, block with a card No, and he can't even do that.
Yeah, it'd be too late by then because he doesn't. Yeah, Dominate is kind of mean here.
So no pseudo popper out for Alexander Vore here. Gives a wry smile as he throws a sink below onto the combat chain. Does try to sink his way into the lightning press again. This isn't bad. It's yet another sink below, which can cover the next Herald that comes. But the damage is definitely going to be dealt as 1 damage comes across the line. Down to 3 goes Alexander Vore, and 2 fresh cards make their way into the hand of Awakener of Soul, and I think this is exactly why Simon Nielsen just wanted to come here and play Prism, because he likes doing unfair things to people. Figment of Ravages found out of the deck, which means that there's an arcane damage coming across the table, covered up by Sigil of Conductivity. A redundant embodiment of lightning hits the arena because Sigil of Lightning is going to leave at the beginning of Alex's turn. Maybe Simon's saying, I haven't chosen targets yet. I might choose myself. I don't know what the efficacy of that would be, but we're going to hold on to that priority window for a second. There is actually an interaction in the game of Flesh and Blood that would make Simon want to shoot himself with Arcane, but that is the other headpiece from the convention exclusive Living Legend Armory deck, Prism Awakener of Soul. Excuse me, Prism Arc. What is her original name? Arclight
Sculptor of Arclight.
Thank you so much.
You
Halo
ever
of Luminous Light. Thank you for
attack an
pulling it up,
angel
Ethan.
with 4 go again, holding 3 other cards in your hand, and then they just ravages that angel?
Yeah, dude.
Well, I don't know exactly who's holding priority here, because Alexander Vore could be maybe thinking the Aether Bindings trigger and maybe using that, maybe trying to sink into an instant. I just don't know who.
That is curious.
who the,
That is
the
curious.
ball's on, the wheel's on.
Whoever it's on the wheel does keep turning. Down to 18 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. Critical juncture, but I don't think it's going to go to time here, folks. Also, a good thing to mention here, we are in turn 3 of this round 9 in the calling in Seattle. Even though it's been a slog all the way through, there haven't been that many game actions taken by both of these players.
I think there have been a lot of game actions, not a lot of turns.
Sorry, yeah, I'm definitely speaking out of turn there. There have definitely been a lot of game actions. The back and forth is real here. Figment of Ravages with 1 Arcane still on the stack, and here it goes. Aether Bindings of the Third Age popped here. Alex doesn't have a better opportunity, so as Sigil of Conductivity leaves, not only is it going to leave behind an Embodiment of Lightning, but also 1 amp on that arm piece. But Alex does not have an instant speed source of Arcane, thinking that he can possibly get there with the sink below that is surely going to block.
It's such a heads-up play. Why would Alex want to do this with the Aether Bindings? Well, he kind of want to represent that maybe he has a shock of some sort. And what would that mean for Simon? Maybe don't send another Herald yet? Maybe
don't send an Angel, right?
Sorry, yes, exactly. Alex doesn't really have the counter to that Angel, but he's hoping that this sink below might get him there.
Warriors and Assassins aren't the only ones with tricks. Alexander Vore is sly as they come. And the Wizard's going to get you.
I think it's his only way to win. And I think he's realized that, because he cannot let this Figment of Ravages attack him.
Herald of Ravages on the combat chain now, threatening not just 6, but also another ping of Arcane if it happens to connect. So Flittering Charge, blocked with. To the reaction step we go. Sink below in London Flare, mind you. Put out on the combat chain. Card cycled, card drawn. I do believe it was a copy of Shock.
That would be perfect. It would be for 3.
It would be interesting.
It would stop the Figment's attack, and that would buy him the turn.
Yeah. A Figment that is actively being awakened by Simon Nielsen. Flipping it over into an Archangel. This one is Themis. The activated ability, not too crazy on this one. The more important bit is 4 power and 4 ward. But Arsenal for Simon Nielsen does not want to play into the shock that Alex was posturing. Quite a gambit, but not one that I think is going to save Alex here. No, he has to activate a Cilio because the style of shock was null shock. Unable to pay for that card because it does indeed cost 1. So responding in the action phase trigger of Sigil of Lightning is Alexander Vore. And gingerly placing a card into the arsenal is he as well. 3 plays 10. He's drawn up some instant speed Arcane. I don't know if it's going to be enough at this point, Michael. 10 plays 3, and Prism's got a 5-card hand. Herald of Ravages on the board, spelling Doom.
And there's also a Wrath in hand, so even if Alex blocks this perfectly, he may not be long for this world. Sorry, Angelic Wrath, the instant that would buff this Herald of Ravages by 3.
Now, if Simon Nielsen hadn't been able to generate quite so many Spectral Shield tokens, this could be a very different position. If Alex's combo turn had gone just a little deeper into the life total, that's exactly where he would like to be playing, with a zero-cost shock in hand and high voltage there as well. Could be doing Stormstriders at home things at this moment, but as it stands, the life buffer is just too big.
There was a Sigil of Brilliance, so he had an extra card, or Channel Lightning Valley up, so he had an extra card. But honestly, his combo was quite powerful.
Very potent indeed, but I think what was even more potent and what created the geography of this game was Simon Nielsen's astute use of the Spell Void 2 on Halo of Illumination. That can be a card that some Prism players are really reluctant to let go of in the face of just too little arcane, but it meant so much more than that when Simon deployed it.
It was functionally used for the same thing it's always used for typically, which is trying to get that Figment in play. Instead, it was just trying to keep a Figment alive.
Very interesting.
And Simon's playing this slow. He's respecting the potential shock potential. He knows he only has AB1, so even a shock for 2, which is just shock plus the Volzar activation, would stop his Angel.
Kind of obeying the old school wizard heuristic, but the fist bump is extended. Angelic Wrath is gonna get it done there. Simon, I think, being very patient there. A wizard player you might have heard of called Majin Bay says, I never hit the button until I absolutely have to, when I have gained the most possible information that I can. And I think Simon Nielsen's posture there is showing that he respects the old wizard heuristic, even in Illusionist. A masterclass on both sides of the table. A little bit of draw variance, not going Alex's way, but still was able to find an incredibly potent combo that just couldn't quite get through the ward board that Simon was able to establish. Was that about how you expected it to go there, Michael?
It's really hard to say. There was only 3 turns that each player had, or 4 turns. I guess the 4th turn is when it ended. It was wild. It was exciting. It was actually a lot of time elapsed for such few turns being played, but it was just a joy to watch. Cilio doing Cilio things, but Prism showing that she can be the queen of angels and shields.
And queen she actually absolutely is, perhaps even the queen of lightning at this point, despite the fact that she can't put any of those cards in her deck.
Style
Angelic
points, killing with an instant? Killing a Cilio with an instant?
Yeah.
That is. She definitely showed Cilio who the real instant master was.
That was the lightningest thing she could have probably done to win the game.
That's true.
I mean, eat your heart out, Pummel. I would much rather do it in Wrath. Okay. If you want to do some exciting things in Flesh and Blood, a lot of that comes with Armory deck support. And we've got more products coming your way. We have heard you at LSS. We know that you love this product line just as much as we do. And we're giving some beef to the original beefcake in Rathe, and that is Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. He's got new tools, some of which were kind of alluded to in a previous set. Heavy hitters introduced the beat chest mechanic, but this has distilled it into a fine plum wine that you can drink in a snifter after a really expensive dinner. Michael, what do you like from the Rhinar deck armory?
The blue 6, Alpha Instant, give me more. We want more blue 6s. What's so bad about another blue 6 for the brute class, huh?
Nothing. We put it in the armory deck. Here it is. Have fun. Also, have a lot of fun with a very flavorful Bear Destruction. Requires you to have beaten chest and also not have a chest equipment anymore. Banging on your chest is much more effective when there is no cloth, no Torque of Vim to get in the way of the beat. Also, Smell Fear, adding yet another copy, essentially, of Barraging Beatdown to Rhinar. One of those cards that enables turn 0 kills in the form of, I don't know, Barraging Beatdown, Smell Fear, another Intimidate, and, oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. What is that card? The 3-for-9, ultimately? The Alpha Rampage is what I'm looking for there. Rhinar fans, you got more toys to play with. Go and get it now. Assassin fans, we have been talking about all the tools that you have in your arsenal all weekend long, and there's even more. They're scarier than ever. Yeah, there's some clothes. The best named card in Flesh and Blood, Rage Baiters, is on offer. Stalker's Steps making its way into not just Arachne Slip Through the Crack decks, but his older brother, I guess, Arachne Marionette as well, but I want to talk about Horrors of the Past. We haven't seen it on stream this weekend, but this is a card that is going to be giving me the Mask of Recurring Nightmares effect.
That art, too. So grotesque, but just so, I don't know, fractal cool.
So gnarly. ultimately is what it is. And speaking of fractals, we got some in Meat Madness as well. That card was doing some serious chaos on stream earlier. A little bad variance went the way of the birds, and an Acilio combo came to end that assassin player's life, but Meat Madness was still on full display. The agony that was in the face of Timothy Wang as he stared it down was spoke volumes about what the card can do. We've also got untold mysteries coming your way. The second iteration of Armory Deck Origins, the first, of course, being Jarl Vitretti, coming in the form of Hala, Blade Saint of the Vow. Has a hero ability that us in the booth can't really evaluate yet. It seems a little bit lackluster on its face, but I think there are so many more questions than answers when it comes to the latest iteration of Warrior. All this and so much more coming your way. The hype is real, not because of Max the Hype Nitro, but something just as exciting. Finally, us Reviled fans are going to get something for us on the stream. RKO coming at you in a losing out situation, going after the original Warrior, Dorinthea Ironsong, who, in the hands of Richard Truong, did fall to Simon Nielsen, who we just saw on stream. But bottom line, we're going to see more attack reactions, more evil nonsense, and more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
We're dancing ourselves into the booth, but Alexander Vore is dancing himself out of the building. He's received the boot from Simon Nielsen himself. I'm just kidding. He gets to stay, he gets to play some side events and have a lot of fun, and he is just the guy to do it, especially after a resounding defeat. Who else is in the room? That's the question. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings as they sit right now. Griffin Myers remains the only undefeated. Gravy Bones enjoyers rise up. Michael Jaszczur, the Jacuzzi himself, finally takes his first loss alongside Christopher Iaali. I do think they are destined to meet in the future. We'll have to see, though. But besides that, a lot of big names remain on this first page. Who do you like now, Michael?
Well, Griffin Myers, he took down, I think he took down Brody and Christopher Iaali, Brody and Michael Jaszczur, both the other two undefeated. So he's looking like he's going on a tear of Gravy Bones, really showing everyone that Gravy's still here to stay. You can ban Chart, you can ban Tipple, you can ban anything else you want, but the deck is just fundamentally so powerful.
Griffin, of course, is still playing with Chart the High Seas. That ban and restricted announcement that we talked about earlier is going to go into effect on Monday. Besides that, also the effective banning of Kano, Drakai of Aether, but that has not stopped Zach Miller and Kenny Tran from bringing it. They remain on the first page, but finally, for the first time, are not right smack dab together. I got a chance to talk to Kenny, and Kenny is just a really swell dude. I'm happy he's doing well, and honestly, I'm really happy to see Kano, Drakai of Aether doing well. A lot of people are singing Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead, but there's a soft part of my heart that is going to be missing him.
Tater Kammeyer. Still X2 with that RKO. He's looking good, man.
Looking good on the standings page, and he's going to be looking good in the feature match area because, oh boy, we got a reviled brute to show y'all. And a not oft-seen hero on the other side of the table as well. Dorinthea Ironsong in the hands of Richard Truong, who is no stranger to the feature match area in his local scene and here at LSS sanctioned events. We saw him yesterday trying to take on Simon Nielsen, could not dethrone him, but there was some real luck on Simon's side of the table in order to make that happen. Let's see if he can take on the reviled brute. It's fair versus not so fair. The cheater himself in the hands of Tater Kammeyer versus Richard Truong. Very yellow, very Dawnblade oriented in his dress and in his 80. It's round 10. Richard Truong on the play here.
Richard really, picked himself up from that loss, and he's not lost again, so looking still really good.
Nevertheless, a loss here means the tournament is over. No more top 8 dreams for either of these players if they take the loss. One of them must in this case, though. Richard, on his first turn, simply plunks a card into the arsenal and it's back over to Tater, who really wants to get a life lead immediately. Tell the folks why, Michael.
Well, he has these cards called Mocking Blow and Big Bully, and they all trigger off of being higher life, or if you can figure out a way to boo yourself.
One of those cards that can boo is called Booze, and it's not just the after-tournament dinner where we're going to see that on display. It could very well be in this Reviled Brute. 1 damage finally comes across. Richard Truong. Richard Truong's blood is drawn first, but it's only down to 39, and he's got a 4-card hand with which to work. Tater, all too happy to put a defense reaction into the arsenal, finds another one in the hand and also a copy of Oasis Respite. It's going to be so difficult for Richard to sneak one of these Dawn Blades through, and that's the entire premise of our first ever Warrior.
I think Richard took that point of damage quite confident, thinking that he could actually maybe deal 1 or 2 points of damage to Tater. But looking at this hand, I'm not even sure that's going to happen.
Glint the Quicksilver is going to provide go again, but no reprise effect here because Tater was able to wait until the
2
attack
Iron
reaction
Song
step.
responses. This is a beating.
2 Iron Song responses for Richard Truong. Why are we saying this is a beating? Because Iron Song response is essentially textless unless the reprise is turned on. What is reprise, ladies and gentlemen? The defending hero has to have defended with a card from hand. Where did that Shelter from the Storm come from for Tater? The Arsenal. Richard is down big bad, and Tater is all too happy to be on the front foot. Does have redundant defensive pieces in this hand, though. Perhaps having a jest with Richard about it right here and now. And here comes the first roll of Scabskin Leathers that we've seen on stream. It's a hit. 2 action points generated at the risk of passing his turn. Tater Kammeyer is so happy because here comes a blue Nimby, essentially being a 1-card 4 in the blue because Tater is going to find himself a copy of Nimblism, even has the opportunity to turn this into a base power 6, as is his right with the KO underhanded cheat hero ability.
Yes, that's a really clean play here. He's going to get that blue Nimblism. He's going to be able to activate RKO, bringing this Nimby to a 6. And then with the 2 float from the 2 blues that he pitches, little claw for 3.
A little claw for 3 is going to go a long way because what Tater wants to do, what all RKOs want to do, is grip the life lead and never let it go. You thought Test of Iron Grip was a Guardian card? Well, it's a philosophy in Reviled Brute. And in the Warrior class, you really want to be doing value-oriented things. Sure, you want to kind of steamroll your opponent in the case of Dorinthea Ironsong, but value is the game plan. This might be the one hero in the meta, fresh from Super Slam, that can do it better.
It's really hard to outvalue a KO once he gets his engine going. Dorinthea, not really a hero I think about value as much, because it's hard to assign value when you're often taking maybe like a little bit below rate plays to try to get that Dawnblade counter. Then the value starts becoming almost infinite, you know? Once you get that first counter makes it easier to get the second counter. That second counter makes it easier to get the third counter, and so on and so forth. Typically, you won't get to 4 or 5 because your opponent will just simply be dead.
1 is the damage on the combat chain. Richard says, I really think you want to make this 6, but I don't want to overcommit here. So 1 card is the choice, essentially forcing the issue from Tater Kammeyer. And the follow-up is Mandible Claw. After 3 is converted, when KO cheats for the first time in the game and makes Nimby's base power 6.
Richard's in the blender. He has to commit cards, or he's going to permanently be a lower life. And if he doesn't commit cards, commits a little bit of armor block to stay healthier, he can be potentially staunched again. Tater knows that Richard's entire hand last turn was dependent on the reprise trigger. And Tater, by setting up that defense reaction in the arsenal and drawing another defense reaction and having an Oasis, technically won't turn on reprise until at least 8 power is presented on this Dawnblade. And even then, he has another D-react. This is not looking very good for the Dorinthea player.
And it's definitely not going to happen here. Richard gives a wry smile as he says, well, defense reaction from Arsenal stuffs whatever I was going to try to do, and it's another IP penalty for me. But there's one person in this match who is benefiting from IP penalties, and it's not Richard Truong. Up to 3 on the Fiendel Spring Tunic goes Tater Kammeyer, which means that this is turn 3 of the game, and the first mocking blow comes a screaming. So the crowd, you can't see them, but They're booing Tater at this point, no matter what. There it is. Thank you, Mr. Michael. A Vigor token is going to be generated thanks to the hero text on KO underhanded cheat, but more importantly, Mocking Blow is going to get a hefty +3. So it's not just a base 1 anymore, and Tater can make it even bigger by activating KO and cheating once again. Richard's still pretty darn blue-locked with his hands. A little bit of bad draw variance, which means that the best he can do in terms of value is on defense. And Tater is forced to finally pitch away that Oasis Respite, getting a little bit too clunky, just getting some more damage through, and he is still not letting go of this life lead, which means that the onus is on Richard to answer. Dawnblade comes out onto the combat chain, but it's not going to be too hefty here. Tater at this point has all of the information about what is in the arsenal for Richard based on the way he's been playing after blocks are declared.
Tater is just sitting behind a fortress of defense reactions, damage prevention, Sigil of Solace. He doesn't have to block at all, ever, from his hand. I'm Richard. I'm not sure this man's ever going to trigger Reprise.
A Sick Blow comes out of the arsenal, the third defense reaction in as many turns to do so. Richard forced once again to draw up after IPing one. And now, finally, he finds the reds, but they're all together, folks. Not a single blue in this hand after Richard has been blue locked for so many turns. Your heart's got to go out to him, doesn't it, Michael?
I'll be honest with you. The second time there's a D-React in Arsenal, if I were Richard, I would be blocking, pitching. I would do anything with the second Iron Song response, but that's been in his hand since turn 1. I want to highlight that Tater did sink his Sigil of Solace and drew an Easter egg. I feel like he got pretty rewarded here. There's few cards that were better than Sigil of Solace, and he really got a good one.
Without a doubt, but Tater probably identifying that he's essentially got Richard stun locked. So maybe it's time to try to go on the offensive as much as humanly possible. Nimby is going to follow up Enlightened Strike, and with that one resource floating from the Vigor token generated from the Boo, this blue Nimblism represents so much more than just a pitch card. It's also going to make Nimby a 6-power attack rather than a 1-power attack if Richard dares to disrespect it. But I think the best thing he can do here is throw in 2 cards on defense once again.
This is the tried and true fundamentals of this reviled KO deck. Just sending really good numbers. Nimby has a 1-card 6 here with that Vigor token.
And after a 5 go again from the most versatile card in Flesh and Blood's card pool, Enlightened Strike, Tater is really, really happy here. Also, looks like he might be posturing the arsenal of an offensive behavior. One of those cards from Super Slam that is all about generating the 2 tokens that your Super Slam hero cares about most. But in this case, I think the one that has actually found its way into constructed play. Unsheathed plus Steelblade Supremacy is the start for Richard Truong, followed up by a Dawnblade pitching 2 reds, demanding respect from Tater, hopefully by cards from hand, so Richard can finally deploy the Iron Song response in the arsenal.
Do you think Tater thinks Richard has an Iron Song response in his arsenal?
I think if he's ever played against a Dory before, I think he does.
Yeah, I think he does too.
And this posture of defense is telling the story for us, I think, Michael. Oh, no, there is a card coming down from hand. I was wondering if he would only block with Scabskin Leathers and Apex Bonebreaker and then just let the... no, there's no defense reaction in Arsenal. Maybe let the Fate Foreseen from hand do the work.
I'm surprised. I didn't catch his arsenal. Are you sure it's an offensive behavior? Because if it's another D-React...
If it is another D-React... Honestly, if it's another D-React, why would he be blocking with a card from hand?
Oh,
that's my thought.
True. That is true. Mainly because I think he's trying to get to block to 11 this turn, thinking that there's an Iron Song response in Arsenal.
So the total blocks are 9 on Tater's side of the board. This Iron Song response will... Oh, wait, it's a take it on the
Which perfectly blocks out here.
No, it's not an offensive behavior. It's something much, much worse for Richard. Agility token generated for Tater after preventing the final points of damage from that Dawnblade. And once again, Richard is relegated to no blood drawn on the other side of the board. Man, how does the context of that turn change if Richard was able to draw a resource card?
Well, he would be forced to use his boots, but I think at this point it would be a privilege to just hit Tater at all.
He also would have been able to play the second Iron Song response rather than pitch it.
Yes, yes. Here we just have this is probably one of the least efficient turns that Tater's had this entire game. On virtue of just having an all-red hand that he still managed to convert pretty well. Using that Tunic, this big bully is technically a 2-card 8 that makes a bigger token.
And the crowd comes booing once again. Hit the button, Ethan. Let him hear it. Because Tater has more life than Richard at this point, and for every single turn of this game, the crowd will boo him. And if he has been booed this turn, Big Bully's base power is doubled. So even though it was coming in for a big bad 9, it could have been much worse. If Tater had had the pitch card to change its base power to 6, that would have been 13 instead.
Richard finally just kind of putting the pressure on Tater to convert the hand, but Tater has drawn the one card that just frees him from so many of these situations.
Which is, of course, outside interference. And tell the people why, Michael. They're about to see why.
Well, outside interference is a reviled brute action. Costs 3, attacks for 6, blocks for nothing, but it has this really cool activated ability where you discard it and you can find a reviled attack action from your inventory, basically your sideboard, and put it into your hand. But the cool thing of this is because right now KO is still on Mandible Claw, it also gives the claw go again. So it's functionally like a 1 card that replaces itself and gives you go again. And I think I actually see 2 copies of that card in Tater's hand. He's going to be able to represent a lot of cool things this turn.
Without a doubt. There's also a Command and Conquer at the ready. So, yeah, this is going to be a big ouchie for Richard. Not something you want to see if you are a fan of Dorinthea. Richard, I think, sees the writing on the wall. I've seen his head in his hands more in the 10 minutes that have elapsed in this game than I think ever before in my life, and he's one of my locals. Richard
I feel bad. We keep putting him on stream, and this keeps happening to him. He's never going to want to be on stream again. No, but I think he's holding up really well, and I think that Tater has some interesting decisions to make this turn. To be honest, he's not going to be able to convert his entire hand no matter what he gets from this outside interference. And, you know, is he ahead enough that he maybe doesn't really want to, you know, use those scab skins? Because he could get some more damage if he did.
A curious choice, but when you are this far ahead, yeah, I think the safe thing is just to send this Mocking Blow.
It's only for 5.
But remind me, Michael, is Tater still above Richard in life?
I don't think he's ever been lower.
Oh, so we're going to have to boo him once again. Let the people hear it. Come on, Arena, get up on your feet. Tell this man that he is the cheat that you don't want to see winning here. Instead, the revered side is taking a beating, though, and Richard doesn't have any of those cheer effects to counter the boos. No, it's Mocking Blow plus a pitch card for KO underhanded cheat. All of a sudden, this Mocking Blow, this little slap in the face, went from 1 to 10 out of nowhere.
This just does feel like cheating. It's like every turn has just been a beating. Richard's been sometimes blocking, sometimes using armor. He's never dealt a single point of damage. This is just, I feel like people are buying singles for this deck right now. You know what I mean?
Yep, I definitely think that the price of these cards are going from 1 cent to 2 cents, without a doubt. Iron Song Determination Resolve for Richard, and also a Warrior's Valor, which means that it's action speed Dorinthea, which is not always where you want to be. Usually, honestly, one of her more scary statures, but Tater has got the tools to deal with it. It's a Shelter from the Storm in hand.
I just don't think he cares anymore. Like, even if this hits, right? Even if this hits and Richard's able to attack again, like, Tater could be a blitz hero at this point. He could be at 20 life and he'd still be ahead.
Mocking Blows are still turned on, even if we're playing the sunsetted blitz format. Not quite sunsetted. I guess we still have until the end of the day for that to happen.
Absolutely, but that's not what's going to happen. Tater's still going to fight here. Maybe he's trying to hit a high score, you know? Like, we're never taking damage at all.
Tater, I'm stunting on you. Kammeyer is blocking a hefty amount here. Steel Victory, one of those juicy cards from Super Slam, offering the steal of an Aura token. Richard, unfortunately, doesn't have a single one. Hasn't been able to activate his Grains of Blood Spill one time this game. Blade Flurry attempting to come over the top. And Tater takes damage, despite the fact that he has a Shelter from the Storm in hand. Maybe giving a little bit of hope to his opponent. Playing the heal really, really well, ultimately.
Well, this is another Dawnblade swing for 6 Dominate because of that Blade Flurry, because of that Iron Song Determination. And unless Tater commits a Scowling Fleshbag, this is going to be maybe a Dawnblade counter for Richard?
Again,
A glimmer of hope, perhaps?
yeah, does he care at this point? Like, what does clawing back from the jaws of defeat look like for Richard at this point?
Well, Tater's going to have his worst turn he's had probably the entire game thus far, which is sending a Command and Conquer when Richard doesn't have an arsenal. So there is some hope. Richard's kind of, gotten a Dawnblade counter, gotten online, so to speak, but it might be too little, too late. And also, this is one of those scarier Command and Conquers. Tater held onto 2 cards. This is just pure reviled action. Holding onto a sigil while representing a pummel.
And I think the question that I posed to you earlier is a completely different answer for Tater. I think Tater loves bluffing pummels a little bit more than playing them. 'Cause that's exactly what he's doing here.
Living it up. You can't tell from his facial expression, but I think inside he is the giddy boy getting to relive his childhood.
He is #living evil without any question. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is a reviled player straight before. Honestly, he looks like a really sweet guy. 6 damage on the combat chain here still for Richard to deal with.
I've actually had the privilege of playing Tater
before.
At my run at Calling Portland, I did not write his name down actually, but I played him in this really funny game, Enigma Ira, where halfway through the game I exclaim at something. I say, "Hey, I played against this deck on Talishar. Did you pick it up from somewhere?" And he said, "Do you remember the username?" And I basically said it, and he was like, "That was me."
So you didn't write down Tater's name. You wrote down that username.
I just remembered it because it was a very aggressive form of Ira, Scarlet Revenger, playing the quintessential card that made me realize, wow, this is exactly like that guy I played on Talishar. Was a yellow Biting Breeze was pitched.
Defense reactions aplenty are in the hand and the arsenal for Tater Kammeyer, which means that this commanding performance is not going to get maximum value here. It says, until the end of turn, your warrior attacks get, when is defended by 1 or more attack action cards, destroy a card in the defending hero's arsenal. Tater Kammeyer can cover up the majority of this just with defense reactions and equipment pieces, the scariest of which, Scowling Fleshbag, might be making its appearance for the game. Scowling Fleshbag going to cheat that card out of Richard Truong's hand and into the banished zone face down. Oh, and also there's that cheeky bit of defense reaction play that is going to cover up the entirety of this Dawnblade, and in as many turns, Dawnblade gets a counter and loses it. Easy come, easy go in this arena.
And well, the problem is, to get that counter, Richard paid a hefty blood price. I don't know if he's ever going to be able to do it again.
And Richard is distraught because for the second time this game, he draws nothing but reds. And before that, it was nothing but blues for 2 turn cycles. This is definitely the most in the blender emotionally I have ever seen Richard Truong. He is normally a stalwart defender of the warrior class. But nevertheless, he is gracious in the face of this mocking blow, which, yet again, is booing Tater Kammeyer.
I think he's taking this really well. I think it's hard to remain, even keeled and have this strong posture, but he's taking it as it goes. He's shrugging it off.
And Tater getting a lot of information here as he shrugs off the energy counters of Fyendal Spring Tunic, uses a blue from hand to change Mocking Blow from 5 into 10. That dastardly cheat is very underhanded, and underhanded is exactly where he wants to put Richard, and he's getting ever closer as 35 plays 8 are the life totals. Back over to Richard Truong, who is able to resolve just a Sharpened Steel and a swing of the Dawnblade. Sharpened Steel, the card intimidated out of the hand for Richard Truong. I do wonder if it was better played last turn. I definitely think that was Richard daring Tater to block with the Scowling Fleshbag.
Yeah, that is a really good point you bring up. Richard didn't even have an attack reaction, but by posturing like that, he made it really juicy to get Scowling Fleshbag and kind of just bought it. Maybe if he had done this a little bit earlier, if the hands had lined up, Richard's still showing that he is a master of this story, but through some bad hands, through some unlucky situations with the reprise, he's kind of been in the blender, but, we can still appreciate those moments of genius and just well played by his decisions.
Even though Tater is reviled, playing the heel through and through, he does know how to give us a show. Lets his blood let a little bit for Richard Truong, gives him a glimmer of hope as he descends him down to 6, and here comes a blue Mocking Blow, which is probably going to be just as good as a red one when Tater is all said and done. It's 3 power on this attack for now, but it is almost assuredly going to be 8 when all is said and done. And cheating once again is Tater Kammeyer. He's got a sweet face, but a stone-cold heart. Richard descends down to 1 after Mocking Blow gets a juicy buff of base power. It's 1 place 29. Richard has 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and not a hope or a prayer. But here comes Steel Blade Supremacy plus Warrior's Valor. It's action speed Dorinthea, just about the best you can hope for, but ultimately it's only a Dawn Blade for 8 when Tater has finally found himself a copy of Pummel.
We haven't seen that gorgeous Pummel promo yet, but with that Vigor token, that show of strength in Arsenal, and that sigil, he has it all. He's going to be able to do that little dastardly reviled trick, but this time he'll have both.
No black, says Tater, as he basically laughs at the Dawnblade of Richard Truong. A card drawn there, down to 21 goes Tater, but the reason he's laughing is because he can send these cards in a meaningful way. So 8 go again, comes across the line, and another blue found on the top of the deck for Richard Truong. Does have the opportunity to create his first Vigor token of the game, thanks to Grains of Bloodspill. Also, first activation of Brave Forge Bracers means that this Dawnblade is coming in for a hefty 6. Will draw another card on hit and also get its second counter of the game. And a not often seen card coming out on the combat chain on defense for Tater Kammeyer. I do love seeing Rotten Remains making its way back into lists. Really, really juicy stuff from the Hunted. Honestly, had its mainstay in the limited format, getting rid of some 1-power daggers from your opponent's graveyard. So I do love to see it in play here. All of the damage dealt here for Richard Truong. Decides he doesn't want to arsenal that nip at the heels. Instead, it's just another Vigor token paid forward into the next turn. Richard needs all gas all the way, but can he survive this onslaught? A Vigor token popped for Tater Kammeyer, as is his right, as a booed, reviled hero. And here comes Show of Strength. Oh, boy. And is there anything in hand that could possibly make this a little bigger, Michael?
Well, Richard doesn't even know if there's going to be a Pummel or not.
Doesn't even matter. Richard Truong throws out 9 block and extends the hand. No, the attack reaction master on this day is not Dorinthea Ironsong. Instead, it's a different flavor of Brute. And Tater Kammeyer doesn't even need to take his victory lap. He gets up and leaves the table, ready for a bathroom break, and to put another revered hero from Flesh and Blood universe into the dust. Off the tightrope and body slamming his way ever closer to the top 8 is Tater Kammeyer, and we are left to wonder, what can these heroes do in the face of the heels?
What can Kammeyer do? Seriously, though.
Pretty much everything. He's definitely made I almost called you Michael Hamilton. Michael Feng's hit list. He definitely has made Richard Truong's now as well. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, is so much more, but it's a calling here and there. Let's go ahead and see what we have coming up for you. It's World Tour Hong Kong, December 19th to 21st. And if that sounds like it's coming up real fast, it definitely is. That is just next weekend. Myself and my co-caster are going to be bringing you all the action, but in a much different flair. Team Reviled, Team Revered, those are the promos you can pick up, and that's also what you can expect from the casters in the booth. I'm going to take the Revered seat next weekend. Michael is going to take the Reviled seat. It's Evil Twins all weekend long. Besides that, World Tour Akihabara, January 9th to 11th. That's going to be brought to you by a different flair, but very, very skilled casters. We've got Charles Dunn from Team Runaways and Mitch Ubershouts Leslie of Flesh and Blood and just about every other esports fame. All that and so much more coming at you. Are you going to see them on stream? You better believe it. I've already talked about it. Hong Kong and Akihabara are going to be gracing your streams on the Flesh and Blood TCG YouTube channel. And besides that, yeah, I've already talked about the people that are going to be giving you the show. The faces look pretty good in these headshots, but you'll have to deal with what we can do in the booth. That's more about the voices, and we are all better for it. We got faces for radio, but voices for them as well. Michael Feng, how you feeling about what we've seen so far?
That was a slaughter.
Yeah, that was pretty rough.
It's hard to understate that. It's hard to really say it was anything else. Richard would agree too. Sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes they have a D-React in Arsenal, a D-React in hand, and an Oasis when you go for the play, and that's just Dory life. Dorinthea has thrived in this meta because a lot of the top decks aren't really good at blocking a lot and don't have that many D-Reacts, but the meta has been shifting, and it's not been great for her. Decks like RKO are just not even on, I think, Richard's radar. I think this has been kind of an eye-opening experience for him. Maybe not just him, but the stream and fans of like the reviled class. But that was just a lot of bread and butter plays. Like nothing that RKO did was like extremely flashy, but every turn it was just, this hand is a couple points better than your hand, a couple points better than your hand. Wow, now I find myself at 40 and you're at 20. I don't know how we got here, but I'm in no blocks now because now I have drawn the real good stuff. And also, just being able to feign those pummels with the sigils, like that's just peak.
That's
I wish
reviled stuff
Guardians
through
could
and
do
through.
that, actually, now that I think about it.
Okay, Warrior fans, you may be down, but I promise you're not out. You still have hope out there, and it's going to be coming at you for our next feature match. We are going to be back with Kassai of the Golden Sand in the hands of a world champion finalist versus the reigning world champion, Michael Jaszczur. Holy boy, it's going to be a match for the century. So we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We got more dual wielders, more blades, and more flesh and blood coming at you. The banned and restricted announcement is not the only thing that has been shaking up the metagame. That's happening on Monday, but for now, the standings at Calling Seattle are definitely shaken up. Here is your page one, ladies and gentlemen. Griffin Myers remains dominant, but all of a sudden, Andrew Lorenz is bringing up the Acilio banner. Alongside, the Cindras are still doing well, but it's in the hands of a different Canadian now. Yuki Bender remains the most undaunted Cindra in the room. Michael Jaszczur, Mr. Jacuzzi himself, finally takes another loss, and he's going to be going up against the 6th seed, Christopher Iaali, with Kassai of the Golden Sand. I promise you, Warriors, you are down, but you are not out, and I am going to not renege on that promise. We're going to see them on stream right here and now. Michael, who else are you looking at here?
Tater?
Yeah.
There's only 14 players who are still eligible for the top 8, and Tater Kammeyer is still there. This would be a landmark moment for RKO, making the top 8 of a calling. That would actually give him legitimacy. I mean, like, I know that here in the booth we have a certain person who has been a big fan, Ethan Manson himself.
Yeah, me. Whoa,
of
him?
the hero.
Yeah, Ethan has been he's been bringing the house down on social media, saying that RKO needs to have his day in the sun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a deck that I believe in, and he's made at least one disciple, and they're doing awfully well here. Kudos to you, Ethan, for all that you do for Flesh and Blood, and also for what you have done for Tater Kammeyer. Hayden Jeanson, unfortunately, the top-seeded Jarl at this point. At the top of this day, we had 5 Jarls still in contention, but unfortunately, the Elemental Guardian has not quite gotten there in the end.
Michael Clare, of course, on stream earlier and still alive here at 11th. Shoutouts to him, hoping him the best on his tournament run. This would be one of the first callings he's ever done well in.
Richard Truong is not alone in defeat. There are so many huge names on this page that are now out of contention for top 8. Richard Truong is one of them. Jacob Clements, Eric Daurenheim, Alexander Vore, Michael Hamilton, Connor Simons, who we saw being the crank master yesterday, Peter Budensick, Kevin Murphy. The dream is dead for all of them, but they can still compete for cash here at Calling Seattle, and of course a lot of fun because
Pro Tour points.
Pro Tour points,
Player of the Year points, World Tour points.
World Tour points is definitely the thing that we want to be saying, right? Representatives of LSS, okay, cool. World Tour points are what are on offer and what you can be competing for here, and those have really intense significance. They can qualify you for Tier 4 events in the future. For now, our eyes turn to another lose and out situation. Let's go ahead and hit that button, Ethan. Get down to the match floor. The last bastion for Warriors, Christopher Iaali on the right side of your screen, XN2, going up against the king of Flesh and Blood, Michael Jaszczur, current reigning world champion, piloting the exact same 80 that brought him such fortuitous fortunes in Philadelphia. 8-2 as well. Either you ascend or you're kicked out at this point. Michael Jaszczur on the play here. Christopher Iaali receiving the first.
Volley of
here
damage.
we go. That's what I was looking for. Volley. It's been a long day. My tongue is very tired, but these players are fatigued just as much as I am, if not more so. They've got to get it done still. Ignite coming down on the combat chain for Michael Jaszczur to go again, going to discount the next Draconic card played or activated this combat chain. We do have a World Championship card, thanks to the fact that Michael Jaszczur is the reigning World Champion, so it's not just a gold cold foil Cindra Dakai of Retribution. The proof is in the pudding and on the cardboard, designating Michael Jacuzzi Jaszczur as your reigning World Champion. But Christopher Iaali, in his own right, has had his shot at that exact title, falling in the final round in our first ever World Championship in San Jose to Michael Hamilton, who became a household name right after that tournament. Chris is a stellar player in his own right, and bringing Kassai of the Golden Sand was not a frivolous choice here. He thinks that this deck does what Cindra does in terms of threatening Mask of Momentum, but way better. Chris insists that you get to do it every turn when you're popping a gold and making your swords free, so he dares Michael Jaszczur to outvalue the value queen herself.
This is a hero that also really enjoys playing against heroes that mainly have attack actions in their hand, maybe a lot of attack actions that block 2, that functionally block 1 on a Centauri Saber. And while not an Earth hero, this first turn, with Christopher taking 0 actual damage and getting 2 yellows and 2 reds, he's immediately online. It's not exactly decomposing, but it's being able to use that Kassai, the Golden Sand's hero ability. This is kind of a great start. And this is something that we've been seeing maybe some Cindra players choose to do, and some Cindra players don't choose to do in these situations.
Okay, it's not all good for Chris, though. He did have to pitch a red, 1 of 4 in the hand for the Centauri Saber, and it's all at action speed. It's all very heads up, which is normal Kassai bread and butter. So an Outland Skirmish plus a Sharpened Steel equals a Centauri Saber coming in for 8. But that's not all it's threatening. Copper may look like an inane token, inane item, but in the hands of Kassai the Golden Sand, it can be absolute terror. She turns pennies into blood, literally, with her power card Blood on her hands. 8 damage threatened here, and also a gold token on offer for Christopher Iaali.
I love it. I love it. This is so interesting because Christopher, of course, kind of telegraphs that there's not going to be a follow-up by pitching that Unsheath, which is technically strictly better than the Sharpened Steel. But maybe this is just an intelligent play. He doesn't need to represent something else. It's probably not going to affect Michael's blocking decisions. And by keeping that Unsheath in there, who knows? We might get there.
Ronin Renegade, the first action for Michael Jaszczur. 3 go again in the Draconic variety. 3 go again here. The quintessential Draconic starter blocked out immediately by a blue Blade Runner, one of those glue pieces for Kassai the Golden Sand. In this position, one of the things I absolutely love about Kassai is how flexible she is, literally just by playing the 80 that you should. Both Raise an Army and Blood on Her Hands are the power cards, but they do such different things. They respond to such different game states. Just by having them, by virtue of having them in your deck, Chris is kind of ready for all situations, bringing the same 60.
They also use different like coins and currencies. So it's kind of fun because a lot of these games you'll be managing these resources. There's a lot of tokens in this deck. You have the copper tokens, the gold tokens, the vigor tokens, sometimes the agility tokens. And managing all these little game pieces is what I love about Flesh and Blood. It makes it kind of that board game-esque feel.
Fire Tenant Strike first is the follow-up here, foreboding more Draconic Chain Links to follow. Chris accepts this damage, however. Mask of Momentum remains not live here as Hot on Their Heels comes in at a break point thanks to the Fire Tenant Strike first. 4 go again, and Mark conferred on hit, but a fate foreseen from the Arsenal. Shortcutted to by Christopher Iaali. Takes a look at the top card of the deck as Michael Jaszczur considers the Flick Knives in the arm slot.
I want to call to attention that Valiant Dynamos. I believe it's the first time we've seen it this weekend because we've only mainly seen Dorinthea, but that is a critical equipment piece here by Christopher Iaali, representing 1 point of value basically every turn, but he does need to find a window to actually use it.
That is the one card that people have dared to offer up as ban-worthy in the Warrior equipment suite.
Yeah.
And there's good reason. I mean, the value potential on Valiant Dynamos is just about infinite. He's blocking with 1 here for Christopher Iaali, but that's not the last time we're going to see it blocked with. No, it only blocks for 1, and it has Battle Worn 1, but every time Chris swings 2 or more weapon attacks in a turn, he gets to take a -1 counter off of him.
Yeah, technically that was still Mask Trigger was live there as the Fire Tenant hit, and then there was a Flick Knives activation on the second chain link. And so that Lava Burst technically did have an on-hit, although maybe questionable if it was actually going to be used as Dragon Scale Flight Path hadn't been blocked with.
A heck of a lot of damage, and also a Mask of Momentum trigger stuffed by Christopher Iaali, and he still had 2 cards left in hand. And here is why Chris thinks that Kassai just does the Mask of Momentum thing better. That gold token not cashed in for a Centauri Sellsword, but instead a card off the top of the deck. And because of the hero text on Kassai the Golden Sand, no longer does Christopher Iaali have to pay for sword attacks this turn. So hit and run going to give go again. Slice and dice going to give overall 4 points of value. This first Centauri Saber comes in for 3 go again.
And it's so clean. The armor suite that Warriors have in that Grains and that Braveforge Bracers, Chris is very likely going to be able to use that floating resource for some type of value here. it's just my favorite thing. It's like sustainability, caring about the ecosystem, letting no resource go to waste. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that. Definitely a green move from Christopher Iaali. And also one of the things that I love about Warrior so much as well. I'm a recent convert thanks to Feng, Jerkai of Blades. That mini quest and all of the red cards really brought me into the fold, but then I was sold by Valiant Dynamos, Grains of Bloodspill, and Brave Forge Bracers. That is really what kept me in the Warrior camp. 5 is the follow-up here because Slice and Dice buffs the second weapon swing a little bit more than the first. So this Centauri Saber comes in for 5, but it does represent 1 point better because Michael Jaszczur likely only has attack action cards in the hand. If he's to block with them, Centauri Saber will get a +1 buff for the remainder of the turn.
Really not incentivized to block these sabers. These sabers have that dreaded text. When this is defended by 1 or more attack action cards, it gets +1. So at best, your attack actions block for 2. At worst, they block for 1. And almost always, they'll do more damage being used to attack on the combat chain.
And just like that, Chris Iaali does the bread and butter dual-wielding warrior thing, which is to present a staunch defense and then also let the blood of your opponent very efficiently on your own turn. Pain in the backside is the first affirmative action for Michael Jaszczur on this turn 2 of round 11 in Calling Seattle. 24 plays 36, and based on the blocking decisions for Michael Jaszczur, he might have found a functional hand.
That's the start, a good start to this. It's going to be really hard to get a Mask of Momentum trigger in this matchup. So hard that I have known some Cindra players to switch to the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, particularly, there's just so much armor. Chris hasn't even touched it yet. He's only used that Dynamo once and then reset it already. There's no other hero with more armor than this than a Guardian with a shield, so it's going to be a while before Michael really realizes the value of that Mask of Momentum. A lot of these attacks may chip away at some of that armor. Force Christopher to use some of those pieces of armor to block critical breakpoints. Maybe even use 2 pieces of armor to block a snatch, for example. But at 24 already, Michael's found himself kind of behind early on to this game.
It's precarious for sure. Perhaps a soon-to-be banned card called Wrath of Retribution could tip the scales back in Michael Jaszczur's favor. For now,
Absolutely.
Chris remains very happy to do some defense, and I think that actually plays into Michael's hand as it was drawn up a little bit. He wants to use the Throw Dagger sooner rather than later to gain information from the top of the deck, and the sooner he can do it, the better, especially because Pain in the Backside was the only ninja card in his hand. Could have one in the arsenal, but Throw Dagger does require you to have an active chain link that is Assassin or Ninja.
Just requires you to have a dagger. It is
Actually,
itself an
completely
Assassin
wrong,
Ninja
yeah.
attack reaction.
I'm thinking of Ancestral Empowerment and the stipulations on that. But thank you for the correction.
Yeah, of course.
Blaze Headlong, the follow-up here. 4 go again, thanks to the fact that a red card has preceded it.
A red card has been played. A blue card's been played.
And so what Throw Dagger functionally does here is it delays Michael Jaszczur's need to use Flick Knives, thereby keeping Mask of Momentum live for even longer than Cindra is wont to do. So Chris almost undoubtedly has the ability to block out this breakpoint with a 3 block from hand and a Valiant Dynamo's kick, but Flick Knife still remains at the ready, which means that the third chain link will also be representing Mask of Momentum. Or representing it no matter what, ultimately.
Yeah, Chris has to make some interesting decisions on blocks every single turn. Oh, this Fate Foreseen.
Fate Foreseen blocking out Blaze Headlong in its entirety, and now Michael Jaszczur has to make the critical decision. Do I flick now? Would mean that Chris is forced to take a bit of an off turn, and based on the context of his hand, I think he might want to do just that. This is a pretty
That's a really
standard.
good 2-card hand. I think Chris is probably going to have to leverage his armor this turn to prevent a Mask of Momentum trigger.
Flick Knives does happen here. That Kunai of Retribution has wings. It comes across the table, connects with Chris Iaali's life total. No prevention effects to be had. And a resource generated from Blood-Splattered Vest for Mr. Jaszczur. I do believe that's because there's a 1-cost payoff in the arsenal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a cut through into a breaking point, and then he needs that extra resource to buy back both daggers, as he's only has 2 Draconic Chain Links after that 1 cost is played.
Oh, I completely missed the first generation of a resource from Blood-Splattered Vest from Throw Dagger.
Yeah. Just clean play done by the world champion, realizing, well, now that I've drawn this cut through, I won't have that third Draconic Chain Link.
So one of those resources is gonna be used to buy back the Kunai of Retribution that are in the graveyard. The other paying for that breaking point that is the coup de grace of this classic Cindra turn.
This also does kind of tell me that maybe Michael has once again found himself in a situation where he has a little bit too many chain enders. There's probably a chain ender in that arsenal as well.
Now, Chris is packing a Balance of Justice in the head slot. Normally, that telegraphs that you're expecting your opponent to draw 2 cards, but in the case of Cindra, it can happen. Do you think Chris is incentivized ever to let it happen?
Probably not. I think if it happens almost like you didn't want it to happen, but then it happens, so you might as well make things more balanced or fair with that Balance of Justice. Rarely will you be actively looking to turn on the Balance of Justice, though there might be some situations where, for example, if Michael's already drawn off the mask and then ends on something like a Snatch and maybe can't use both of those cards for whatever reason, and your hand also doesn't play, where you're incentivized to, hey, I just need to see one more card to make my hand work, and I'm willing to pay the price of giving you that extra card as well.
No blocks declared for Christopher Iaali here. Down to 29 he goes, probably because he doesn't have an arsenal for breaking point to threaten, so it's not maximum value on that card there. And yes, Chris did have a pretty bread and butter standard good 2-card play
This is
from
just
Kassai,
alchemy.
but I do absolutely love this decision because taking an off turn as Warrior is not necessarily a bad thing, especially when the arsenal is open. That Blade Runner can be placed in the arsenal, and then Chris has all of a sudden 3 cards to devote on the defense, and Michael Jaszczur is not happy the way this drew up. There's a Shelter from the Storm in the hand when his opponent is only representing 2.
This is not the hand you want to have when your opponent takes an off turn. That Oath of Loyalty is kind of a brick here. The Shelter, also a little bit of a brick. Oh, there was a... Okay, that makes more sense.
Even worse here. There was a defense reaction in the arsenal, so Michael Jaszczur can't even just try to convert everything and then plunk the Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. There is going to be an IP penalty here, folks.
I will say Loyalty does seem pretty good in this matchup, giving it another thought. The games do tend to go slow, and this actually blocks 3 when a lot of your cards don't block 3 because of the Centauri Sabers. So I think it's a good card to have in this matchup, but Michael really wishes that maybe he had a better 4-card hand offensively.
We burned with shame, now the land shall burn with vengeance. That is the Emperor's eulogy. And also, Michael Jaszczur's philosophy in this matchup. He doesn't seem like a super vengeful guy to me, Michael, is he?
No, absolutely not. I don't think so either.
Is he a sweetheart?
I think so. I think he's going to be one of our most charismatic world champions to date.
Okay, even supplanting this supposed world champion Michael Hamilton you keep talking about?
No, have you ever spoken to the we call him the Jacuzzi. I hope the stream's okay with that. The Jaszczur, I guess, is what is... I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest. His last name.
I assume it's Jaszczur. That's what I've been saying.
Okay.
On high, we hear from the RKO sympathizer himself is Jaszczur. Technically, accurately, but we'll stick with Jacuzzi for now. Anyway, you were saying.
Well, recent thing he's been saying, especially when we're in voice calls, playing Flesh and Blood online and stuff, he'll say, yeah, sure.
So we need a little bit more flair. Maybe we need to get him in the booth for an interview. It's totally on the table still, as long as he can supplant Christopher Iaali on his road to the top 8. Breaking Point, the second, comes down, unfortunately pitched for, which is something that Cindra almost never wants to do. But nevertheless, Michael's still able to make the best out of a bad situation and convert all of these hands despite the clumped-up defense reactions.
Yeah, this is not a great turn, but it's still a 3-card 9, which, coming from Guardianville, this is better than 80% of our turns. So I wouldn't be too sad, but Cindra could do so much better. Almost double the rate, usually, of these 3 cards.
Chris is in kind of an awkward but slightly good spot. He's got a defense reaction in the hand and Shelter from the Storm, but he doesn't have his Valiant Dynamos up, so he can't completely cleanly block this. Does instead decide to take all of that damage. Oh, because the Breaking Point wasn't live, obviously. I'm not really used to seeing that.
Yeah.
But Chris says it's all gas all the time right here and now. Does have plenty of reds and yellows in the bin, so can pull out Blood and Sand in order to turn it into gold. They say that all of that glitters is gold, but this Centauri Saber is looking pretty shiny as well. The Blade Runner's in hand also.
Yeah, not really happy with this hand as he does have no blues. If he had a blue, he would have been able to block 3. He does have that red Blade Runner, which he's going to be playing here, and then pitching another red Blade Runner probably to swing the second Saber, which resets the Dynamo, and the second Saber does come in for a whopping 2 plus 3 plus 2, so 7. This is a pretty good turn, but of course, in an ideal world, we've just pitched 1 blue.
A curious choice not to activate Kassai of the Golden Sand at the beginning of this turn. I do wonder if we'll see it for the second chain link. No, maybe my count is wrong. Maybe Chris doesn't actually have the requisite number of yellows. I know a turn cycle ago, Michael Jaszczur did go ahead and take a look through the graveyard and see if that was a possibility.
Yeah, I just remember the 2 early Blunner hands, and I don't think I remember any other yellows since.
So no gold at the ready for Christopher Iaali. Still hasn't seen the other legal tender generator, Spoils of War, which is a house of a card in Kassai. Does all of the things that you want. Buffs at action speed, gives go again, but also gives you those shining pieces of copper, which can easily turn into something that tastes like copper, but looks very different, and that is blood.
Note that block with the Dragon Scalar Flight Path. It's not really blocking any on-hits here, so it's possible that maybe Michael realizes this might be the turn I use them.
And yes, he goes. Loyalty Beyond the Grave. One of the coolest defense reactions, I think, in the game of Flesh and Blood. Because there are 2 copies of the same name in the graveyard, at the beginning of his turn, Michael Jaszczur has the opportunity to banish them and draw an additional card. But what did he get for his troubles?
A yellow brand with Cinderclaw. I believe that's a yellow. No, it's a red.
It's a red.
I apologize. Okay, we're back in. We're back in.
Okay, here we go. Kunai of Retribution on the combat chain. Cinderclaw is going to be the follow-up to Kunai of Retribution, making the next attack Draconic, in addition to its other types. Balance of Justice plus Valiant Dynamos blocked with here, shirking off all of that damage for Christopher Iaali. Despite the fact that the defenses remain stalwart for Chris, the life totals tell a different story, and Michael really hasn't put together a massive turn as of yet. Nevertheless, I think based on the way Chris is blocking here, the fridge is going to do most of the work, and the hand is going to be all gas, baby. Forgo again, the follow-up in the form of Blaze Headlong, made Ultra Draconic, which is worth about as much as double go again.
It's actually kind of funny. The way that Chris is blocked here, and this I think takes a few reps to really read the tea leaves. It tells me that he doesn't have a 3 block he wants to block with, but he might have some 4s. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
There is also a Sink Below in the hand, so, I mean, it's written in the tea leaves, as you mentioned.
I think the also Arsenal, the Shelter, or some other D-React that blocked for like earlier, the turn before, when he ate the 5 breaking point without blocking at all. But it's sometimes a heads-up play to read the tea leaves like this as Cindra, and instead of sending 4/4, send like a 3/5 if you can, because it feels like 3 is awkward enough to get armor.
Another damage comes across the line. Kunai of Retribution connects with Christopher Iaali. Has Michael activated Flick Knives his turn? It's turned sideways, but he still has 2 kunai.
Yeah, I think he activated on the Blaze Headlong that got sunk so that this kunai into Lava Burst makes the Lava Burst still have Mask of Momentum active.
Okay.
It's going to be a little annoying. Michael obviously used the block to the boots the turn before just in case this worked because he still does have that shelter in his arsenal. And last turn, Christopher didn't activate Kassai, didn't give Michael a reason to block or something to block, like a hit trigger to block. And now he's going to be able to save it for next turn in case Christopher activates Kassai and maybe even try to deny a gold. Each of these golds, you are right, is very close to a Mask of Momentum trigger.
Christopher giving respect to the second Lava Burst. This game, it's going to be a card from hand and also the first block of Brave Forge Bracers. No cards drawn, let alone the requisite 2 for Chris to pop Balance of Justice for a card from the deck. 16 plays 17 now, but if you factor in the block value still left available for Christopher Iaali, the life totals are actually quite different. Unsheathed plus a card in the pitch equals a Centauri Saber coming in for 5 go again. Unsheathed, one of those cards that seem to be just bread and butter part of the Warrior pool, but it is a Kassai card all the way.
This is a 2-card 8. The first swing comes in for 5, the second one comes in for 2. The Dynamos get refreshed. If Chris had pitched a blue, it would have been a 2-card 9. The numbers don't lie. And Michael can't really block it. It's almost like true damage. If he blocks an attack action, it's not really ideal.
No blocks, but a reaction from Michael Jaszczur. Shelter from the Storm covers up all but 4 of that damage. Doesn't turn on the +1 clause of Centauri Saber as well. Chris still not able to activate Kassai of the Golden Sand. A little bit bereft of yellows in the grave, and I think that's mainly because the blues are not cooperating in the deck. He's unable to block with the yellows like you usually want to do with Kassai if you don't have any other pitch cards.
Yeah, Chris has been really diligent with this D-React and conservative with the way he's been using his armor. I think he's in a really good spot. I think he's navigated this game just super cautiously, super conservatively, and I think he's going to start reaping the dividends. I know he doesn't have any yellows in there yet, but he's really worn out a lot of Michael's defenses. Michael's already used his Blood Spattered Vest twice. The Mask of Momentum has literally been decoration this entire game. Oh.
That all you got coming out of the hand of Chris Iaali. That's a yellow card that you want to be blocking with because when the combat chain closes, Chris is going to be able to draw a card and replace that all you got from the deck. So might not seem great to be blocking 1 power with an entire card, but when you are stuffing the Mask of Momentum trigger and refreshing the card back into the hand, it's a different value proposition.
And it's yellow. We've been trying to get those guys in there.
Yeah, we got the blood. Now we need the sand, and here's more. Run through in the yellow, blocked with by Chris Iaali. He's definitely going to be able to activate Kassai at the beginning of next turn. Michael Jaszczur also left with yet another defensive piece in the hand. It's I think the 3rd copy of Shelter from the Storm for him, so he knows what his arsenal is going to be. The follow-up, though, will be Hunt the Hunter. Gosh, there's so many cards that say Hunt
There's
in
3,
the Hunted.
literally 3. It's crazy. I know exactly how you feel.
And then we got an expansion slot card in Super Slam that also says Hunter or Hunted.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm
no, I was
dying,
thinking
Brian
about
Gottlieb,
the 3.
please. Valiant Dynamos plus Shelter from the Storm going to cover up all of Hunt the Hunter. So even though Chris remains marked, no fealty token for Michael Jaszczur and a Shelter from the Storm into the arsenal for him. Chris getting, I think, the 4th or 5th point of value on Valiant Dynamos. Oh, and then also there's that cheeky matter of drawing a card from That All You Got. 15 plays 14. Chris is back on the front foot. He remains marked, but here comes Gorganian Tome. Kassai is probably the only hero in the game, now that Viserai has hit Living Legend, to use this cool non-attack action. Seems really innocuous on its face, but if you like to draw cards or play non-attack actions as part of your hero text, it can mean so much more. In this case, not a single Centauri Saber will be paid for in the old-fashioned way.
And I do see a very cool expansion slot in Chris's hand. The Blood Follows Blade. A new addition to the Kassai's just arsenal of threats and go-again sources. This one was almost just perfectly made for Kassai. And is one of the reasons, in my opinion, why Michael has been running those defense reactions. If you block out a Saber that has been Blood Follows Bladed, you also prevent a sellsword from being created. Though, granted, of all the matchups, creating an ally could be good in, this is one of the few where, it's not as good. Cindras of the world have been used to dealing with allies, but it's still a non-zero amount of value.
Okay, so not just copper, not just gold, but also a dude that likes to kill for money generated for Christopher Iaali. Centauri Sellsword on the board, but is a little bit awkward even on the offense because Chris has drawn a card this turn, so ideally what he wants to do is simply swing another free saber, maybe use that last card in hand for more offense, but if it happens to be a blue, has the opportunity to activate Grains of Bloodspill, swing Centauri Sellsword, activate Brave Forge Bracers, then come in with that third Centauri Saber. So even a pitch card is useful here, and that's another thing that I love about the Warrior class.
Honestly, even just pitching that all you got that Chris has in his hand right now could accrue him 4 value. It could get that +3 go again on the Centauri Sellsword, and also either a Vigor token or a +1 on this sword with the Brave Forge Bracers. But I think Chris is just continuously being really conservative. He's saying, as long as we keep grinding it out, as long as I keep preventing your mass triggers, I will win this game of attrition. Me, my sellswords, we are used to the desert. We have money. You have nothing.
And if a Centauri Sellsword equals +2 life for Chris Iaali, I think that's not necessarily bad. When it can be a little bit of a nuisance for Chris is if Michael Yasgur is able to get a free Mask of Momentum trigger by targeting it. And honestly, based on draw sequences, I think Michael doesn't have a whole lot of dead cards left in the deck. Most of the defense reactions have been used at this point, so I think a random card off the top is something that he almost always wants to get.
Michael does have to be careful, though. He does have that D-React still in his arsenal from the turn before the Shelter. He can go for this Mask of Momentum trigger, and it will most likely be pretty good. Well, Chris is making it a little bit harder now by blocking Chain Link 1. However, Michael has to be careful because he no longer has access to that blood-splattered vest, and he might still have some 1-cost Chain Enders left. So he's going to really want to ideally trigger that mask while still having a card in case the worst-case scenario of drawing a 1-cost. But by blocking Chain Link 1 here, Christopher is denying Michael potentially from being able to do that.
Michael taking stock of the situation, charting the high seas, even though he won't be able to come Monday. Not that he's really inclined to based on his choice of hero. Fire Tenant Strike first is the follow-up here. 3 go again with the promise of more. Has been made Draconic by the brand with Cinderclaw. So it's 2 Draconic Chain Links so far.
Yeah, if Chris blocks this Chain Link as well, it's pretty much lights out for a Mask of Momentum trigger. We know that. Chris doesn't know that yet, so that's why he's thinking a little bit more than we would be thinking in this situation.
Omniscient information turns out to be rather overpowered, which is why we're not allowed to do this when we play games of Flesh and Blood.
Well, some heroes have cards like cut from the same cloth, and you do actually get really good information.
Fair enough.
It's one of the reasons why that is such a powerful card.
Some heroes just get to look at the top card of your deck. Can you believe that?
Yeah, Dash.io. What a bad deck. We gotta ban that card.
Honestly, I am surprised that we haven't seen more representation of Dash.io, come to mention it.
She did have a lot of representation at Valencia, but I think here there just weren't too many people that were actually playing her. I think that was the issue.
Chris with a lot of gas in the hand, but he's got to get through the defensive side of this turn cycle first. 7 plays 15 here. And even though it seems like Chris is absolutely on the front foot, he's got to remain diligent. Warrior is another one of those classes that rewards patience. For a very different reason than Wizards, the way you overwhelm your opponent is by inches. 1 value here, 1 value there, but ultimately it can add up to a victory in a lot of spots, like the spot that Chris finds himself in here.
And yeah, we haven't talked about it too much in this game, but every single turn that Chris has, he's kind of juggling a couple of things. He wants a block of a few cards. He wants to crack that gold, probably, that he just made the turn before. He wants to have those free sabers, and he wants a source of go again. And, we've been taking this for granted because he's been navigating these turn cycles so seamlessly. Every turn, he's basically had that source of go again. He's had that way to swing the sabers. Or he just swings a saber. One of my favorite things, I call it alchemy, where you have a vigor token and you just convert it into a sword swing. You know what I mean? He's been doing this super well. And honestly, this turn, I'm not sure I can see his hand. I'm not sure if he has a Source of Go again.
Time will tell. For now, a kunai flicked across. Christopher Iaali descends down to 14. Life totals might not be quite accurate here. We'll try to keep it in our head. Fire Tenant strike first. Did not connect, but the kunai of Retribution did.
Looks like we do have some technical issues with the life totals, and players will probably be manually doing it. So you may see some life totals not update anymore. Don't be alarmed.
In the meantime, we are going to try to keep you apprised. Right now, it's 7 plays 14. Chris is only blocking with 1 value from Brave Forge Bracers that could telegraph a defense reaction from hand, or heck, the that all you got that was placed there in Arsenal previously. So no, Chris is not going to get an extra added bit of card draw, but sometimes 3 block is enough.
Michael now has to make a decision. Sellsword or face?
Seems like the face is the place not just for the helpful Honda folks, but also for Michael Jaszczur. Pain in the backside coming across, threatening a extra point of damage if it can connect.
I love the way he sequenced these 3 head jabs. I know it seems kind of like,
No, Cook,
they're
man,
all head
tell me.
jabs, right? Like, but the way he sequenced it, this last head jab no longer has a maximum momentum trigger. And so Chris, in other worlds, would never want to block this. But it still has a hit effect. In essence, every single head jab, by the way Michael has sequenced, has functionally had an on-hit. It's masterful.
That all you got, and Brave Forge Bracers doing some serious work on the Rising Resentment, but the pain in the backside deserves some consternation from Christopher Iaali, who remains with 3 cards left in hand. Has blocked with some serious gas in the form of Sharpened Steel.
These cards must be good, because this is any 3 block here would technically be blocking 4.
It's 2 blues, 2 Glint the Quicksilvers, and another Sharpened Steel in the hand for Christopher Iaali. Perhaps thinking that one of those blues can be converted to a card drawn and free sellswords. The other blue, actually that same blue, can be converted into Centauri sellsword. So I think Chris has one more card that he is willing to block with here. Perhaps thinking, what could the payoff be?
I love this for the Fab Academy friends, though, because not blocking this Sharpened Steel does some cool things. It increases the chances that the Glint, the Quicksilver, will actually yield a card. Because if you do the math, the writing on the wall is if you send that first Saber for 5 and the second Saber for 2, you're probably going to get cards at some point. And you kind of want to commit that card if you have like a Throw Dagger or an Ancestral Empowerment that blocks 3. You'd want to put that on the first dagger. And if he's able to do that, he gets a card off the Glint. He's definitely pitching one of the Glints to crack a gold. That's for sure. He's going to start his turn to do that.
And the life totals now are 10 plays 7. We did have technical issues at this point. We're going to try to keep the life totals straight in our heads. 10 plays 7 is what we're faced with. Christopher Iaali assuredly threatening lethal damage here. Has drawn a Sharpened Senses off of the top. Is able to activate Kassai of the Golden Sand. And just make sure that if Michael Jaszczur is able to survive this turn, Chris is going to be able to do it all over again. So Sharpened Steel plus Sharpened Senses means that there is definitely a redundant source of Go Again now. Sharpened Senses going to provide Go Again to all weapon attacks that have power greater than twice their base, which means that this Centauri Sellsword is definitely getting Go Again. Chris now has a redundant blue in hand, which can be converted, though, into Brave Forge Bracers activations, Grains of Blood Spill activations, and also that cheeky Centauri Sellsword that was left on the table for Michael Jaszczur last turn.
This is 6/3/3, representing 12 damage. It's going to get cards out of Michael. And what better card to Arsenal than Glint the Quicksilver for next turn to be able to guarantee have that Go Again source again? This is a great setup by Chris Iaali. He's going to be able to create another gold most likely this turn. Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
It's entirely possible still, because that Centauri Saber is actually going to be coming in for 4 if Chris decides to activate Brave Forge Bracers. Sharpened Senses will keep the +1 on all weapon attacks for the remainder of the turn. Am I mistaken about that?
Oh, yeah. It'll definitely keep the 1, although Chris should be representing that he has no floating after the Sellsword attack.
True, but if he pitches the last blue, I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. That is correct.
That Centauri Saber
Sharpened
here is
Senses.
free, though. Chris deciding, no, it's not Brave Forge Bracers that he wants to represent here. Instead wants to keep the Glint the Quicksilver as a source of go again for a future turn. Michael Jaszczur has taken 3 from the Centauri Sellswords, should be at 4. So Chris had the opportunity to present lethal here, decides not to. Very measured play, as we have seen from turn 0 of this game. Chris says, if I don't need to use resources, I am simply not going to.
Chris is just all set up for next turn. He has a source of go again already. He can afford to basically block down to 1 card, crack the golds, and start asking questions.
Speaking of the number 1, Michael Jaszczur is now sitting at 1 life after the damage sent across the combat chain on the previous turn. Chris also generates a gold token. Once again, folks, don't believe the life totals. We're going to keep you apprised.
1 to 10.
1 plays 10 here. Rising Resentment faces the place now. If it wasn't if it was last turn cycle, it definitely is now. Michael Jaszczur has got to make something happen and make it happen quick, lest he be overwhelmed by the cheeky 1 point to value here and there of the warrior class.
Yeah, Michael's at 1, and I just want to highlight once again that Mask of Momentum. It was just a super Iron Rot this game. It blocked 2, and that's all it did. It looked pretty. It put Christopher in some binds. It made him think about blocks for most of the game, but Christopher navigated the turn so well. He still has a little bit of armor left after all is said and done.
And this is just another case in point why Chris thought that this was the pick to take down the top dog of the meta. It's on full showcase here. 1 blocked on this Rising Resentment, beefed up by an Ancestral Empowerment, which does require you to have a ninja attack on the combat chain, unlike Throw Dagger. So 3 points should be coming across here. Down to 7 goes Christopher Iaali. 1 plays 7. Follow-up, Blaze Headlong, given go again by the red card that came before it. Another break point for our almost world champion to deal with. Oh, but Blood on Her Hands is found in the hand. The issue, though, no other pitch cards. There's a sink below that could bail Chris out, but Blood on Our Hands could just be making the Centauri Sabers free on the next turn. Not the way you want to use it, but that's might very well be the way that Chris is going to use it, because he leaves it in hand and all other cards after resolving a sink below. No damage yet, but Michael Jaszczur still has the opportunity to flick one of the kunai. Says now is not the time, because here I come with an Ignite to go again and the promise of a free kunai. Not flicked, but played.
This still represents a decent amount of damage. Chris being at, I believe, 6 at this point. Still, this could be 6 points of damage. Chris has to potentially block a card or 2.
To go again. When Chris sits at a measly 7 points of life, which seems titanic in comparison to Michael Jaszczur's 1. Chris just needs to get to the next turn cycle with 1 or 2 cards, and he can make some magic happen. 2 damage accepted there. Down to 5 goes Chris Iaali. And the follow-up is not just a kunai of Retribution. No, it's Hunt the Hunter, made free because it is Draconic by the Ignite that came before. This is a hefty amount of damage. And there's still an opportunity for Michael, the Jacuzzi Jaszczur, to get ya, because Flick Knife still hasn't been activated. No, Chris doesn't need to worry about keeping Mask Momentum alive. He does need to worry about his life total, though.
Yeah, I apologize. He's at a functional 6, but still at 7 because the Flick Knives have not been activated yet.
About 5 now after the Ignite connected.
Oh, yes. Absolutely, yes.
So if he is representing 2 going through, then he would go down to 3, but functionally 2. Instead, no. Blocks for 4 on this. 2 damage is going to come through, so Chris, if my math is right, is down to 3. 1 plays 3. Michael Jaszczur does get himself another fealty token, but it might just not matter. He is in a difficult spot here. No card drawn because Mask of Momentum is super Iron Rot this game. It is not able to draw a single card for its troubles. Christopher Iaali has 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and a Hungry Boy on the board. Blood on Her Hands not doing their best, but instead just being pitched to swing a Centauri Saber. Michael Jaszczur has got to do some fearsome mental gymnastics in order to get through this turn cycle with anything meaningful to do on his turn. Blocks are 3, which brings Centauri Saber up to 3. Glint the Quicksilver comes out of the arsenal, was carefully placed there on the last turn cycle. Chris gets to draw another card. Card drawn is Blade Flurry, which could be it. There are no more defense Bounce reactions in the deck for Michael Jaszczur. He found them too soon, and the world champion that could dethrones the world champion that is. Christopher Iaali, a finalist from the first ever World Championships in San Jose, dethrones our most recent one from Philadelphia with a little bit of help from Gold, a little bit of help from Bloodthirsty Boys, and a little bit of help from Valiant Dynamos. Anything to say?
Just expertly navigated. That's my guy, Chris Iaali. It's why I stole him from you guys. It was my top player to watch. I'm so happy to see him get that W. Just
Listen,
everything about it was awesome.
I'm not even offended because I know Christopher Iaali is one of the best Flesh and Blood players out there. If you're singing his praises too, I think it's just for the better of the community. And one thing I also want to showcase about Chris is that he is an incredibly versatile player. He has picked up Kassai of the Golden Sand once before, and he only did it because he lost a duck race, basically a die roll, and had to play it in a regional event. He doesn't like to play certain decks, but he can play any deck.
I think he just even that last turn, saving the glint to be used because it was lethal damage, getting the draw trigger, and if he somehow wasn't able to slay Jacuzzi there, he gets that extra floating that he can use to send the Centauri Sellsword and then send another Saber. Like, it's just so... I didn't even see that line. I thought that was masterful.
Props to you. Slay Jacuzzi is probably the most fun thing to say I've ever heard in my entire life. So let's talk about new ways that you can slay Jacuzzi. Coming up, Compendium of Rathe, probably the most anticipated Flesh and Blood set in ever. Is that crazy to say, or do you think that's about accurate?
I'm excited for this. It's like a master's. I just think we'll have so many cool things, and it looks so gorgeous.
It's in stores February 13th, but even before that, we're going to get our first look at the chapters 1 and 2 pre-constructed decks from Silver Age. This set is all about Silver Age, but beyond that, it's about facilitating new resources for every single hero in the game of Flesh and Blood. And that's becoming a big task, bigger every single day. We got a lot of heroes in Flesh and Blood, man.
And these reprints are giving new players just access to more of these staples, introducing more supply, and of course, not just these more basic versions, but also these really cool treasure versions or antiquity frame versions that will give collectors the opportunity to kind of bling out their decks, have alternate arts. You know, for the people that want this, they can buy this, and for the guys that want the more original stuff, that's still going to be available.
Listen, I would love to have an original Eye of Ophidia, but if I have to be relegated to this gorgeous and honestly understated retelling of the story of Eye of Ophidia, then I'll be happy to do so. Livia Prima did an outstanding job in reimagining this fabled gem that has been a staple in probably more decks than any other fabled in Flesh and Blood. So get on down to the world premiere in London. Get across the pond if you are sitting with me in Seattle. Otherwise, come in from any region that Flesh and Blood is supported and have a lot of fun. We're going to be...
I'll be there.
You will be there, which is fantastic.
I think Jacuzzi will be there.
I will be watching from the comfort of my own home, but I will be excited nonetheless. And it's going to be a hoot of a good time. You get to see what is going to be happening in Silver Age, but also across the wider world of Rathe. We've promised support for anybody and everybody, and it's coming at you in February. Get excited, but also get excited for what we've got coming up next. The shakeups are not just happening on Monday, banned and restricted announcement. It's important to mention now that Tater, the cheater that could, has cheated his way right into the top 8. You heard it here first, folks. We have got a reviled hero coming at you for the crown in Quick Dodge Flexors, and we'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood. Don't go anywhere.
Borderline, we're on the edge. Every
It's not just blood and sand in graveyards here at Calling Seattle. There's also cheaters loose here in the building, and the standings tell the story. Michael, walk me through it.
Oh my goodness, what a day. We still have Tater sitting precariously. He's the worst, standing to 9-2, X2, but he's still live and we'll be watching his game. I'm excited.
Pretty much every single time we cut to the standings page, it's like Tater at the very bottom of whatever
Yep.
record he's in, and this is no exception. 9th seed and doing the reviled heroes proud. Hashtag live evil, says Tater Kammeyer. Besides that, Michael Jaszczur takes his loss to get him out of top 8 contention, unfortunately, but that means that there is still a warrior in the room that can get things done. Christopher Iaali remains in the 5th slot now, has to win this last one in order to make his way in, but he is on the cusp of glory. Kano Jerkai of Aether, despite about to ascend to the Hallowed Halls, could get the maximum number of Living Legend points he possibly could this weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to say that the top 6 here are functionally locked. Only one person in here in the top 9 will not make top 8. And it's, if Tater loses, definitely out. If he wins and some things go awry, he should still make it. Whoever wins here should make it. But if you lose, you're in a bad spot if you're 7, 8, or 9. So it's going to be really tough. This also means, of course, Yuki, Zach, Christopher Iaali, Griffin, of course, and Andrew, both at 10-1, all pretty much locked for this top 8, playing for seeding.
So, honestly, looking at that standings, basically what you're telling me is that there's only chance of one redundant hero in the top 8 of this calling. Is that exciting or what? Stale meta? I don't think so.
It's exciting, but also terrifying for these players. I mean, they're playing for their winning in, and if you're 7th, 8th, or 9th, there's a chance to become the 9th place person, and that's never a good feeling.
Man, you've got sympathy for these folks because you've been in their seats before, and I got to respect that. We got a game ready for you, folks. What's that?
I'm just the revered guy. We gotta.
Come next weekend, that all changes. So stay tuned, folks. We're going to see reviled Michael Feng in a matter of days. But for now, we've got to see reviled Brute. That's Tater Kammeyer gracing your screen for the 2nd time today at 9-2. He looks as comfortable as he probably was on day 1. And he's against a stone cold killer, Yuki Lee Bender, X2 here. You know her so well from tournament results, from articles at LSS. You probably know her extremely well from her Patreon as well. 40 plays 40. She is one of the players to watch in any Flesh and Blood season, and Tater is going to see if he can get it done. 40 plays 40. You know anything about this matchup, Michael? Is this one you've tested?
I have played this a lot. I have an RKO deck. This was the deck that I was potentially going to bring to the World Championship. So I've really enjoyed playing both sides of this. I think this is one of the most technical of the matchups just because you are on your toes right from the get-go. And I want to highlight that Tater's opening hand, that's a bit of a stinker.
Tell me why.
Well, he has that blue nimblism that's in, it's in the deck not to be blocked with, and it's really never going to be played with most of the time. It's really there just kind of to be that fodder for when you play that blue Nimby, you grab it, you activate the KO, the 1 card 6 if you have a Tunic resource, or if you have a Vigor token. I also want to highlight Tater's choice of chess piece here. In our last game, he was on that Tunic. In this game, maybe he won't have that time to use a Tunic resource. He's on the Sash this time, which also provides that upfront value. The Tunic kind of requires like 9 turns to accrue, 3 Tunic counters into a resource and then over and over again. That Sash upfront gives you that 2 block. And it's definitely a critical piece in this puzzle of dealing with the Cindra Decry of Retribution.
Kunai of Retribution flicked there, and Tater had the opportunity in order to take it on the chin in order to block not only the Kunai of Retribution that was flicked, but also the final point of damage on Brand with Cinderclaw. Instead, waits for this Art of the Dragon Fire, which is drawn up at a perfect time for Yuki Lee Bender, but Take It on the Chin is going to stuff the extra damage that comes in addition to the 5 physical. And man, Yuki drew a house of a turn 0. As Cindra, you really want to be leaking damage, and a Draconic Art of the Dragon Fire is one of the best ways to get it done.
Wow, so Tater,
Equipment
despite
blocks?
being turn 0, has chosen to block the equipment here to keep that show of strength and the the blue Nimblism in his hand. He does have that agility token, and this is one of the easiest ways to convert the hand. He knows that he has a lot of defense reactions in his deck, and so he might not be able to draw up something good. Okay, here we go.
Agility token pops right here. How will Tater proceed? Perhaps just knows that Show of Strength is probably one of the best ways to utilize an agility token and says, I need the life lead and I need it fast. And maybe it's not the way to do it if I am going to start at a higher life total. I've got to clench it in the first real tempo turn of the game. And boy, is he reaching for that tempo. Savage Sash already popped here, probably exactly why he was blocking with it there as well. Show of Strength only costing 1. 2 floating here. Corrected by Miss Yuki Lee Bender. So this Show of Strength only costs 1 and comes in for 8.
This is a nice little heads-up play by cracking the chest here. Tater is going to be able to arsenal that red Mocking Blow, which hopefully takes him down to the victory lane just like it did in our last time seeing you on stream. He's already easily representing a 16 damage 3-card hand with the help of that agility token and potentially creating a might vigor token as well. And that's if Yuki doesn't choose to block at least, what's the quick math here? If she needs to be at 38 for that big bully that's in Tater's hand to not have any text. So that means she can only take 2. So she has to block 6 here. I have a hard time seeing Cindra blocking 6 on a no on-hit Show of Strength. But I think Yuki's also pretty aware of what happens if she doesn't block. And she does give Tater the early life lead here. So, you know, Cindra players, they're not just all no blocks, no problems. Sometimes there are problems, and sometimes they do choose to block.
And to be fair, I don't think Yuki would be this in the tank about blocks if it was any other brute throwing this Show of Strength. It is so much more innocuous. But in this case, the life lead means everything for Tater. He doesn't look like he cares all that much, but I swear he does.
And I just realized something. We're not even thinking of this because we are omnipotent, and we can see Tater's hand. He's also representing Pummel here.
Can you read anything in that face? Honestly, like Tater is complete. Like I want to play.
I cannot.
I never want to play poker with this man. Unreadable and unflappable. But hey, his opponent is too. Yuki Lee Bender has been in losing out situations more times than I care to mention. So I think this is probably her comfort zone. The follow-up here after taking 8 damage is, of course, Big Bully, which is going to be coming in for 8 as well.
And making that critical vigor token, which can set up Tater next turn with 1 blue and that red Mocking Blow to come in for a 2-card 10, a really clean play. Yuki is easily just not in the driver's seat anymore, I want to say, unless her follow-up turn really goes nuts to butts. But that Scowling Flesh Bag, I know it's a card that you want to save for a later turn. It might get immediately cashed in. As long as Tater can keep the life lead after Yuki's hand is used and utilized, this Mocking Blow comes in for a 2-card 10. Yuki might never be able to catch up again.
37 plays 25 now. Yuki gets to finally have her say. And she's got 4 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. This has got to be a monstrous turn in order to turn off the Boo Claws of the Mocking Blow. Ravenous Rabble, even though it's Japanese, it is still coming in for 4 thanks to the Fire Tenant Strike First found on top of the deck. 4 go again here, and Tater has got a better blocking hand than he did before. And if he was bluffing the Pummel before, it now is in the hand. But Pummel doesn't play super nicely with cards that cost less than 2.
Yeah, he has the Pummel, but nothing to pummel.
A tale of pronunciation, and it tells the whole story. 25 plays 37, but not for long. Tater accepts readily 4 points of damage. Down to 33 he goes, and the life gap gets a little bit closer. Yuki must continue this combat chain, and she's got the gas to do it. Follow-up looks to be yet another Ravenous Rabble. Also has Display Loyalty and Ancestral Empowerment. A really beautiful card for extending Mask of Momentum, or heck, even getting it to trigger, but it requires a ninja or a ninja attack, which Ravenous Rebels are not.
Yeah, her sequencing should lead any experienced player to have a little bit of an eyebrow raising, you know? If you go 4-4-3 and you're triggering Mask on 3, something's afoot.
But what is afoot right now is not just the Scabskin Leathers blocking on the combat chain, it's also the Kunai of Retribution flying towards Tater. He takes it on the chin, though, not with a card, but instead with his life total. Down to 31 he should be going. And then the play that was foretold, I guess I should say, display loyalty into ancestral empowerment. A resource generated here, too. So a lot of information for Tater Kammeyer. Cut through out of the arsenal. Resource found likely just to telepathically call the Kunai of Retribution back to the equipment zone because Yuki just doesn't have any Draconic chain links yet.
Yeah, she's hoping maybe she can go fishing, find something off the top.
Oh. We do know that the top card of the deck at this point is Fire Tenet Strike First. Yuki accepts Scaling Flesh Bag because there is nothing else she can do.
So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the confirmation. The card on the left is found. Oh. It's the Ancestral Empowerment. This is up big for Tater.
And she has this resource that she can't really convert because Firm Loyalty will just be that one chain link or Demonstrate Devotion or which it's the 0 cost.
Oh, she can do literally nothing with it. She can't pitch to the Cindra hero ability. She's going to end with no
Display
daggers.
Loyalty. Yeah, this is, I mean, that's just the power of Scaling Flesh Bag, the scary hat.
It is very, very scary. And in no small part due to the imposing visage of Tater Kammeyer. This guy, he just looks like he's going to give you a hug, and then he does that to you. 32 plays 25 now. There's going to be a boo on this turn if I could venture a guess. And Yuki, bereft of Kunai of Retribution, is in one of the roughest spots Cindra can possibly be. It's a red Mocking Blow. Cue the boo, Ethan. It sounded a little bit like a cheer, honestly. I'm kind of cheering for Tater at this point. It's just 5, but is there any way to make it more, Michael?
Well, if you activate KO Underhanded Cheat, what happens is the Mocking Blow's base power becomes 6, and then it still retains that +4 because he was mocked this turn, so it becomes 10. And it's like Lava Burst is kind of like one of the best cards in these Draconic Ninjas. I like to call this 2 Lava Bursts stacked on top of each other, like a little Lava Burst sandwich, you know?
Suddenly the posture changes for Yuki as she eats a Lava Burst sandwich despite wanting to dole them out. Tater then arsenals a beautiful alternate art pummel, no doubt gained at a side event this Friday for our cheating gentleman. Drawing up 4 cards.
There's a 17-point life lead difference right now.
Is it possible that this is more nasty than what he did to Richard Truong?
I don't think so, but it's going to be a much faster affair.
Fire Tenet Strike First was on top of the deck for Yuki Liebender. She would have loved to draw it with the Ancestral Empowerment, but no. That attack reaction stays in the Banished Zone, much like the resource generated from the Blood-Splattered Vest. 3 damage accepted readily. Down to 29 goes Tater. 15 plays 29 now, and Yuki has plenty of ways to continue this chain, but again, very few of them are Draconic.
Yeah, but she's likely going to get Mass Trigger this turn. Tater's posturing in a way that, you know, he has a 2 block, a no block, a 3 block, and a 1 block. It doesn't add up to a lot of block in total.
Nevertheless, out they come onto the combat chain. Fiddler's Green, along with Sigil of Solace, one of those really incredible cards if you want to keep your life total high. Ancestral Empowerment, if Tater didn't know about it back in the previous turn cycle, he sure as heck knows about it now, which is going to make this pain in the backside connect, but in a sad fashion.
There's no dagger.
There's no dagger. Pain in the backside is literally just a head jab. Card drawn for Yuki Liebender. Could it be Draconic? Yes, it is. Hunt the Hunter, but the easiest way to get off Hunt the Hunter is for a dagger to connect and to get a resource from Blood Splattered Vest. Even more awkward, there's a cut through there too.
Yeah, this is not a great position for her to be in. She went daggerless last turn. She's not going to be able to get her daggers back this turn. Seems like she's pretty locked in on what she can actually do now, and that is to send the Hunt to Hunter, pitching one of the cards. And, well, although it'll still have a Mass Trigger active, she won't be able to get this go again, so the Mass Trigger is kind of fake here. And that's a delight for Tater to even think about, because he didn't plan on blocking that Mass Trigger anyway. He's about to send a big bully, and big bullify the big bully with that pummel in his arsenal.
Tater doesn't look like a bully, but he is definitely acting like one in this game. My goodness. The implications of that scowling flesh bag. Can we try to do some Codex of Frailty math and see how much value it's gotten at this point?
It blocked 2.
Or is it off the charts?
It denied a mask draw, and that mask draw could have gotten the 2 daggers back for Yuki for this turn, which would have helped her get another mask draw this turn, which would have helped her not end up intellect penaltying a card. And in both turns, maybe she could have also gotten a Flick Knives activation in. I don't know, 10, 11, 12, the entire game, top 8 contention. Like, it's hard to give it a real number, but it was a lot.
So move over Codex of Frailty. It's Scowling Flesh Bag as the infinite value card here. Fiddler's Green also doing some serious work. Tater remains at 25 despite having to block with some pretty underrate defensive cards. A resource has been generated at the beginning of this turn, and this is going to be as nasty as it comes. Cue up the boo, because here comes Big Bully. Boo is coming out. You can't hear it, but it happened.
Just a little 2-card 8 with a little vigor, so maybe a 2-card 9. Nothing else to see here. Boo! I can do it.
And if you weren't booing before, you are definitely booing now. Pummel out of the arsenal is ruining Yuki Lee Bender's day any way you slice it. There's a trigger here, too. She must discard a card if all of this wasn't enough insult to injury. And, of course, she's discarding a Draconic Chainlink as well that might finally get her telepathic daggers yet. She has had more turn cycles at this point without daggers than she has with.
It's not been a great showing, and it just sometimes this is what happens. Once you fall off the train, sometimes it's hard to get back on without those daggers.
Ignite. 2 go again here. Can discount the next Draconic card played or activated. Might finally get the daggers back where they belong. But Tater does have some defensive capability. Fate Foreseen in the hand. Hot on their heels to follow. Eating up the discount clause of Ignite, which should have been going to a 1-power dagger with Go again.
Blocks 4.
Overcrowded. Blocks 4 here thanks to the fealty token on Yuki's side of the board and the vigor token on Tater's. Now, Yuki could have responded and popped the fealty token, but it still would have been blocking out the hot on their heels perfectly. Display loyalty, the follow-up here. There's even more tokens in the arena now. Up to 2 fealty goes Yuki Lee Bender. And finally, she's got 3 Draconic Chainlinks. So that Cindra Drakai of Retribution ability is free. The kunai come flying back to where they belong. And immediately one goes back into the graveyard as the Flick Knives is activated. Down to 19 goes Tater, but it is still a titanic mountain before Yuki Lee Bender. The boos are free and ready to go for Tater Kammeyer. It's almost like he is at an open bar at a wedding. Show of strength. I love Tater so much. Every time he looks up after doing the most egregious play he could, he just looks so sweet. How could you boo this man? 8 power on the combat chain. He's put Yuki Lee Bender into a blender. It's just blood and no glory at this point. And Tater looks like an absolute sweetheart. 2 damage, which means that Yuki Lee's life force is all but extinguished here. 19 plays 1. But Yuki's got 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. I think she knows what doom is about to befall her, but she's going to do her absolute best. Brand with Cinderclaw coming in with Go again, going to make the next card play Draconic. Excuse me, next attack, I should say.
He's not just taking Yuki's daggers and her life total, but I see that Steel Victory.
What's he about to take right now, Michael?
Why not?
At this point, he's taking dignity.
Oh, man. It's been a rough game.
Jeez.
I think Yuki can have some solace in knowing that she, at 3rd seed right now, she's very likely already locked for top 8 anyway. And so this is kind of just a charitable gesture for Tater, inviting an RKO into the top 8 here at the Calling Seattle.
Tater is not only evil, he is not only the villain of this story, he's also a dragon.
He's having fun
also
with it.
cuddly and adorable. Snatch coming in hot, made draconic by the brand with Cinderclaw, not the fealty token that remains on Yuki's side of the board or the one that was stolen and made Tater a dragon. What do you think? What do you do in Yuki's seat here? She is probably locked for top 8, but is this like so demoralizing for you at this point?
Well, it's not a great feeling when your opponent starts at 19 and you're at 1. You send some cards to attack and they end at 22. It's a little discouraging to know that if she had done nothing, taken no actions, Tater would be at a lower life total.
Oh, wait, I think Tater just popped his fealty token to make this Command & Conquer Draconic.
It was going away anyway. You got to use it while you have it,
The flavor is incredible. So no, it's not going to end on this turn cycle, but the door is closing on this game, not on Yuki Lee Bender's tournament life. Life totals are updated now. Tater is up to 22. No boo on this turn, but if he had had one, he would have had his pick of the litter.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, like, Tater's had insane numbers turn after turn after turn. This is finally kind of the first off turn, and yet it's still a devastating on hit on a Command and Conquer. Yuki cannot afford to take a single point of damage. The on hit is now death, but this 6 amount of damage is still enough to make her have to block with maybe card plus mask plus flick knives, in which case she'll really be hampering her future turns. Or 3 cards, like, it just doesn't feel good. Like, every single turn has just felt like she's just had just enough bad variance that it's like, she's obviously a very skilled, very talented player.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, actually, without a doubt at all. But it's just, these hands have just not been cooperating with her.
And listen, so I'm sure you have been in Yuki's seat at this point. Not only in a situation that doesn't feel as good as this, but also in the 02-03 bracket. I mean, you don't. It's
I
just
am
a
no
categorical
stranger
fact.
to the brackets.
If you win callings, you also lose callings. That's just part of it, right? So, what do you have to do in Yuki's seat to shake off this and make sure that your mental is locked for top 8?
Forget about it completely, basically. So many things went wrong in this game. She has a sigil of solace that she brought into this matchup. She seems like she probably knows a thing or two about what RKO is trying to do. And if she didn't, well, she got a good taste of it in this game.
Without a doubt.
I think just try not to let this game shake you at all, because so many things went wrong for you. So many things went right for Tater. It's really hard. I've played this deck a lot. It's really hard to line up that pummel to the point where I was playing like 1 pummel at max against a deck like Cindra, because you can't afford to draw 2 in this matchup ever. So a lot of things did go well for Tater to get him into the spot, but this is a place I've seen before. Once you get ahead, like I said, when we saw him arsenal that mocking blow, it was just like, I almost assumed that the hat would be used immediately.
Rod Remains, one of my favorite arts from The Hunted. Reminds me more of the Pits than the Empire of Volcor.
Tater can be really mean if he plays this Rotten Remains. He's looking to see if there's any other ones.
Can you imagine?
I think the right thing to do here is to send 9.
Of course it is. but you can absolutely decimate your opponent's mental. Rotten Remains coming down onto the combat chain. Yuki is looking at the card saying, you can't possibly be serious here. You're coming for my daggers? She has a priority window to respond here. Knows that it's going to be pretty easy to block out this card.
She could pitch, I believe she doesn't have a blue in her hand, so she would have to pitch 3 cards. I think whatever the case is, this is just another example of playing with your food. I think you do this for the fans.
Dude, you gotta live evil. Okay? if you're gonna cosplay KO underhanded cheat, you gotta do every nasty thing you possibly can. I mean, like, move over, WWE. I'm sorry, Mr. King. There's a new kid in town. Tater Kammeyer is not just playing RKO at a proficient level. He is also doing it in a way that is gonna win him a lot of fans, a lot of people that love to hate him after this. I can't. I'm still absolutely reeling from this. Tater is anywhere else in this moment, but he's making Yuki absolutely rub every single brain cell together.
And she's thinking about it. She knows she can't win this game if she has no daggers. She's, like, if I were in Yuki's shoes, we still have to play to win. We have to think of our outs here. She's done the math. She knows that this Rotten Remains is going to be coming in for probably 4, which is just not ideal in this spot either. And so she has to factor in that she needs to block either 2 cards or card plus armor. This is also a window where she, gets a little bit of a break. Only blocking of 2 cards means she does stay alive.
That is true. There's only 1 card left in the hand, though. So it is still going to require that last one. It's going to be a full tempo pass over to Tater. And, this is playing with your food a little bit, but it is also doing the warrior patience thing. Not having to hit the go button until you absolutely have to. Tater knows that this is likely a full tempo swing in his favor, so heck, I might as well just park that show of strength in Arsenal, see if I can find another copy of Pummel.
Oh, Yuki expertly navigates this second fiddler screen. If she had sent another attack, I don't know what I would do. I don't know how I'd feel about myself.
In this case, it's another mocking blow. Tater is asking, who's the buffoon now? That's the flavor text on Mocking Blow. Coming in for a cheeky 5, but Yuki knows it's going to be a lot more, and it'll likely be lights out if KO Underhanded Cheat can be activated here. The card is tapped. The card's pitched. And up to 10 it goes. A sink below out of the hand for Yuki Liebender, and she remains alive in this race. Cindra is not technically a revered hero, but she is definitely getting cheers from the crowd as far as I'm concerned.
She wins that exchange. Tater had 4 cards in hand plus an arsenal and was only able to really utilize 3 of them, and this kind of lets Yuki win back a little of those health points.
But Tater has found a perfect defensive piece and also a perfect hand-fixing piece in Sink Below. So any offense generated by Yuki here is going to be stymied, and the life total is still going to be firmly in Tater's Mandible Claw.
So we do get to this point in the game where, in almost similarly to Guardian fashion, KOs can sometimes sputter a little bit in these last couple of turns. The moment your opponent's kind of full blocking and giving you a hand, and you do have, your hands are littered with D-reacts, Fiddler's Greens, you have a hard time maybe converting on these hands. And I've had games that go super well to begin, and then, I don't have some great hands for back to back to back, and eventually I end up just fatiguing Cindra's because I send a show of strength. Like, my entire turn is attacking with show of strength. They block with 3 cards, I send attack, I block with a card, then I send another show of strength. They block with 3 cards, and there's only so many cards left in this Cindra deck, so it's going to be curious how this game ends. Obviously, it's very heavily favored for Tater, but, there's still some game to be played.
Still just stun locking his way through this turn cycle by turn cycle. Finally, the show of strength has been there for some time, makes its way onto the combat chain, and Tater is going to be left with a bit of an IP penalty here because he waited a little bit further into the chain to start doing blocking because he figured he was going to be able to filter into a resource card. In this case, though, the top of the deck not cooperating, and another defense reaction found on top after sinking an erase face.
Yeah, he's also representing Pummel here again, just in case. So, we know it's not a Pummel, but Yuki doesn't.
Still living evil, and Yuki, unable to play around it, must just block the 8 that is printed on the card. Tater takes his lickings and draws up a heck of a lot of reds, but finally some outside interference. So this next turn can absolutely be fueled if Tater needs, but there's a 0 cost in that arsenal and some Mocking Blow.
2 D-Reacts hit the pitch zone. A little claw action here that says, give me a card. This outside interference, most RKO decks do have a blue reviled attack action they can grab here. And so this could be a 3/9, which would be kind of good enough.
Okay, it's going to be a claw first. Discard of outside interference, sure to come. Into the inventory goes Tater Kammeyer, looking to pull the audience, and it is offensive behavior found simply to pitch into a race face. Really clean play here, and also offering a fair bit of disruption for Yuki Liebender if the cards in hand are not enough.
It's a far cry from the numbers he was achieving in the first couple turns, 5-card 9 or 4-card 9, but gets the job done, buys the hand.
So I don't think it's just the fact that he does unfair things that make him reviled. It's also the game states he produces, because ultimately Tater's making the right choices turn cycle after turn cycle. But if you're in Yuki's seat, you're just sitting there like, I can't believe how many turn cycles you're going to make me tread water before I can finally leave this table. Sink Below blocks overtly this Ignite that starts off the combat chain. Kunai of Retribution to follow. One go again here. Tater does have a pretty good answer in the form of Shelter from the Storm. Discards it in the attack step, not giving Miss Yuki the opportunity to flick in the reaction step.
Yeah, Yuki has to have every card matter a lot. Tater, he has too many cards. He just needs to figure out a way to spend them.
And this is not a bad way to do it. Command and Conquer coming in for 6. Not representing Pummel this time, but the hands are shredded nonetheless. 2 for 6 is not that great of a rate. But when you're up against a Draconic Ninja who has got their back against the wall, it means everything in terms of deck damage.
Oh, look at Tater's hand. That E-Strike is looking really, really good here. This is a theme that we're probably going to see again, but it's just, I've been on the Guardian side of this countless number of times. You finally get them down to that 1, 2, 3 life total, and your deck was not designed to spend the entire hand, but cards like E-Strike really give you just a little bit of reach, or just a little bit of flexibility with these hands. This is just going to be a 4-card 13, but at all the wrong breakpoints. 5 is a painful breakpoint, 8's a painful breakpoint, and this is probably game.
Absolutely. The numbers are finally favoring Tater Kammeyer. But there is a defense reaction in the arsenal, and Tater knew about it. I mean, he grabbed that Quicken token long before the Sink Below came out of the arsenal. So Yuki remains alive, despite the fact that Tater put together the best offensive turn he could in many turn cycles. But more damage is coming her way. Oh, this is it, folks. Outside interference is going to be able to be discarded like it has before in order to give Mandible Claw go again. And then, of course, Swing Big can come in after that. Or I don't believe he's fetched a copy of Big Bully out of the inventory yet. Could be even bigger if he holds on to enough resources.
He's not going to be able to spend his hand again unless he rolls Scabs, but there's no point in rolling Scabs here. It just seems like he'll be able to take Yuki's hand and do it again next turn, and do it again turn after that, and Yuki's deck is pretty thin at this point. It's hard to see that, but I don't think there's that many cards left.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of defense in the hand. The Sink Below was spent from the arsenal previously. I have definitely seen some 2 blocks here. There are 3 2 blocks and the 1 that is now on the combat chain. Tater has plenty of resources to activate RKO and bring this one home in the way that the Reviled Brute has always deemed fit. So Yuki forced to block a hefty amount from the hand, and here comes Tater, changing this 8 into a nasty 12. The fist bump is extended. Tater Kammeyer ascends against all odds into the top 8. And look at the contrast between these 2 images. You got RKO, sinister glare, and then you have Tater, lovable fan of flesh and blood. I don't think there are any 2 hero people combinations that are more juxtaposed. Okay, whether you're a fan of the Reviled Brood or you're a fan of the revered Tater Kammeyer, you're going to get to see him in top 8. He's going to be battling for his life. The first match, however, will be determined in a moment. You want to see the top 8 bracket, Michael?
Oh, absolutely.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Here we go.
Man.
We've got Nacilio. We got a Kano. Wow, facing off against one another. That is an interesting match right there. But besides that, Simon Nielsen sneaks his way in there despite being on the chopping block so many games ago. 2 copies of Gravy Bones do make it in, but besides that, this top 8 is as diverse as they come.
Yes, I'm loving this. Iaali is going to be our man to face the Tater. I'm just so stoked. This top 8 looks so stacked, has so many fun matchups. These matchups are romantic. I mean, 1st and 8th, Nacilio kind of showing maybe the door to Kano. Who knows? Maybe this is Kano's weekend. Maybe Zach's going to take this. That's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be a quick game. I know we're not putting that one on the feature because we might start and introduce ourselves, and then we see a handshake before we really get too far, you know? Of course, we're playing Simon and Thaminda on stream. That's going to be a classic game. This is a matchup that both heroes really have game plans that can really revolve a lot. I'm really excited to do that coverage because I've also done some testing with Simon on this matchup as well. Chris versus Tater. I wish we could watch
Honestly,
all of them.
I do too. Yeah, Yuki Lee Bender does sneak into the 7th seed despite that horrendous defeat that we just saw on camera. It is going to be a huge testament to her mental capabilities, not just her mechanics in Flesh and Blood, if she's able to shake off everything that she just experienced and put together a win here. If anybody can do it, I think it's Yuki Lee Bender. So a lot of incredible games to be played. We can only watch one of them in top 8, but we will be back in mere moments with that and so much Flesh and Blood to be played after this. Well, the top 8 cut has been made. No, not by the sharpened dawn blade of Dorinthea. Tater Kammeyer made sure of that. Instead, it has been made just by happenstance. That's how tournaments work. I won't say any more on the matter. We do have an incredible game of Flesh and Blood to be played, and we know what the top 8 is. So instead, let's go ahead and take a look at the folks that still did an admirable job despite the fact that they won't be on display here. Your top 8 is on the left side of your screen, but wow, the Verdances are definitely gate-kept just on the cusp out of the final cut.
Yeah, Jacob Allen was 7th, Tater was 9th, Thaminda was 8th. And Jacob, that means lost that last round and just got edged out of the top 8. Yuki and Zach lost their rounds, but they were high enough in that seeding to win. So, yeah, a little unfortunate for Jacob. Our quarterfinalist from World Championship Philadelphia, not his weekend. Lucas also making 10th place with that verdance. And of course, there's just another killer's row. We got Brody, Jacob Clements, Eric, all these top 16s. Kevin Murphy, top 16. You can never be too sad making top 16, especially because of the cash prize and the World Tour points. 8 World Tour points in the new season, and during the London season, during the Compendium season. Winning a calling will get you 10 points. So getting 8 points now is a big deal.
And speaking of edgelords, I do want to bring attention to number 13 there. Eric Daurenheim was one of the 5 Jarls that could at the start of this day. But he has supplanted Hayden Jeanson, who seemed stalwart and unstoppable, at least at the beginning of this game. So even though it wasn't Jarl's day when it comes to the top 8, Eric and so many other players have shown that this hero has legs. Besides that, there's a lot of other really incredible individuals that played here at Calling Seattle, and despite not getting the cash or the World Tour points, have staked their claim on the competitive world of Flesh and Blood. Alexander Vore, one of my kin, aptly mentioned Hayden Jeanson, also of the Jarl clan, and a heck of a lot of Florian Rotwood Harbingers, I might add.
Yeah, Michael Clare, who we saw earlier yesterday, still finishes strong, 21st, gets that top 24, gets a little bit of money, gets some World Tour points on that Arachne Marionette. Hayden Jeanson, of course, still finishing pretty strong. We see some Asilios, Alexander Vore, Nicholas Tran, Ruben On, one of my old locals back when I lived in the New York area, finishing pretty strong on Prism. He started the tournament 0-2, so finishing at 29th is not an easy feat.
Oh, but you know who is missing from this? Fisher Johnson on Marlin. One of the best named people hero combinations I have ever seen, at least until Tater Kammeyer also supplants him with RKO. Okay, there's some high octane Flesh and Blood to be played. Not with high octane, of course, that is a banned card, and so many more will be banned come Monday. But there's a man in the room who just wanted to play Prism. We're going to give him the opportunity on screen for the 3rd time today to do just that. Simon Nielsen in the 4th seed, coming in hot. He's normally a Magic player. That is his bread and butter, but the Flesh and Blood crew has siphoned him off just like so many before him. He is here playing Flesh and Blood, doing what he loves against Thaminda, Edirisooriya. I completely butchered that. I apologize, Thaminda. But Thaminda is on Gravy Bones' Shipwrecked Looter. This promises to be a very intricate matchup. Tell me why, Michael.
Oh my gosh, there's so much back and forth in this matchup, and a lot of agency in both players, both in blocking and not blocking. I really want to highlight the equipment choices here. Thaminda, starting with that Base of the Mountain. That has been an equipment that Gravy players have started to play in more and more matchups in that leg slot, especially in matchups where, well, the other 2 leg potential slots, like the Mage Master's boots and the Quick Dodge Flexors, may not have as much value.
Without a doubt, and when you are wanting to get your swarthy boys into the yard where they belong, why not also get some extra block value on a big, fat Herald? Herald of Triumph is going to be the first of those big, fat attacks. Coming across the combat chain, give and go again from the Arclight Sentinel in the pitch zone. Is that in cold foil as well, by the way? Is Simon a Drip Lord? I don't think so.
No, I don't even think it's rainbow foil. I think it's just a plain old non-foil Arclight Sentinel.
As a minimum rarity gamer, I respect the heck out of that, of Simon Nielsen. I'm here to play the game, not to look pretty while I do it. Herald of Triumph going to be blocked out, except for 4 points by a Conqueror of the High Seas.
I want to highlight this Figment, Figment of Tenacity. This is not a Figment we see in many Prism lists. This Figment represents a lot because it tells me it's usually the last Figment you would put into a deck. Because its effect is quite minimal compared to all the other Figments, there are 8 possible ones, and usually most Prism decks are on 6 in the main, I want to say, with a 7th at the side. This already represents to me that there is an 8th Figment here, most likely. All the other Figments are still in the deck, and it kind of already tells me a strategy that Prism players have been employing in this matchup, and that is, I don't really care about killing you. I'm going to destroy all your allies. my angels are allies that kill your allies, and you try to kill me, and then I kill you, and eventually you run out of cards, but I still have these on-rate herald attack actions. So that's, I don't want to call it necessarily fatigue, but the fact that the Prism deck can adapt and run the Gravy deck out of threats much more readily than vice versa. Another card I want to highlight, if we see it, is Herald of Rebirth, particularly in yellow. That's another card that really has made this strategy a lot better.
And he definitely has it in the deck because we saw it played from Arsenal against Richard Truong, or maybe it was the other match that we had him on. But yeah,
he had a Pierce of Reality, and the Herald of Rebirth came in for 8. I do remember that.
Conqueror of the High Seas blocked on turn 0, then found immediately in the next turn with an Eye of Ophidia to boot. Does Thaminda like the top of the deck, though? Not a single ally found so far, but there is a copy of Sea Legs on top there. If there is a way to activate Gravy Bones, get Thaminda's hand on some gold, he might be getting drunk as well as coming in to the face with a big bad Gravy boat. Simon Nielsen to respond now.
Yeah, there's no hook activation. Simon doesn't have an arsenal. There's not really much to be represented here.
Is it a problem? Wait.
What do you think about the addition of Dreamweavers here? Is the only other thing in the inventory Calming Gesture that could contest it?
Yeah, there's really not too many arm slots that are good in the Prism deck. I think it's like Stonewall Gauntlet would maybe be the best in slot for this matchup for what Simon's trying to do, potentially. I'm still not sure. I left last time talking with him that this is a very potent strategy. Sometimes Gravy players may be aware of it, maybe prepare for it, but also sometimes what ends up happening is you plan to fatigue and then you draw some hands and you're like, I think we're just killing them. So it's a good strategy to have in the back of your head, but it's also sometimes you just have to play to the game state, play to the way hands are being drawn. And this start by Thaminda, I would just say it's a little below average. Normally you want to have that ally attack as well.
Without a doubt, but unfortunately, Mr. Edirisooriya was unable to resolve it from the Watery Grave. Instead, it was from the hand after the 2 resources remaining from the Conqueror of the High Seas do their dirty work. No, it's not a massive start, but the life lead is definitely in the favor of Gravy Bones, but I think you'll be the first to say that this is not really a battle of life totals. It's much more about command of the board.
Life totals won't matter until they matter. I do want to highlight, though, that Thaminda had Trust High Seas, an imminently to-be-banned card, in his opening hand, and if he had played it, he would have hit that blue and that Sea Legs, created a gold, maybe was able to hook that Conqueror, then activate Gravy, discard his Sawbones, and maybe even attack with it. So if he had taken that risk there, he would have really been paid off. That sometimes always doesn't work out, though, but just something to highlight.
Figment of Tenacity, the first Figment found here after being pitched on turn 1. I'm really glad that we're getting a chance to highlight it here because I think you're absolutely right. This is here just to have more angels on board and to run Gravy Bones out of threats.
Its on hit here is actually extremely relevant. Simon has seen 2 Conqueror of the High Seas. He's not aware of the Sea Legs. Sea Legs is not a card that's in every single Gravy deck now. But by giving this Herald of Ravages Dominate, he increases the chances that he could have found another Figment right on this turn. So heads up play from him, using that Figment of Tenacity's text line and giving it some value, of course being punished by that Sea Legs.
Well, and I'm also glad that we're mentioning it here because I did get a tale from the floor in round 1 of yesterday where Figment of Tenacity, more importantly, the angel that it flips into, was critical in destroying a Rhinar in round 1. Usually a pretty favorable matchup for any deck that runs a lot of 6s. And if there's one thing that likes 6s, it's Rhinar Reckless Rampage. And all of a sudden, it got into a grindy game state. The Prism had a lot of board pieces, but just needed to close it out. And the angel that it flips into gives attacks dominate for the entire turn. All attacks.
That's crazy.
And it can, you know, in certain game states, get you across the finish line when you otherwise wouldn't. Compass of Sunken Depths activated there. Want to say it was a Blood in the Water found on top?
I think so as well. Thaminda has to be really careful here. If he's read the tea leaves, it seems like Simon might be pursuing more of a fatigue strategy. And if he does that, you really don't want to be arsenaling a Blood in the Water. That might be in your arsenal for the rest of your game. Nope. Blue Saltwater Swell. We were wrong. We were wrong. Thaminda knows better than us.
I think you might be right about the game plans, though. And what about the way Simon has played so far tells you he might be slanting fatigue?
It's really that Figment of Tenacity, the fact that we saw Herald of Rebirth, maybe the no hesitation, block of a single card. Normally, if the Prism's trying to kill you, they're not blocking with Heralds per se, but it's a little masked by the fact that he did have Herald of Erudition, which he did send at the Sawbones, which he then just drew 2 cards, and sometimes if you don't block with a Herald there, you get stuck with too many cards. Another interesting thing is the not flipping the Figment of Tenacity with the Imperial Rapture while it's free. This could be kind of a heads-up play where he doesn't see an ally to clear with a Figment, so he doesn't want to risk it dying. It represents infinite damage almost if he can keep it alive, and with no threats here, you know, maybe he's just keeping it around. So this strategy really, it's very reactive to what the Gravy player does. The more the Gravy player pushes, the more you have to either start making decisions where if you want to race or block out, and the more the Gravy kind of sputters a little, maybe doesn't get an early gold, maybe just kind of doesn't go online, then you have more room to pursue either strategy. In this case, I think Thaminda's recognizing that he's gonna have to play the long game. He's smartly brought in the Scubas, which is not a card that, you know, we bring in every matchup as a Gravy Bones player, and he's already starting to bottom that Sea Legs, which is of course a popper that can be reused later.
Going the distance is Thaminda, off the back of man's best friend, even in death, Scuba Salty Sea Dog. 4 damage, of course, to be considered here. Doesn't target the passing Mirage. Instead, face is the place. And there's not a whole lot of poppers from Gravy Bones. 2 have already been seen.
Yeah, he's putting his Sea Legs back. He only has 1 Conqueror left in the deck. We don't know how many Sea Legs he's necessarily playing, but yeah, he also wants to threaten that gold-baited hook this turn, so I think this all makes sense.
Okay, a Figment is awakened, but in a defensive posture. Simon Nielsen awakens Figment of Tenacity, gets rid of the only card in Soul in order to cover up that 4 damage. Now, one of the rubs for Prism Awakener of Soul, usually in other matchups, is, am I starved of Soul? But in this case, when your Heralds are hitting allies and going directly to Soul, is that less of a consideration for Simon here? Is it just like a given that he's going to have enough Soul to do whatever he wants?
You are absolutely correct. This is a matchup where you often are at a Soul surplus. I like to call Gravy Bones kind of the Santa Claus of the CC format. Like, you want on hits, I will give them to you. You want your snatch to hit, it'll never miss. Not with my allies in play. So these zombies, they don't move very quick. They're not dodging any of your attacks. You're going to get all the on hits you want. Herald of Protection, here's your Spectral Shield. Herald of Ravages, where's this Arcane Ping going? It's just, you know, he's a very charitable guy, this Necromancer.
Move over, St. Nick. There's a new kid in town, and he is undead as heck. Figment of War comes out of the deck after Herald of Erudition finds home and sends Scuba Sea Dog down to his swarthy depths and commits a crime against humanity and the animal kingdom at the same time. You never kill the dog.
Yeah, Simon's choice of attack here will tell us a little bit more about what his plans are. He has 2 blues and a red Herald of Triumph.
Simon just taking stock of the board state. It's so important, and anytime we see difficult judge calls when Prisms are on stream, it's because board state is not represented properly. And it's not necessarily the Illusionist player's fault. There is a ton to consider here, and it's complicated even more based on the fact that they're facing another board state deck across the table.
Yeah, and interesting to note, he did not convert that card in his arsenal to flip and attack with that Figment of War. It's another blue Herald. I think it might be Herald of Protection, which is just, like I said, if you send that at my guys, here's your Spectral Shield. It's one of the better Heralds to arsenal if you want to be doing some clean-up duty on your turn.
I think it's obvious at this point, but we do have to talk about the on-hits that are offered by Heralds. When this hits is categorically different than when this hits a hero. As long as it is hitting a valid target, like a Rigor Mortis, like a Scuba Salty Sea Dog, that Herald is going to go directly to Soul and also get some beneficial effects to boot, which is why Herald of Erudition is going straight to Soul, and also Simon is passing go and collecting 2 cards on top of it.
Yeah, he's already cashed in 2 Herald of Eruditions, which he didn't have to really use them yet, but, you know, might as well draw 2 while you can draw 2.
Sunken Treasure here has interesting implications. Gravy Bones is not the only deck that runs yellows. No, the OG yellow runner were the light heroes, your Boltons, your OG Prisms. In this case, Sunken Treasure can do some work, especially if Simon wants to go the distance. Thaminda is going to have to identify the most threatening yellow cards in Simon's graveyard to turn face down. So far, not a ton of action on the side of Gravy Bones. If Simon wants to go the distance, and if they have the edge in the fatigue race, what do you think about the defensive posture of Thaminda so far?
Well, I just want to mention that I'm not positive. I'm not that positive that Simon is pursuing a fatigue strategy yet. It's simply something that, you know, Gravy players should be aware of, maybe, hopefully at this point, and something that I've seen a lot of Prism players employ, and quite effectively. If you're not ready for this, you're not winning this game. But I guess to more closely answer your question, I think Simon's kind of biding his time. A lot of these early turns with Prism, both of these heroes are board state based heroes, and they're kind of posturing for position, trying to, you know, establish some permanence. This Gold Kiss Rump, for example, the minute that's playing this turn, we might not see it be used for multiple turns. He had a choice between sending that Murderous Rabble or playing the Tip the Barkeep, and I think he's saying, like, I would rather save my damage, make my permanence now, and just be on maximum amount of permanence before we really start playing the game. Here, he had a choice between developing a Rigor Mortis or an Anka. I can tell you as a fact, if he develops that Rigor Mortis, it might not even make it to the layer step of attack because of that Halo of Illumination. There's just a lot of little things here in this matchup that make it extremely technical, extremely difficult, but extremely fun.
And very rewarding, I'm sure, when you understand all of the intricacies,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. And Thaminda is choosing to arsenal that Blend the Water here. And I would do that in a heartbeat based on the way this game has been going. Simon's been sending heralds at me, but it's all been a little masked because I haven't really been building, like, doing like a 2-ally game hand, sending a lot of damage. I haven't been pressuring Simon in a way that lets him, you know, really feel like be forced to, like, go to that fatigue route. And also, we've been playing a lot of turns. Thaminda's still at 40.
Exactly. I was about to say, Thaminda, even though he's not doing those offensive overlap turns that Gravy Bones used to be able to do with a whole host of tipples, he is keeping that life total really high, which is something you normally want to do against combo adversaries, which Prism isn't necessarily, but in a game where you're both circling each other in the boxing ring, trying to get the edge in the board state race, maybe that is still something to be lauded.
Thaminda has 2 D-Reacts in hand and a D-React in arsenal. This is, he's going to be hoping trying to get rid of those cards somehow.
We are blocking on this turn.
Luckily, Gravy does have that little cycle ability. He's able to, you know, draw a card, discard a card, but he already has an ally that he wants to discard, so I believe he's probably going to be looking to sink something.
25 plays 40. I also want to talk real quick about what you typically deal with if you want to go the distance, if you want a long game. Normally, the way you do that, at least as a Guardian player, is setting up really powerful turns for the late game in your pitch stack. If Simon wants to play as many turns as humanly possible and run Thaminda out of threats, oftentimes that's not really a skill point afforded Prism, because just about every turn, every time a Herald finds home, he is going into the deck and tutoring out a Figment and shuffling it back up.
Well, I'd like to think that because I see a Herald of Protection red here, and most Prism decks do play the full suite of the Red War Tune and the Red Triumph, this means that there's probably like 9 reds, and honestly, as we're expending these reds and then we're shuffling our decks, our ratios become a little bit more consistent. We get a little bit more blues and yellows. You know, our deck starts with 11 maybe, or 9 maybe of these reds, and as we shuffle the deck, our ratios just become cleaner and cleaner. So, yes, we can't really set up a pitch stack, but shuffling does overall help the deck.
Sink below, cut straight to the reaction step, and that's likely because we know that Thaminda has more reactions to speak of. Will they be deployed here, though? Only he has the answer to that. Mr. Edirisooriya still sitting at 40 life. Will he take the first blood drop here? Still 3 damage coming over the top of this sink below. And even more than that in terms of on hits. But no, shirked away by blood in the water. And no trigger taken advantage of there. Thaminda, not the type like Jacob Clemens to simply mill the top of the deck blindly. but maybe that is because of what he thinks Simon Nielsen's game plan might be.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Thaminda's navigated himself into an awkward position here. He knew that there was a ley line on top from the compass, so when he gravied into it, that was a known quantity. But now he has a Lone Shark, a ley line, and a Conqueror. And sending a Conqueror for 7, I mean, there are worse things you can do in this game. That's for sure. 3 cards 7 with an on-hit. But you would have loved to have had a blue go again this turn and maybe just sent one of his Rigor Mortises or his other allies. But, I mean, you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Okay, and doing what he has to is Thaminda Edirisooriya. This is the final copy of Conqueror of the High Seas that we're going to see either on blocking or attacking duty this game. The other 2 are in the graveyard now.
It is the 3rd copy, but in my opinion, saying it's the final copy might not be accurate.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw, but a lot of the World Championship top 8 gravy lists, we've adjusted the way we handle fatigue decks. A long time ago, we didn't have to do it at all. Then we added a Whaler, and then that wasn't good enough. Then we added another Whaler. Then we added a Whaler of Scubas and ley lines. Then we added more ley lines. Then we added last ditch efforts. And now the current flavor, and I haven't seen them in this deck list. I don't know what's exactly in there, but the current flavor now has been a 1 Whaler, 1 Remembrance pairing. And in this matchup, I would hope that Thaminda has his Remembrance because with all of his Conquerors gone, it might be a hard time to try to do 25 damage.
And with a 1 of Remembrance in the deck, does that mean that all 3 of those targets are going to be Conqueror of the High Seas? Is that usually how it shakes out?
Yeah, unless you don't have them all 3 in your graveyard, it's usually the best card to grab. The problem with the gravy deck is as this game goes on, Simon's pitching a lot of Heralds to swing Heralds. But Thaminda's pitching Loot the Hold, Avasties, Jittery Bones. These are not great cards on by themselves. And his deck is going to become very blue heavy, maybe a couple of allies sprinkled in there, but it's just not going to be doing a lot of damage. And some of the best ways to present these strong, powerful turns in that second cycle is to Remembrance back these Conquerors. Now, once again, I'm not sure if Thaminda has them. He might not. It's not, it's not unwinnable this game, but then we really need to get these ley lines to be getting us our 5, maybe our 6 points of value. And unfortunately, Thaminda last turn had to pitch a ley line. And this really is bad for 2 different reasons. Not only is it a little bit bad because we weren't able to get the value immediately and we're pitching a yellow, which is just never ideal, but also pitching that ley line means we can't scoop with that ley line again and really try to get like 4 points of value.
Base of the Mountain blocked with here. Going to show its stripes in this Gravy Bones deck. Perhaps not joined by the gold baited hook, as was postured a second ago. 2 cards banished for Base of the Mountain. Jittery Bones joins the fray. Sawbones does as well, but it is not actually going to do any blocking on its own. It still doesn't have any blocking power. What it will do is beef up the block capability of Base of the Mountain. What do you think about the deployment of that boot piece here?
It's awesome. We got the Sawbones in the graveyard, which is what we wanted to do anyway. If we had gold, we could do it the old-fashioned way and not maybe do this line, but we didn't, and we do need to get it out of our hands somehow. And so Base of the Mountain is kind of bailing us out here.
Chart the High Seas. Result here hits big, and not a moment too soon. A blue in the pitch, and yet another Swabby in the yard means that Thaminda Edirisooriya is feeling awfully good. There's a gold token finally on board for him. No, it's not the overflowing coffers that he's really going to need in order to do some serious offensive overlap to get over the top, but it is a darn good start.
I will miss that card, but that card has let me down a bunch of times. I've milled a lot of my own Conquerors of the High Seas, so maybe it's better. Maybe it's better for me that card doesn't exist.
Good riddance, huh? Swabby out of the yard, joining the fray. Richards of Tropodani pitched for the first time. Another gold generated for Thaminda Edirisooriya, and 7 damage on the combat chain. The hammer cometh for the Awakener of Soul.
This is an on-hit with the gold, so Simon, somewhat incentivized to block. I want to note, though, that the difference between this chart hitting and not hitting is kind of insane. It's an extra gold. Of course, the minute did have the riches, so he was creating gold this turn anyway, but he started this turn of no gold, and he might end this turn of 3. It's part of this reasoning with the gravy deck as it's currently constructed without the tipples, where we often feel as pilots of the deck, the feast and the famine of this deck. sometimes you're just on no gold. Your gold start for multiple turns, and you really need that first gold to really just get the whole engine going. And this turn he had no gold to start, and now he's potentially going to have 3. Big difference.
Taking a look at the hand of Simon Nielsen as it goes to the table, there is an Arclight Sentinel,
Okay.
a Figment, that all you got, and a red Wartune Herald. So I think the Arsenal is going to have to do some heavy lifting for Simon here if he wants to have a meaningful turn. But nevertheless, he thinks he's got it because he accepts readily all of that big bonk from Swabby. 7 damage, but he is not long for this world, ladies and gentlemen. The Nihilistic Carpenter goes upside down into the graveyard to pay for the sins of the father, and into the soul goes the Herald of Protection and a Spectral Shield. Out of the game and onto the board.
This is going to be a big pivot turn. Simon took a lot of damage this turn, and I think he's going to be aiming to flip that Figment of Erudition, draw some cards, and then play that Arclight Sentinel after maybe sending one more Herald. This is kind of a scary place. I'm not sure if Thaminda is maybe aware that this is going to be happening. It's just kind of a heads-up thing. Once you jam this matchup a couple times, this is kind of that pivot. Because of that Arclight Sentinel and the fact that Thaminda doesn't have... I don't see a Call to the Grave in his hand, because a Call to the Grave could kind of bail him out of that Arclight lock. The Arclight isn't really going to win Simon the game by any means, but it will keep his Figment of Erudition or Soraya around for another turn. And that's kind of how Simon really starts getting a big advantage here. He's been very passive this game, blocking it quite a bit, doing a lot of cleanup duty, but this is going to be a critical pivot turn, in my opinion, and I'm excited to see where we go.
You know, Prism is, when she's doing middling turns, oftentimes she is just buying time for exactly this. Buying time and also buying resources. Ultimately, cards in Soul are what are required for the nasty things that Prism can do. Just like when you face down Assassin and you can kind of whittle down the possibilities in their hand based on what cards they pitch and based on what cards they block. With Prism, there's a whole lot less she can do when she doesn't have cards in Soul. When she does, it feels like she's making up the rules of Flesh and Blood as she goes. But
absolutely.
In this case, Simon Nielsen sets up the board state masterfully in order to really put the pressure on Thaminda Edirisooriya, dare him to take a lot of damage and see if he can remove the Angel on his turn.
And Thaminda is really not incentivized to block this Soraya. You want to be blocking the Heralds and preventing on-hits, so he probably won't block here. But same thing, and for our Gravy players and just players who find themselves against a Prism in this CC meta, there's a lot of telltale signs that there might be an Arclight Sentinel on this turn. Simon has 4 cards in his hand, and his next Herald or Angel attack will not have Go again. It's just a really good opportunity to play that Arclight. Your Spidey senses should really be tingling if you ever find yourself in the same spot.
Listen, this is really good for Simon Nielsen because Arclight Sentinel is essentially going to time warp any opponent it is played against. It is a aura with Spectra, which may be targetable, nay, must be targeted by the text on Arclight Sentinel. But the issue with Spectra is that immediately when an attack targets it, the combat chain is closed, and therefore things like Go Again do not resolve. No, you don't get to pass Go or do anything else on that turn. So important for Simon because, like you said, it will keep Soraya around. Listen, it is very good for him. The only thing that could have gone better for Simon on that previous turn is if Soraya had drawn 1 blue. He had 1 resource floating, which would have meant that he would have been able to establish the Arclight Sentinel and arsenal a card. Don't get me wrong, Simon's really happy in this position, but it could have just been that little bit better.
Yep. Always good to highlight what could have been. I think Thaminda, if I were him, I would be digging. We're looking for back alley break line on the top and some way to pitch it. We're looking for a Diamond Amulet. We're looking for a Call to the Grave to get a back alley break line into the graveyard. Just some way we can deal with this Arclight Sentinel and then cheekily kill that Soraya. If we don't, nothing too bad is going to happen. We're still at 36. We have plenty of life to give, but we will be giving Simon a lot of percentage points, a lot of room in this game to start pulling ahead.
Okay, a second bottle of Gold Kiss rum generated, but Gravy Bones is already tapped down to pay for his own ability, so not going to be getting drunk at all on this turn, which means that this chum-friendly first mate is going to not have Go Again. Doesn't really matter on the attack, though, because it has to go into Arclight Sentinel and Go Again would not have helped him out of this position anyway. In the hand of Simon Nielsen, however, is a second copy of Arclight Sentinel. However, bereft of resources a little bit is Simon Nielsen. That can be fixed with one more swing of Soraya, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Simon waited to deploy it and swing with it when he had 3 cards in soul. That's because you need 1 to awaken, 1 to pay for the ability if you want to draw those extra cards. By being patient, Simon has bought himself not 1 good turn, but potentially 2 time warps in a row against Thaminda.
Yeah, and it also, like, he could have just had 2 cards in soul. 3 is just a good number in case Thaminda kind of does a heads-up play and says, you know what, I am not going to play an ally. I am not going to give you another free soul next turn. I want to say, though, Simon took a very disciplined line here. We've seen him be a little bit greedy with putting yellows into the pitch zone. He could have potentially pitched a blue, attacked with Soraya, and then at some point, by damage step, flipped another Figment by pitching a yellow if he drew a yellow off the top. But if he didn't draw a yellow, his turn would be over. He didn't choose to take that risk this turn, but he ended up drawing a yellow, so he could have been paid off.
And here we go. Sunken Treasure doing the work that it is meant to, at least in this matchup, turning face down Arclight Sentinels. Because on the table, even though we don't see it a whole lot nowadays in the meta, is the Prism Time Warp combo kill, basically. You establish a Figment of War, flip it into Bologna, and then establish more and more Angels while also recurring Arclight Sentinel over and over and over again, and you stun lock and kill your opponent, basically in several turn cycles, but also one fell swoop.
I'm still not sure if Simon is going to be pursuing kind of a fatigue route or a kill route, but it is starting to look more and more like playing the game as normally.
Herald of Rebirth targeting, I think Simon said George, but referring to Chum. Chum, of course, is his nickname. His real name is George Simmons.
So this is where things start telling me a crisper story of Simon's plans. He has
Preach.
2 red heralds in his hand, and he has chosen to instead first send that herald at Chum. This is the herald that I guess loses Phantasm from the Passing Mirage, as weirdly enough, Soraya is not an illusionist. I don't know if you ever saw that. It's just a light ally.
Yeah.
So Passing Mirage affected that second herald, and Simon still just, or that first herald, and Simon just said, whatever, I don't care. I'm killing your Chum. As long as I kill all your allies, you can't hurt me, literally. And Simon's probably going to send a red herald at Thaminda. He also kind of knows that Thaminda doesn't have any more conquerors left, so I guess the Phantasm doesn't matter as much. But just the sequencing kind of just tells you his priorities.
And I think it's probably also information that he is receiving from Thaminda, because Thaminda has had plenty of opportunities to remove Passing Mirage and just hasn't. So Simon knows that there are probably not any sideboard poppers that Thaminda is relying on in order to carry the day. So both players treating that Spectre Aura as though it doesn't really exist.
Yeah. Also, interesting note, though, I have played this matchup a couple times, and I have often had a Conqueror in my hand, and I do the math, and I'm like, I can't block with this.
Yeah.
I'm just sending face, because unfortunately in this, so there's this concept of being the beatdown, and the deck that has more inevitability. And unfortunately, most of the time, the Gravy Bones deck is not that deck. We are the deck that really needs to push the offense and get our opponent down to 0, because our allies are not forever. They're not diamonds. And, well, when they're gone, so are we. We don't even have a weapon. A little compass,
And Prism technically does have a weapon, but it does about as much on offense as a Compass of Sunken Depths. But I absolutely see your point, especially when Simon, just doing his bread and butter turn cycles, is putting red Herald of Protection back into his deck and also arsenaling a red Wartune Herald. So we talked about the fact that Simon's yellows and blues are doing much better than Thaminda's, but also he is refreshing some serious power cards. So it does seem like the onus is absolutely on Mr. Edirisooriya, who up until this point is completely biding his time, doing the Gravy Bones equivalent of getting 3 cards in soul at the ready. Let's see when he's finally going to shoot his shot and try to slam the door on Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, Thaminda's, playing that with the hold that he arsenaled the turn before and just looking at the allies and saying, which one do I want to send and where? Soraya is a high priority target to kill. And hopefully Thaminda's aware that if he does develop a Rigor Mortis, it may not make it to the layer step. Scuba would be a really good pickup here if he had maybe played that ley line earlier, but I don't know if he has any yellows in his graveyard. So it's not a great usage of Scuba, especially in a game that is prone to go into fatigue. It's possible, honestly, because that gold is quite important. We could just put a Rigor Mortis on the bottom as well. These are not optimal plays, but they're still something.
I was about to ask, what is the merit of putting allies on the bottom of the deck? Is that also a little bit of a hedge of fatigue, or is it just to get the gold?
Depends on if you just pitched like a port side or a tipple, which I think he is doing right now. So it's it's nice to have these cards together. We may be shuffling the deck. Looks like the Thaminda chooses not to do that. Very fair play as well. He also doesn't really want to put any of Simon's yellow cards in the bottom of his deck. So just, playing the ally that it's kind of just annoying. Like, does Simon want to deal with this? Because if you don't deal with it, this is kind of one of the more ignorable allies. But whether or not Simon deals with this will also tell me a lot about his plans in this game.
And speaking of allies that are easy to ignore, I want to talk about one that is very difficult to. Whaler Humperdinck. Haven't seen it yet from Thaminda's deck. And honestly, we've probably been through it once or twice if you talk about the shuffling effect of Call to the Grave. Is it possible that Thaminda just left a little bit of the long game tech at home?
Yeah, not sure. It's also not positive that Thaminda even has Whaler in the 80. It's not necessary. It's possible maybe he's innovated on the deck list even more, maybe switch to something like 2 Remembrances. I'm not sure. This is a card that I haven't decided yet if I like having it as a hedge against fatigue in this matchup. Traditionally, I've just been enjoying maybe just a copy of Remembrance and 1 Scuba. And one of my favorites, honestly, is having some gold generation from cards like C4 Salvage, which I did see Thaminda have, and having a single copy of a last-ditch effort. That's usually one of my favorite ways of kind of just like hedging against these type of plays.
3 cards devoted to the block here. Something that Thaminda has done time and time again. The life total remains incredibly high. But as we talked about many times before during this stream, life total ain't where it's at least not until it starts really mattering.
Yeah, Thaminda's prioritizing denying the on-hits from these heralds by blocking them out and kind of denying Simon the soul. As he's doing this, though, I do start to worry that he may be running out of cards himself. He is taking these lines that are on face value very plus in terms of what you're preventing from going on, but you can only do so much, and you only have so many cards. I'm not sure how many cards Simon presented in this matchup, but it's possible he presented more than 60, and if the minute just presented 60, the way he's blocking, he will simply run out of cards, maybe even before he runs out of allies.
And even though 3/4 of the cards from hand are devoted to blocks, Simon still takes a massive chunk. 6 damage to Thaminda's life force, down to 29 egos, and these life totals are looking ever more even. And if life totals are even if they're in their dregs, I'm definitely thinking the Prism is ahead.
Oh, Simon has 7 ward board of life, plus 3 figments. So he's functioning at 25, and Thaminda has a 1-card hand that maybe activates great. Ooh, no, this card's really good. I wonder what they're going to do with it on Monday.
Yeah, they're getting rid of this card. This card is, of course, Chart the High Seas. Not looking super great here. Thaminda's looking at the top 2 cards of his deck. He can pitch a blue card from among them, put the rest into your graveyard, and you get a gold token for every yellow card hit there. So the supreme hit for Gravy Bones is oftentimes an ally or a sea legs, plus, of course, a blue in order to refund the resources that you would have gotten by pitching Chart the High Seas. In this case, it's 2 blues found on top, so only 3 resources generated at the cost of a card out of deck rather than in the pitch zone. Rigor Mortis comes out, and my co-caster is saying, oh boy, because this opens up a line for Simon Nielsen that is nasty, and we're seeing it right here, folks. Halo of Illumination gonna pop. A card with light in its subtype is going into the Prism Soul, and here it comes. Thaminda knows
He
now.
drew it.
Figment.
He drew the Figment of Ravages.
which means it is not fetchable by the Herald going into the Soul, which means that it can't come out of the deck onto the arena and deal 1 arcane damage to the Rigor Mortis and rob Thaminda Edirisooriya of his action point and also his ability to do some damage on this turn. This is massive, and sometimes the top of the deck doesn't cooperate. This is one of the worst ways.
This is massively unlucky. I feel so bad, but it's not over for Simon. Simon is still going to be able to get that Figment trigger, I believe. No. He's declining to search. He has no more Figments left. He's pitched the other Figment that he had. He can still hard cast this Figment. He can still play it from hand and pop that Rigor Mortis, which keeps his Angel around, but it does kind of lose him a little bit in this like fatigue damage card eating race. So he does have to make some decisions here. This is unlucky, but a player of Simon's caliber, you know, he's going to be able to recover.
And he's also going to be able to laugh about it. He says, that's funny after all is said and done, and we definitely agree with him in the booth. But Simon Nielsen still definitely on the front foot. If you choose to resolve this Figment of Ravages, it does cost 4. Yes, it is an instant. Yes, it can still rob the action point and the Rigor Mortis from the board, but I think Simon is realizing astutely that it is time to just take your lickings and do something better on the affirmative on your turn.
Yeah, this is not a great hand from Thaminda. We see 2 allies, a Sink Below and a Ley Line. We really want to be pairing these Ley Lines with blue attacks, and this hand is not it. The Sink Below could offer some reprieve here.
And also the Gravy Bones activation, of course. 2 gold do stand at the ready.
Yep. It's so interesting. You start with these really bad hands, and who knows, a couple of draws here and there, a little cycling of the cards, and suddenly we're sending Conquerors. Who knows? Well, not in this game, but I've definitely been attacked by a surgical extraction back when New was legal. Showed him a hand of 4 allies, and then I went to my turn, went portside from Arsenal, drew a tipple, used Dead Threat, draw a card, used Gravy, draw a card, conquer for 8, and my new opponent was just stunned, like shell-shocked.
That's the point where your opponent's like, are you making these rolls up as you go? This can't possibly be how this game works. Those are the kind of things Evan Herndon and Jacob Clemens were doing to each other in the finals of calling Kansas City. Gravy Bones is a very different hero than he used to be, and he's getting another facelift. I guess a face rearrangement on Monday. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. Yes, Simon has some decisions to make here. He has a lot of flexibility with this hand because of that Angelic Awakening. And honestly, I don't think he knows whether or not he wants to be fatiguing or killing Thaminda, taking Thaminda's life total down to 0. Because he's kind of navigating this game kind of both directions, just picking the value plays that make the most sense. This is a play that he's not happy with. This Rigor Mortis in his head should never have even made it to this stage of the turns. But he's happy because he does get that Herald of Rebirth trigger, which is, going to keep him up on the actual virtual card race or deck damage race. He does have a Figment left.
Yeah, imagine sending a 2-card 6 and then going up in damage in your deck. Wartune Herald goes back into the deck thanks to Herald of Rebirths on hit. Also, yet another card joins the others in Soul. Figment of Triumph, now no longer in the pitch zone on the previous turn cycle, can come out of the deck to play. Another shuffle for Simon Nielsen's deck. And at this point, I want to talk to you a little bit about the efficacy of being the deck that is reactive in matchups in Flesh and Blood. Flesh and Blood, we often describe as a game of questions. Are you the player asking the question, or are you the player answering the question? I think most players, maybe half the players in Flesh and Blood, would rather be the proactive side of the table. But in this case, it definitely seems like Simon has the edge because he's able to adapt game plans, where Thaminda maybe can't nearly as much, not as flexible. Where do you stand on that?
Well, the good thing about Thaminda's perspective is that he really just has like one game plan, and he doesn't have to kind of waffle in between these 2 different game plans. He knows that he doesn't have inevitability, and he has to present damage, and he has to take Simon down to 0. There's no other way for him to really win. There's an off chance he takes Simon's card deck down to 0, but the way that Simon is navigating these turns, that's just very, very unlikely. Ooh, is there a little red Swiftwater Sloop?
There's a red Swiftwater Sloop in the hand, but not 2 blues in order to get The keyword on that card, no indeed. First, we check the top of the deck. Find another Rigor Mortis who cannot be sniped by Figment of Ravages at instant speed any longer, unless Simon pays his full taxes in order to do that.
Yeah, and we know that Figment's now squarely on the bottom of his deck. He just freshly pitched it, so Rigor Mortises are a little bit safe. They're not safe from a Herald of Ravage ping, though. If, you know, a Herald of Ravages does hit Thaminda, that won't be a thing. Thaminda's kind of in a weird bind here.
Very.
He can't really play this Swiftwater Sloop. It's one of the reasons why we're not seeing this card in these decks as much anymore. If he had like 3 gold or maybe at least 2 gold, he could try to, you know, draw a card and then draw another card with that Rigor Mortis on top to try to get to that 2 blue situation. But as it stands, he might just be playing this Call to the Grave, pitching one of these cards, and then just setting an ally at that Avalon. He does need to kill that Avalon. The Avalon has already gotten back the Figment of Erudition, the most powerful Figment. He cannot leave it for another turn.
Because once Avalon, Archangel of Rebirth, is flipped into from the Figment side, it's not just a yellow action card that can be found from the graveyard and put back into the deck. No, it's just a yellow card in general. And this is exactly the Angel that facilitates the stun lock kill combo that we were talking about earlier, because Arclight Sentinel is an instant card and can now be put back into the deck in addition to the Figments. So the blows keep on coming for Thaminda Edirisooriya. Even though Prism doesn't have a weapon that does any physical attack on its own, she definitely has the tools to get the juice back where it's supposed to be.
I want to highlight a cool interaction that just occurred. Simon and Thaminda. Thaminda plays the Call to the Grave, and Simon says, to get the Sawbones, that's 15th from the top. Thaminda proceeds to count to 15.
Simon Nielsen stunting on his opponent right now, showing that this is what I do. Card games are my life, and they are also my business.
It was impressive for me and jaw-dropping for me. Wow, that is... It shows me, though, that Thaminda is actually way more fatigable than I thought. And as he was searching his deck, I was looking at his deck too, and I did not see a copy of that Welcome to Rathe Super Rare Instant. I saw a couple more D-reacts, which is not what you want at this point in the game.
And, you know, I was still holding out hope because I was like, well, if we missed a red Swiftwater Sloop up until this point, surely we could have just unluckily missed a Remembrance. But no, you're right. It's not in the deck there. Did you spot a Whaler Humperdinck as well? I don't think I did either.
I do not think so. Traditionally, it wasn't a card we brought in this matchup when we had the Tipples, just because there are some 7-powered Heralds that that the Prism players can play. And Whaler is such a big investment just for them to say, well, I was going to send a Herald at that guy anyway. So it's going to be interesting how these next few turns go. They're going to take a while, I will say. These next, I want to say 6 or so turns, we're kind of down to that grind again. If Simon is super healthy, he's going to be able to have some turns where he does take some damage, just to make sure he clears board, just to make sure he, still keeps up some pressure. He's going to be, honestly, kind of putting Thaminda in a bind in every single direction. And Thaminda's not even aware of that still, I feel. I don't feel the sense of, scariness or urgency that sometimes comes when, well...
I think I did hear him say, I don't know how I possibly win this game at some point. So even if the body language isn't telling the story, Thaminda's words definitely do. Wartune Herald, in its second color this turn, comes across 5 more damage.
Finally, we get the Figment of Ravages and ping the little Rigor Mortis.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Rigor Mortis. 1 arcane damage. Spells the doom for our lanky fellow from the crow's nest, falling from grace into the watery grave, never to be seen from again. That Rigor Mortis' name was Steve. I believe there's only one more counterpart left. His name is Paul.
Yeah, there's an Anka, a Sawbones, and a Rigor left in his deck. And if Simon's been doing a good job, he probably knows every single threat left in the deck, to be honest. And just a masterful game.
Listen, Simon Nielsen is a very recognizable face in TCGs across the land, but the more this game goes on, the more he starts looking like Tater from our previous feature matchup. The life totals are way closer than they were before, but I do kind of feel like the Prism is in that seat where they're making all the right decisions, but they're also playing with their food at this point.
I can only agree with you on the potential result. I feel like they have completely different postures, completely different like mannerisms. One of Tater's signature moves is, oh my god.
That all you got, blocking out a saltwater swell. Is it looking a little more right now? This is a lot of insult to injury right here.
Well, just the way Simon's approaching the game is kind of different from Tater. Tater was just like, here's my big baddie, what you got? And then just the eyes, you know, just the
What about the
staring
Rotten
at his
Remains
opponent.
play instead of sending 9? Come on, man.
That was for the fans. If Tater does well in this tournament, I would love to interview him, just ask him what he was thinking during that time, because it has to be that. Like, sending 9 there is insane. He ended up getting just about the same amount of value to go, because Cindra did have to.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. 18 plays 24 here. Thaminda Edirisooriya is on the affirmative, but finally realizing that something has got to give here. 2 Gold Kiss Rum stand ready. Gravy Bones is untapped this turn, and there are no gold to cash in for the ability. I tend to think that there are very few allies, if any, left in the deck anyway.
Yeah, I think he had 4 resources after the swell resolved.
Correct.
And maybe he was looking for a 5th resource to swing Sawbones, unsure. Or not Sawbones, Swabby. Maybe he drew another ally, unhappy. There was a yellow, yeah, the ley line was pitched next to the Lone Shark. Though deck was supposed to be shuffled after that, but maybe they kind of just stuck a little bit close to each other.
This is a really rough situation for Thaminda. Gotta shout that out.
Overheard Simon say, Chum is kind of annoying here, messes with my plan. I'm not sure what the plan is. Seems like Chum has 6 health and some of those heralds do 6 damage. Notably, a card I haven't seen Thaminda show, pitch, block, or play is the Fearless Confrontation.
Right.
Could be that. Maybe you didn't really see a point. You're sending like 5 6s at my Sawbones. Could be that Thaminda didn't really, want to bore that in this matchup. Unsure, to be honest.
I do wonder if some Gravy players are just benefiting from the existence of that card rather
Absolutely
than
good
actually
point.
employing it.
Absolutely good point. I actually really like Fearless. Sometimes I like. Oh, it's become more clear why Simon found this a little bit more irritating this turn.
Quite vexing when you can't clear a Chum in one fell swoop, when you need to invest 2 cards to swing any. Granted, he could have pitched the blue and sent Herald of Triumph its way, but that would mean no action point to do anything after. So can't fault him for that. Prism, Awakener of Soul activated here. A Figment to be awakened. He has his pick of the litter here, and it does seem like Figment of War. Honestly, I think probably the coolest angel because of what it facilitates. I mean, if you're a Magic player, you're absolutely going to love the fact that your board gets bigger and bigger with every swing. But no, Simon rethinks that.
Ravages makes a lot of sense. There's a Chum with 1 life that he would love to just pick off.
So Sekhem, Archangel of Ravages, stands ready to shoot some arcane damage Chum's way, thereby making it so that it was, after all, a pretty darn efficient clear of Chum. When it attacks, Simon has the opportunity to banish a card from Soul, and if he does, he gets to deal 2 arcane damage to any target. So it's not just killing zombies when the Figment side comes onto the arena. No, it's doing it when a Burning Blade is the way that this angel likes to attack.
You are right, though. I am starting to read that from Thaminda's body language, that it's kind of like fumbling about at this point, unsure what his end game is, realizing all my Conquerors are gone. I don't have a Remembrance. I don't have a Whaler, possibly. I have a couple of allies in the graveyard, but, unless Simon's drawing no block city every turn, might not get there at this point. It's like the total damage left in Thaminda's decks might just not be enough anymore.
And, the no block city was definitely a thing that was more relevant if you're a Prism player that likes to present, say, like Iris of Reality and go really wide with Spectra auras. But based on the fact that we've seen Simon Nielsen's deck 3 times this weekend, and the only Spectra auras he's been able to establish are Passing Mirage and Arclight Sentinel every now and then, there's not that many non-blocks in this deck.
Yeah, I imagine for some other matchups he might have cards like Genesis or
Angelic Wrath.
Merciless and Angelic Wrath, but definitely haven't seen any of those guys in this matchup.
Life totals now at parity. Simon Nielsen, I don't believe, has taken a single point of damage for like 6 turn cycles at this point. which is probably what is making Thaminda Edirisooriya rub his temples and wonder if there's any hope in this game, even from its outset. The deck doesn't seem constructed to handle the game plan that Simon Nielsen is putting forth.
I also realized, I think earlier on in this game, back alley break lane was maybe blocked with. Not that it's that relevant at this point. It was just relevant many turns ago on the Arclight Sentinel when I was kind of chiding Thaminda for not having like a call to the grave at the ready.
Yep.
Here, Thaminda just needs to kill the Bologna, because Bologna represents exponential damage here. If it doesn't die immediately, I mean, it's already done a lot of work by putting that counter on Sakam that Thaminda probably can't really interact with. It's unlikely he'll be able to do a 2-ally swing turn unless he has an Vasi somewhere. And I think he kind of sees it too. He has these high-quality allies still left in the graveyard. But if he's going to be forced to do cleanup duty, then he's dying. He's dying pretty quickly too.
And honestly, like, based on the construction of the deck, this might just not be a situation Thaminda has ever found himself in up until this point. I mean, Prism Awakener of Soul, this is definitely not the height of her experience in the meta so far. Swiftwater Sloop, however, coming out of the arsenal. High Tide is active here. 2 blues are going to ride this sloop into go again territory. 6 damage.
Perhaps I spoke too soon. This is extremely good in this board state. This is saying, give me cards, or, well, you lose your whole board, your ward board.
Your ward board that does a heck of a lot of damage. I mean, even Enigma's Mirror Guys can't get this amount of value. Six go again here, represented. Not quite properly with dice, but I can guarantee you that is the case we have before us, and it is 2 cards bought from Simon Nielsen. 18 still plays 18. Sekam and Bologna remain safe, but Thaminda does get to continue this turn. There are 3 resources in the pitch and a card in hand. Which ally are you reaching for here, Michael? Is it Sawbones, swing Sawbones, because that demands the final 2 cards from the hand if they block at all?
Honestly, I have no idea. I was thinking about it this entire time, and I'm not sure what Thaminda is keeping these Sawbones for. There's sometimes an argument where you keep them so that you can maybe play 2 at the same time and kind of give other heroes, not Herald swinging ones, hard time clearing both. But I think Thaminda's seeing a really good line here. He's already taken 2 cards from Simon, and by sending the Swabby at face, he's able to take 1 more card and still clear an Angel. Of course, the downside of this is that he won't be able to choose which Angel dies, as Simon is the one who will be able to choose, using, because he gets to choose how these damage prevention effects are ordered. And Simon keeps a passing mirage, not very good, but he's going to be able to immediately clear this Swabby, and that's pretty good.
I'm just going to attack Swabby.
Just clearing Swabby is Simon Nielsen. No need to banish a card from Soul and send extra arcane damage. No, just getting Swabby off the board is good enough.
Yeah, Thaminda is getting down to the last 8 or so cards of his deck. He still has a Chum in here. This is a pretty good play. This turn is a beautiful turn in terms of actual what's going on. And
definitely feels like a little too late, though, right?
Maybe not even too late. I mean, this is kind of just what you want to be doing every turn. It's just more the gravy decks have changed, right? Without all those other tipples, without a remember to get back our Conquerors, our damage output sputters down to this little bit of a trickle in these endgame states.
And finally, the Sea Legs comes back around. But is Rum really what Thaminda needs? I can't help but think that he is going to die with his boots on, so to speak, with those Gold Kiss Rums undrunk.
Yeah, he might have a 6-pack by the end of this game. I mean, he already has 2. It doesn't seem like he has a chance to use any of them.
Sounds like exactly what I want when coverage closes today. Might have to go ask Thaminda for a 5th or so. Nevertheless, Golden Tipple still needs to be answered. Is answerable on board, but Simon decides that Phantasmal Footsteps need to come out and do some gross things like they did back in yesteryear. Blocking 1 there and not losing his foot piece is Simon Nielsen. Combat chain closed here, and Phantasmal Footsteps will keep the +1 defense for a later block.
Oh, he draws a back alley break line. Perfect. He's looking for a card to Arsenal here.
There's my reviled, Michael. Come on, man. Hashtag live evil.
I don't mean this to belittle Thaminda at all. I've
No,
just
of course
been
not.
in
Of
his
course
shoes
not.
so many times, losing the game state, losing in every direction, and I
you're
just
like
go
sick.
I just need to draw something I really want to arsenal. It's like back alley pig. Here I am, reporting for duty.
No,
you want me in your
absolutely.
arsenal, sir? I can go in there. I'm like, come on, man.
Honestly, and it does mean that we need to harken back to the first couple turn cycles of this game. Thaminda found Conqueror of the High Seas on turn 0, was forced to block with it immediately, then found another Conqueror of the High Seas, which was honestly the best one he resolved this game, and it wasn't even that great. Then the third one had to be played with 2 yellows in the pitch and no arsenal. Honestly, there has been some pretty rough draw sequences for Thaminda in this game, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's hard though because he had some agency on at least that third Conqueror, right? Like he had some decisions he could have made there.
Could arsenal it.
Yeah, and then he found himself pitching 2 yellows, a ley line plus a lone shark to send it. So, well, there's no more scuba, so I don't think we can get to 6-pack territory. But we are.
I'm chuckling because Simon Nielsen, upon the discard of Sea Legs, goes, ooh.
You want that where?
Chum clears up an ally on the other side of the board. The board state race is still well underway, but squarely on the front foot for Simon Nielsen, who has 2 yellows in hand, one of which going to the pitch. It is Arclight Sentinel, but here comes Herald of Rebirth, cycling more power back into the deck on hit and also going to join another Herald in Soul.
Yeah, based on the way these turns have been, I think Thaminda is probably going to be going to 0 faster than his ally count going to 0. I think it's just kind of surgical the way Simon's going to be able to navigate these turns. He's out of figments, of course, even though he had maximum number of figments, and he bought back another figment. Like he's used 6 figments already and has 3 more on deck. And each of these figments kind of represents like a little Winter's Whale, like a little Titan's Fist hammer with upside. The erudition says draw 2 cards, which he's flipping out this turn because he realizes, moving forward, he might not always have 2 cards that he can draw. This is just going to be a lot of damage.
And sometimes you might kid yourself into thinking, the Prism is going to run themselves out of cards, and then you start seeing cards like Herald of Rebirth and also Figment of Rebirth resolved, and you're like, oh, wait, it doesn't matter that they don't have a weapon. I'm never surviving this if I try to go long. A little bit of a reprieve here for Thaminda Edirisooriya. There's 2 reds drawn off of Soraya for Simon Nielsen, but that's still enough to send a Herald of Protection in the red, which is not exactly what Gravy Bones wants to be seeing at this juncture. We've been a little bit disparaging about the position that Thaminda is in. I do kind of wonder if this is one of those incredibly necessary learning moments for all Flesh and Blood players. I mean, if you have never found yourself in this position, this is a game that is highly competitive and requires a lot of skill to play properly. And Thaminda is honestly kind of in a good spot where if he's in an uncomfortable position and kind of learning on the fly, he's got it all recorded for him. He's going to learn far more than I did the first time I was completely destroyed by a Prism.
Absolutely. I mean, I always love to say this, but this calling, we're just testing for the next calling. And that one for the one after that until we hit the Pro Tour. And that's just testing for the next Pro Tour, the next Battle Hard, the next Showdown, the next calling. Humbling games like this, honestly, are the most educational games because these lessons, you wish you learned them earlier, but earlier is sometimes now. And Thaminda, I promise you, I have lost to this strategy way harder than you. I have lost in ways that you have no idea, you can't even think about. Like it's crazy the way I have lost these type of games. So don't fret if you're rewatching this, and if you're just tuning in or you're catching a lot of this game. These type of games happen more often than you think in this matchup. It's extremely technical. Maybe we haven't really had the chance to showcase this type of strategy before because I do know that I apologize, not Jimmy, Ian from the World Championships, when he played against Matt Dilks, he did not do this. He was pursuing a more aggressive strategy. We saw Angelic Wraths in his hands at some points. And Simon, this is kind of just a strategy that I love. It gives you that inevitability, that total victory feeling that Guardians love, just it's like Scooby-Doo. You take off the hat from the Prism and just, it's all of them again.
It is looking Scooby-Doo-esque right here because Thaminda is finally able to resolve one of the 3 copies of Prismatic Leyline after putting several into the hand, finally sending a murderous rabble for 6, and it's covered up by a Soul Shield from Simon Nielsen. The follow-up here, Sawbones Stockhand coming in for 8, but Thaminda, head in hands, knows that it's a little too late. 14 plays 18, 8 damage on the combat chain. Simon Nielsen at a fork in the road to keep around Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, or not. 8 damage now accurately represented on the combat chain.
But I don't know. I kind of like it.
Sawbones, rusty and ready. This is a weird play, but I like it, says Simon Nielsen.
Pay 1 for footsteps.
When you have the affordability in order to make interesting play lines rather than just categorically good ones, you are in a very good spot.
Then I will use Prism.
So an activation of Empyrean Rapture as well as the Phantasmal Footsteps are blocking a little bit of this
This
Sawbones
keeps
Stockhand.
Soraya aroused.
Yes, it does. And Simon is really happy to do just that.
Yeah, he's losing his shoes, losing his chest piece, but hey,
If you
Soraya
keep
could
Soraya-
draw 2 cards, represents a lot more damage, and it's just another thing that Thaminda has to deal with next turn. Like, the Rigor Mortis has to attack this Soraya, or else it's just going to be
Gotta make some
hammering him
plays.
every turn.
Otherwise this match is too boring to watch.
And this Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, is swinging, I think, for the 4th or 5th time this game, and it's also been resurrected once, mind you.
Yep. Ooh.
Thaminda Edirisooriya takes a moment to say, this is probably really boring to watch. I apologize to the people at home, but no, Thaminda, we are there with you, and we're along for the ride.
Someone had to be sacrificed to this strategy so that other people
So that
could
Simon
be known.
Nielsen could play Prism. Herald of Triumph
Definitely not doing 18.
in the red, perhaps resolved for the 2nd or 3rd time. We don't even know because Heralds of Rebirth and Figments of Rebirth have been putting red cards back into the deck time and time again for Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, Thaminda said, I don't think I can do 18. I'm sorry, Thaminda, you're going to have to do more than 18. You need at least 22 damage. There is a Soraya in play. But it's hard, and I think what I'm also getting from this game is just, Simon prepared for this matchup. Like, this was not
No
something that he just came up with on the fly before this round. He's talked about it with me, with other teammates, with other players. He's tried games with it, and I think he's kind of getting paid off for that, And that's what one of the favorite things about this game is that you spend time, you put in the work, you do the hard things, and you get paid off. And these are moments like this is what makes all that hard work worth it.
Yeah, and it's not just the board state that Simon finds himself in. It's not just the assurance of a game plan solidified and executed. It's also the fact that Simon has known exactly what's going on from turn to turn since turn 0. The longer this game goes on, not only is Thaminda in the blender as far as the board state is concerned, Thaminda is learning on the fly and getting more mentally fatigued than his opponent on the other side of the board. I swear, I remember it when I was playing Lexi, trying to burst through the defenses of Oldham's, thanks to you, by the way, and many other players like you. You definitely get the sense that the other person is just playing a more comfortable game than you are because you are the one who has to answer the question.
Yeah. They're playing. They're just playing like it's another Tuesday. But for you, it's a new day that you've never been here before. It's like the day after Sunday, and it's not Monday.
I've never heard that before. I'm stealing that. That's mine now. It's the
All
day
right.
after Sunday, but it's not Monday.
We don't know where we are.
What
and
year
every
is
turn's
it?
been a
Yeah,
new
exactly.
mystery.
I'm at
Yeah,
13,
Thaminda's taking the 5 here. He has 2 cards left in deck. It's can't even get to a stalemate position. Simon's kind of full steam ahead. He's sending these heralds in. He still has a red herald that he pitched like 20 cards down the bottom. And yeah, this protection might seal the deal because it will make it so that Thaminda's next turn literally is just to try to kill Soraya. But that's the last ally in his deck.
At this point, I think the best thing Thaminda can hope for is to take maximum vengeance by causing as much mental damage to Simon Nielsen as humanly possible for the rest of top 8.
Yeah, Thaminda has a sick play this turn, right? Like he can play Leyline, talk at the swell, kill an angel, use Rigor Mortis, kill another angel, and say, "Hey Simon, look, you have no more angels. Look what I did." And then a couple of heralds get sent to him. He realizes I gotta block this turn. Then draws up. Oh, doesn't draw up. No more hand.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a sick turn if you actually get to play it, but Simon Nielsen finally taking the lead in the life race. Life has not mattered up until this point, and we said it wouldn't until it does, and boy, howdy does it now, especially with a Herald of Erudition in the hand for Simon Nielsen. No, it won't have go again because a Herald has already swung, and Luminaris Angel's Glow is a fair weapon, only gives go again to the first Herald attack and first Angel attack. So Aegis Archangel of Protection will round out this turn for Simon Nielsen, but the damage has absolutely been done. 18 plays 4 now, and Thaminda is forced to give up 1 of the 4 cards in hand that could make anything passable as a good turn on his next affirmative. And we are 67 minutes elapsed, 12 turns. Both these players are still having a good laugh. Thaminda has been taken to school by a guy who has been doing this since he was probably in grade school, but he still has a smile on his face. It is still an incredible game that we play, and these two players are definitely speaking the language of great games.
Simon had a really fun little joke where he said, "Imagine if you have such a great turn that you make me block my entire hand, and then we stalemate, and we have to do this game again."
I think Thaminda would just walk out of the building rather than play this one again.
If I were to choose, I would try so hard to make that happen because this game is not getting won any other way.
You're giving an aneurysm to our producer in the booth. He's falling over in his seat at that prospect.
There's just no 3-card hand in this situation of no gold that will get us to 28 damage. So I feel pretty good about this. And that's assuming Simon's entire hand doesn't block. And we know that's not the case here.
That is fair enough. Prismatic Leyline. Perhaps the second time this game going to finally be able to be resolved. But to what end, that is the question. Not enough to put Simon in his coffin.
I'll do the funny thing.
Okay, we're doing the funny thing, says Thaminda Edirisooriya. Going out on his own terms, which is one of my favorite things to do in Flesh and Blood. I would rather kill myself than you kill me. I don't think that is on offer for the Shipwrecked Looter. But let's see what Thaminda can put together. First, it's Saltwater Swell for 4. Have we checked the top card of the deck yet?
It's bad. It's my last ley line.
It's the last ley line, says Thaminda. So, yeah, we'll show it. But we'll gravy it away in response and find Eye of Ophidia. No cards to opt here. And the fist bump is extended. After a huge slog, Thaminda Edirisooriya is taking it in stride as Simon Nielsen ascends to the semifinal. The man who just wants to play Prism is doing just that here at Calling Seattle. And we are ever closer to crowning a Calling champion and giving away our 3rd copy of Marvel Quick Dodge Flexors. Michael, anything to say after that game?
Well, congratulations, Simon. I'm really happy that you made the semifinals. But also, Thaminda, maybe we were kind of too rude or too mean, or I felt bad at some points, when we were laughing at some of those moments. But then I saw Thaminda, and he was having a great time too. He was kind of just laughing, realizing, I think there's a lot of awareness to be had there, realizing I've been outdone. I've been outgamed. I've been out-strategized, out-tacticized. I just made that word up again.
Out-tacticized. No, and I hear your point, but I also think the reason that we are laughing in those situations is because we've been that player as well.
We can relate.
Any player in Flesh and Blood worth their salt has been clobbered by teammates and randos alike. I mean, Yuki Lee Bender, case in point, Tater absolutely taking her to town on that RKO game. It happens to people like Thaminda. It happens to established people like yourself and Yuki Lee Bender. And that's what makes this game as fantastic as it is. I would rather spend my hard-earned money flying halfway across the world when I know that 9 times out of 10, the better skilled player is going to carry the day. If that's not me, I'm going to learn what I can from it.
That is true. I just want to say that, Thaminda, you had the heart of a champion.
Without a doubt.
You played that game out with your heart. You realized probably a few turns earlier that you weren't winning that, but you still, you made your peace with it, and it was just a pleasant and pleasurable game, and I love that about Flesh and Blood, so thank you.
Well, we salute you, Thaminda, as the most recent victim of Simon Nielsen and his Prism play, one of 3 that we've seen on stream here at Calling Seattle. Let's go ahead and take a look at our updated top 8 bracket. Simon Nielsen ascends
boy.
into Kano Drakai of Aether. We are going to have it on stream, ladies and gentlemen. It could be a quick one. This is a tough matchup for Kano Drakai of Aether. A lot has to go right, but with a little bit of magic, it can certainly get done. So how will this wizard be sunsetted into the hallowed halls of Living Legend? It is Zach Miller's choice. In the other side of the bracket, Chris Iaali and takes down Tater Kammeyer. A man that was absolutely unflappable up till this point. But Tater, we salute you as well. You gave us one heck of a show, and even though you couldn't cheat your way into the semifinals, we hope you will be doing so on our screens very soon. Chris Iaali takes on Griffin Myers, the insurmountable Gravy Bones player who capitalizes on the mental damage that Yuki Lee Bender took in our previously streamed matchup and takes her down. Can he take out the mistress of the Golden Sand? Now, we have 100% unique heroes in the top 8 here at Calling Seattle. There's stories to be told, and we're going to go to the next chapter in mere moments. So we will be back with more Blazing Aether for the last time, more Herald, more Flesh and Blood after this. Yeah, that was so long.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I
playing games. River of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch.
Back at Calling Seattle, Bryce Platz here with Michael Feng, where the living legends are still playing it out, and they are red hot. Just like the spoilers from Compendium of Rathe, which are going to be coming at you a little bit early. Right after this semifinals match, we are going to give you a brand new card for you to feast your eyes on. But first, ladies and gentlemen, it's Kano in the booth. Holy free holy, Zach Miller in the 8th seed. Despite the fact that this hero has reached the hallowed halls of Living Legend and will not be legal tomorrow, he's making his way ever closer to the finals of Calling Seattle. I'm not going to lie, Michael. When I heard that the Living Legend had been made, I was afraid I was never going to cast another Kano game again.
Well, here we are.
Here we are, and they have been making some serious waves all day, all 2 days long.
Yep.
Have you heard any stories from the floor?
Well, our narrative has been Kenny and Zach, you know, these buddies that have been next to each other in the standings all day. And in round 6 yesterday, while Zach was playing, lo and behold, our favorite Fisher Johnson on Marlin. At the same time, Kenny was playing Kevin Murphy on Prism, and both Kano players won. So this can be done. Like, we know traditionally this is a not favored matchup. Actually, almost, one could say terrible matchup, almost a lunch matchup.
Can we say 95-10 or 95-100?
Yeah, 95-10. I like those numbers.
Yeah.
The 5% is just the skill factor, you know what I mean? But it can be done. It's a monumental climb, but it can be done, and let's go see what happens.
All right, will it be done? That is the question to be answered here at Calling Seattle, where the heat is brought on the right side of your screen. Zach Miller piloting Kano, Drakai of Aether for the final time here at Calling Seattle versus Simon Nielsen, who seemed stalwart and unflappable against Gravy Bones in our last streamed matchup. Simon does get to go first, which is definitely a boon in his cap here. Things are definitely starting off Simon, and he is the higher seed, so he gets turn order choice. Herald of Protection comes out swinging, blocked readily by Aether Flare and Lesson of Lava, 2 cards that I haven't seen on stream in so long. I can't believe how excited I am at this moment. Herald of Protection is the follow-up. Zach doesn't have enough block in hand in order to cover it up, so I think we're going to see some Spectral Shields, which do pose a huge problem for Kano.
I'm not going to go there too often, but this is the correct sequencing of Heralds. That's not always the correct sequencing in a lot of matchups, but 6-7.
He got there in the end, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Michael Feng, for all of the laughs that you have given me over the weekend. You are a gentleman and a sir. One of those cards doesn't block for anything, so it's an activation of Kano Drakai of Aether, which if you haven't seen this hero in a while, you might as well get familiar with him before he leaves the format forever. He can pay 3 resources at instant speed in order to look at the top card of his deck. If it is a non-attack action card, doesn't have to be wizard, he may banish it. If he does, he can play it this turn as though it were an instant. And for this reason, and for the reason of the Storm Striders in the boot slot, this hero starts at a measly 30 life in Classic Constructed.
Already at 23. And Zach is doing something cool here. By keeping that card in hand, he's kind of intimidating Simon into saying, I don't think you can flip that Erudition Angel, because if you do, and you only have one float, I might punish you and kill that angel on the spot.
Especially with the Arcane Twining just sitting there in the Banished Zone, ready to be played. Simon Nielsen passes priority, and then Zach Miller pounces. 1 Arcane plus, of course, the Waning Moon. No, it's not Crucible of Aetherweave in this matchup. Waning Moon is going to be there, threatening angels all game long for Zach Miller. So a lot of damage comes over the line. 30 plays 23. Zach did have his say, at least a little bit, but now it's finally Kano on the affirmative. Simon Nielsen, however, waiting to pass priority and scared to do so, mind you.
Didn't really want to ponder that Figment of Protection. One of the best Figments to tutor for later on. I think that's usually the second Figment you do tutor for, and it's very unlucky. This is the second time we've seen Simon draw the Figment that he actually wants to get, like, pretty much after that. So, a little unlucky. And this hand has a Herald, thank goodness.
Okay, Potion of Deja Vu, red Arcane Twining. Cindering Foresight as well in the hand for Kano. These Kano lists are looking very, very different ever since the fabled banning of the books that happened some time ago now. A lot of Kano players worth their salt say, I'm off the deck now because it feels too much like a slot machine for me to feel like I have the agency I want. That is not intimidating Zach Miller, however, and he might be proving that there's a skill ceiling to be reached here in the newfangled Kano. For now, Waning Moon coming in for a big bad 3.
I honestly want to talk about that Waning Moon. I didn't realize it earlier, and it gave kind of Zach that cool window where after the Spectral Shield was made, he was like, nope, goodbye Spectral Shield. And that's kind of important, you know? Like, he needs to keep these shields off because he's never really going to be able to combo if there's a couple of shields. Also, this Waning Moon is incredibly annoying for Simon to take advantage of his angels. He's going to always need like an extra angel just to be able to eat the moon if he wants to attack with another one. And this is kind of a classic, like this is the strategy that Kano players used to employ against Enigma, for example, who also use ward-based threats to attack you. And it was quite effective then. And it's quite effective here as well.
Now, Zach has not killed Simon on his first turn of the game, and oftentimes that is exactly what Kano players need to do in order to carry the day in this matchup, because once that ward board gets online, your prospects of getting a Aether Wildfire that's worth anything is dwindling, right? The Arcane Barrier question is one that Kano doesn't like answered in big pieces of equipment in Arcane Barrier, but Simon just naturally gets to pack Spell Void 2, Arcane Barrier 1, but also a holy host of prevention effects, which make it so hard for the already massively underrate damage represented by Kano to get the multiplicative effects and combo out.
So what's going on this turn is Simon, he has only one Herald. He would love to have 2 and be able to send 2 Heralds, maybe for, 6 power and other different numbers of power, but instead he has an Angelic Wrath, which often is good, but in some cases can be a dud. Why? Burn Bear. Burn Bear can really ruin Simon's turn if he goes Attack of Herald, Zach says no blocks, and then he comes with the Wrath and just gets completely blown out. So because of this, I think he's thinking about potentially AB 1ing this Waning Moon for 3 that's been amped by the Arcane Twining. And he's not really in love with that line either, I'm sure. But he has to think about it because every point in life is a big, big deal, especially in this matchup where obviously he's a little favored and Kano's kind of in the back foot, even from the beginning. Kano's already at 23. But that doesn't mean that every point doesn't matter, so we shall see. We shall see what he ends up choosing here. I think it's because his hand's a little weird that makes him have to think more.
The ghost of Thaminda might be coming to haunt Simon Nielsen. The body language is looking much like his opponent in the previous streamed match. This might be the moment where Simon is in the blender a little bit. Kano, if you've played against him, he's just scary, man. At every turn, you could possibly be dead, even if you have a massively favorable matchup into him.
It's like from anywhere, from anytime, anywhere, any life total, I always feel in danger.
Whether or not it's the day after Sunday and it's not Monday, right?
Exactly.
Herald of Ravages comes out of the hand for Simon Nielsen. Figment of Protection pitched finally and going back into the deck, perhaps to be fetched by a Halo of Illumination later once the priority windows get a little bit sticky. And juicy cards are in the hand for Zach Miller, but that is not where Kano wants them to be. Oftentimes, no, he wants them on top of the deck, save for one cheeky red spell to be cheated out by Stormstriders on the combo turn. For now, it's blocking duty for Blazing Aether and Destructive Aether Tide, and Angelic Wrath is doing its dirty work. Up to 9 goes Herald of Ravages, threatening to connect here. Kano almost has nothing to do in the reaction step as far as defense goes.
Yeah, it's good. Take 3. Or 1 arcane.
Yes, you take...
Taking 3
yes, you take 3
on physical, and then 1 arcane on hit as well from that Herald of Ravages is Zach Miller, and those life points are dwindling awfully fast. But we've talked about a lot of heroes this weekend that are not down and out until they are actually dead, and Kano is the best example of that in the game.
Yeah, Zach is set up comfortably to deal with an Angel attack. With that Cindering Foresight in Arsenal, he's very easily going to probably find a spell that can pressure the Angel, and then, of course, send a Waning Moon. He has not found Wildfire yet, and so until then, he's really just trying to block, bide his time, maybe find some potions here and there, and just pray, really, that Simon doesn't just kill him. He's already at 19. That's like 2 Heralds and an Angel swing.
You know, nowadays, you only get to hit that Kano button, really hit it, once. So you need to make sure, give yourself the maximum amount of space and setup in order to ensure that it's going to go off and close the door, because you won't get a second chance.
It might be happening right now. You never know. If Simon activates, presses the Prism button, it might be time to start thinking about what is possible and what is not, because the door starts closing pretty quickly.
And you know, Simon is feeling a little bit better thanks to the fact that Zach has given him 2 cards on defense. And even though Prism has an inherent advantage in terms of ward board, she does have an inherent disadvantage against Kano too, because Kano is the one hero in Classic Constructed that starts with less life than she does. And that life is so important when you're going up against Kano. Yes, the math gets harder for Kano when there's more Arcane Barrier, when there's more prevention effects, but it also gets way easier when the life total, the threshold, is much lower to begin with.
What is he going to do with this Passing Mirage? Playing it doesn't really do anything. Zach's not really, triggering Phantasm very often. Burn Bear is worded in a way where it doesn't care about Phantasm. It just needs the card to... Oh, no. Passing Mirage could prevent his cards from having to worry about Phantasm. I apologize. It's considered... Because...
Let's bring up Passing Mirage, please.
It removes Phantasm from the first Illusionist attack. And Burn Bear is very specific. If it wants to destroy an attack, that attack has to have Phantasm. So it's not nothing, but it is an entire card spent, in a matchup that might only have 2 turns. But putting it in the arsenal might also not be a great spot. This card's just a little awkward for Simon here.
This is more time than I've seen Simon think, and he had a very complicated last streamed matchup. Thinking through all of the lines. Sometimes knowledge is a little bit too powerful and can make you think about things that just
Oh, no, I apologize.
infinitesimally
It's a
small.
Pierce reality. Much better
very,
to be
very
played.
Yeah, very, very different here. So it is also a blue Spectre Aura that blocks for 2, but this one, instead of removing Phantasm, is going to give +2 to the first Illusionist attack action card played each turn.
And I also apologize for viewers back at home. I realize that if Simon flips the Angel, he does have the option to maybe pitch this Pierce or this blue to attack with it, but I think he's too smart for that. I don't think he's going to be willing to risk his Angel and convert 2 resources to letting Zach just Waning Moon him back down to the Stone Ages.
It all depends if Zach has things like Arcane Twining on top of the deck, which, we call them arcane damage head jabs, but they're so much more threatening when they can come on your turn and remove both your board that stand between you and complete defeat against Kano, and also remove your action point and end your offensive turn. It's a photon splicing banished off the top of the deck for Kano Drakaya of Aether, and Zach says, well, that's enough in this situation. Pay 1, and here comes 2 arcane damage, but Simon is going to come screaming back next turn because there's a Herald of Erudition, there's another yellow, and 2 red heralds in the hand. Waning Moon now follows up for 2 arcane damage. Still no ward board to threaten. It's just life total right now, which is honestly the better case scenario for Simon. Now, Simon does have an opportunity whenever Zach Miller passes in order to flip one of those figments and ensure that an angel will stick on board. In this case, not taking the green light here. In the hand for Zach Miller, though, is a popper. My goodness. The question for Kano players so often is, do I optimize for a matchup that is cursed like Prism? Or do I just
facade?
Or do I just optimize for other matchups? And cut through the facade is a 7-power popper. This is here for nothing but popping Heralds of Triumph. Halo of Illumination looks to be popped here. A priority window goes for Zach Miller. He could be incredibly teched for this matchup.
This is a big deal. Halo is your Spell Void too. It's kind of your get out of jail free card against Kano as well. I've almost never seen it be activated in a spot like this. And Zach is not ready for this. He does not have the Wildfire, the combo cards. He has a popper in his hand. And if Simon reads the tea leaves and makes that deduction, maybe Simon has done some scouting. Maybe he watched Zach or Kenny play against Prism, Kevin Murphy on Prism, and knows that these guys maybe have a similar deck list. They have this cut through the facade. Because if Simon gets the Figment of Triumph here, then sends a Herald of Triumph, Zach's not going to be happy. He's going to have a 2-block card in his hand.
Very difficult situation here. That could also be why Simon Nielsen isn't quite as calm, cool, and collected as we expect him. That may be why he's got head in his hands and is trying to figure out lines that we might otherwise not see. Maybe he has done some scouting. He sees all of the poppers that are in Zach Miller's 80 and knows that he has to tread a little more lightly than you normally would against Kano.
And Zach's hand's not like it can't go off. He does have the Eye of Ophidia, but he has none of the combo pieces right now. And, you know, he has 2 other blues with that Eye of Ophidia. Like, he can make something happen with that Cindering Foresight, but it's going to be a far stretch. And at 19, he still has, I want to say, about a turn's worth of life to give.
It also means that depending on how many poppers Zach is packing, it does mean that the Kano button is even harder to hit nowadays than it was before the banning of the books, because it all hinges not only on Stormstriders, but Ragamuffin's hat. You really want to be put into a position where you put Aether Wildfire or Blazing Aether on top of the deck and then draw yourself a blue. If you do that, activate Ragamuffin's hat and put a popper into your hand, it's curtains for you.
This is really interesting, though, because I do also realize that Simon could have just sent the red Herald of Triumph and then in response to the pop get Figment of Triumph. But by doing it this way, maybe he gets a little bit more information and also make sure that he gets, while having the maximum number of cards in hand, is able to activate that Halo. And so he's like at the most safe, you know, kind of just sequencing in a very, you know, precise and intentional way. I'm not a Prism expert, so I apologize. All I can do is kind of just give my conjectures as to what's going on.
Simon is being aggressive, but also protective here. By fetching out the Figment of Triumph, he gives -1 to all attacks that Zach might like to block with, hey, say poppers. Herald of Triumph does double duty here. Also gives attack action cards -1 while defending it. Zach Miller is stranded with a popper in the hand that is designed exactly to pop Herald of Triumph. In this case, like you said, it's feeling a little bit like a red cracked bauble in some ways.
At least it blocks too, and it can trigger Phantasm on maybe the next attack that Simon does that has Phantasm, so like another Herald, for example, but it might not be what Simon does this turn. There is a hidden mode of that card. It can also be sent at Simon's face, of course, and that is a 2-card 7, which is a lot better than the 2-card 4 Arcane that Zach did the turn before. But Zach, there's a lot of pressure here to find Aether Wildfire, find some type of combo, even like something like a Sonic Boom, something that can just kind of let him do like above rate stuff with Kano, which so far he has not done. In the last 2 turns, he has brought Simon down to 23, and Simon started at 32.
You know, Pierce through the facade is also kind of a juicy card here. Sorry, cut through the facade is kind of a juicy card here because if sent on offense, when it hits a hero, it can destroy an aura they control. Now, don't get too excited. Figments are not auras. They are a different subtype, permanent altogether. But you could remove yourself a pesky Pierce reality that is dwindling your life force a little too quickly.
And it represents a lot of scariness, to be completely honest, sending this cut through the facade. Simon's at 23. If he chooses to block 2 cards and let that shield protect him from the cut through the facade, and only has 2 cards in his hand, maybe a card in arsenal, if he takes a single action, that might be the last action he takes for the rest of the game, especially now that he's what we call proverbially shields down, the Halo of Illumination, the sip that started in play, stays in play, now is in the graveyard.
Oftentimes, Stormstriders, what it really says is if I am able to take a couple cards from you, I get to take 2 turns, and you're not going to be ready for it.
Yeah, like my plan certainly did not make sense, because the issue is what now?
The fork in the road for Simon Nielsen is what now? 23 plays 9. And Zach Miller, even though getting a little bit burnt by the Figment and Herald of Triumph combo, Simon doesn't know how to proceed here.
Yeah, he's scared to press the Prism button, as he should be. Zach has not blocked at all, representing full strength still.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. For those of you at home who have been watching Prism games, why might Simon Nielsen not want to flip a Figment, which is going to get him Ward on board, which should be the perfect answer to Wizard? What is the risk of pressing that button?
Well, the way Flesh and Blood instants resolve, it's last in, first out. And if Simon's the first person to press the button, that button may never resolve. Zach may have some things to say about it. Simon doesn't know, of course, that Zach is sitting on a 3 for 7. No Wildfire, no Blazing, no Lesson in Lava, no, just like nothing really to help him do that exponential damage. He's going for it.
The button has been pressed. Priority passed back over to Zach Miller. Will he have a retort? This is why I'll hold priority here is the most terrifying few words you can hear out of Kano Drakai of Aether. And yes, here comes the response. Zach Miller is taking his time to say a little something. It's Eye of Ophidia pitched right here. The best fabled for Kano Drakai of Aether. It's a blue. It's another popper, which is not what Zach Miller wants to see, but it is something that he would like to put at the bottom of the deck. So no combo pieces found on top by pitching Eye of Ophidia. Might have to go straight
Ruby
to the
Amulet
bottom.
Is an energy potion for the future, though. This might not be as bad as it seems.
Kano is going to resolve. Ruby Amulet found here. Out.
That's good to resolve.
Onto the arena, and the resolution of the Angel happens here. Simon is feeling himself now. He says, okay, I got myself my first piece of ward board. I am suddenly so much more insulated from a Wildfire combo than ever before. And here comes the Waning Moon to immediately remove that Angel as quick as it came onto the board.
That's fine, though.
Zach is happy with this exchange. Simon's happy he's not dead. And, yeah, Zach will be sending that 7-powered cut through the facade with the vicious on hit now.
Very fair, but also vicious, intense flesh and blood being paid right here. Cut through the facade. Simon Nielsen says, oh no, I removed your ability to pop my Herald. That's exactly what I wanted to do. But also, here's 7 points of damage at a point where your opponent can take an extra turn.
How do you,
we are at the semifinals of a calling, and Simon's response is, oh no! I love this game.
I love this game so much too. It is so tense, but players at the highest level can be jovial about what is happening even when the stakes are the highest.
This might be a no blocks. It's
Simon,
really scary to give up 2 cards here.
Simon does have a convenient way to shore it up, but giving 2 cards, as we mentioned, is a completely different proposition when you're up against Kano.
Zach has navigated himself to become the control deck. He's sending the Spinal Crush, the disruptive attack. He knows there's a Battlefront Bastion on top. He has a Cindering Foresight in Arsenal. He's like basically like trying to play like a little, control deck in this sense. I have the answers to your Angels.
Okay, take 6. Oh.
I know you
Yeah,
don't normally
no
use
blocks.
dice, but, you need to
Taking
Oh,
6
sorry,
is
yeah.
Simon Nielsen here.
Okay.
He's not going to fall for the trap.
Yeah.
And Pierce Reality is the chosen aura to be destroyed by Cut Through the Facade. That was a huge play for Zach Miller. Even if he doesn't buy 2 cards, it gets him so much closer to the finish line. And Simon now taking the priority window here to transform one of the Figments into an Angel. Zach doesn't have the ability to snipe it with Waning Moon here. So Simon goes into the next turn cycle with a proverbial 21 life, but moreover, a lot more insulation from Aether Wildfire.
What a great interaction. Simon said, I know you normally don't use these dice, but you do have to represent the 7 power. Oh boy, 2 poppers in Zach's hand. I think he's kind of just said, I will.
Simon Nielsen knows that Herald is being popped immediately. Doesn't even wait to see the Battlefront Bastion, which does have a cool interaction here. Even though it is triggering Phantasm, it will still float 1 damage prevention for the remainder of the turn, which is why it kind of has become the de facto generic popper. If you're thinking about packing 7s for Prism, this is the one that comes in first.
This is rough. I'm enjoying this game so much. Zach is turning this matchup on his head. Like, Simon's kind of having a hard time doing anything. I know he's done already 21 points of damage, but Zach, this hand, he feels extremely powerful. And I feel like you don't just put 1 Battlefront, 1 Cut Through the Facade, 1, what is that last?
Call for
popper?
backup.
1 Call for Backup. I don't think that's all you do. I think you, like, probably have a couple more. There might be a Look Tough, a Chest Puff, like who knows?
It's a lot of them. Call for Backup stands ready to pop yet another Herald, which means that Simon will not even have the opportunity to press the Prism button and dare Zach Miller to go off.
So cool, though. I know your hand is, like,
Simon Nielsen says that's so cool, though.
You know, in
do you
the
have
same
offense?
way last game,
Let me see. How bad was your hand?
Simon
So it's
really
3
kind of
blues
had
and
practiced
8.
that matchup,
Like,
had a lot of experience edge over Thaminda. I'm seeing the reverse happen here. I'm seeing Zach obviously a little resigned to his fate. He knows this is not a great matchup, but he's put in a lot of cards to try to make it better.
He is going to go down swinging. And this is what I was talking about before. Oftentimes, the way Kanos think about this matchup is, listen, I will just dodge them in gem. I'm going to hope not to hit them in top 8, and that is how I'm going to get through days 1 and 2. And honestly, that's a reasonable proposition. It's not super likely that you're going to run into a Prism, and hey, if it happens in Swiss, you can take your lickings for 1 round. But in this case, Zach says, you know what? I'm going to make all of the tech slots in my sideboard for the worst matchup in the room. Otherwise, I feel like these 60 cards are going to be the same pretty much every go-around, no matter what else I face.
These are very interesting games.
Yeah, he's trying to activate Prism. I believe you should still have 1 resource floating here.
Yeah, it makes sense because because Phantasmal Footsteps would have had to have been activated.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I mean, technically it's an instant speed ability, but I'm not sure if he
No,
bought
no,
the
no,
action
no.
point back.
Yeah, I think he's bought the action point
Okay,
back. He,
great.
he intends on attacking with Soraya.
Trigger that I can respond to.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Zach Miller, there is a trigger you can respond to, and oh boy, do Wizards love to respond to triggers. It's an important one, too. If Simon is able to draw 2 cards, the probability of blasting him out of the Aether and into the Shadow Realm is a little bit lower. Zach has already given up 1 card from hand, and we know that there's another one in the hand that's a complete dud. Call for Backup is not really going to be helpful on the combo turn except for 1 resource. And here we go. Cindering Foresight, placed there at the beginning of the game, is going to tell the story that Zach Miller is about to unfold before us.
Okay, op 3? Yeah.
Opting 3 is Zach Miller. What does he find? Gaze the Ages, Potion of Deja Vu, and Aether Wildfire are there at the ready. Could this be the combo turn? No, there's only 2 blues in the hand, but this could absolutely be enough. Responding to Soraya, and with 4 ward to get through first, Zach Miller could be glimpsing his way into the calling final in Seattle, despite the fact that he's facing off with Simon Nielsen on Prism.
Yeah, that Wildfire will get the +1 from the Cindering Foresight if you were to get it. And it kind of makes sense to do it now anyway, just to kind of clear the Figments, the Angels. It's not something I wouldn't do here. It looks like you could probably get that Gaze of the Ages first. It's going to get an extra op and bottom the 3rd card. Lots of things to do on this turn. Just kind
Interesting.
of crazy that we've gotten to this game state. I'm still processing what's been going on, and I'm in for this ride. I don't know where Zach's taking us, But I want to ride this bus.
I am so glad that I'm not in Zach Miller's seat. It's not even funny. I'm so much happier to be a spectator in this position because all of a sudden, all of the choices, all of the statistics have to be running through Zach Miller's head, and he's got to chart his way to a victory. But it's a sticky situation. 8 ward on board with your opponent at 17. Granted, it's not the worst position, but it's not the best, especially when you find an Aether Wildfire. It only comes in for 4 arcane damage. Yes, it can threaten a lot more if you can get it to connect, but 8 ward is really hard for 4 to get over the top of. Can he find some arcane head jabs to clear out some angels first? Does have Waning Moon at the ready, and that is exactly why it's here. Does have an extra 2 resources on board. Does have a Potion of Deja Vu as well, though there aren't really any juicy cards in the hand that he would really want to be putting on top of the deck to resolve after a Kano activation.
So I think what's actually happening here is Zach, just by sheer of having this op 3, already can clear both. He can send the Wildfire for 5. He can send the Waning Moon for 3. Simon with 1 float is not going to be able to keep Soraya around. It's not about this turn, though. He can definitely get to the next turn. He can, pitch in a way where he keeps that Clarity Potion and plays a Clarity Potion. It's the fact that there's only 3 Wildfires in the deck, and he'll be spending one of them here. And what are the chances he'll find another one? Because he's going to eventually have to kill Simon. He's in a great spot now, but if his next hand doesn't have a popper, and Simon just sends a couple of Heralds, he could find himself in a bad spot again. But I think as is, you just kind of have to take this line, commit one of these Wildfires, clear both Angels, and just be happy that you've made it to turn 3.
Did not see the bottom card there, but I have to imagine the 2 cards on top are Aether Wildfire and also...
I think Gaze the Ages probably, just to get an extra look at the card after Aether Wildfire. If it's another Aether Wildfire, I would be stoked.
First, it is Waning Moon here to try to snipe one of the Angels out of existence, and it does. Victoria
this is not a card you
goes
play,
bye-bye.
so it doesn't get that amp from the Cindering Foresight, which is technically not an amp. It's kind of that old school wording of amp.
Kano button hit again, and there is Aether Wildfire. This is Simon Nielsen. I'm not feeling quite as comfortable in my chair. An old knocker being cashed in here as well. Kano Drakaev Aether is technically tapped. An extra resource generated here, so should be floating to...
That's funny.
If I'm not
the
mistaken.
first blue was for the Kano activation.
Yes, and then cashed in for Aether Wildfire, which clears the second little bit there. 1 more damage should be coming across the line because Aether Wildfire did come in for 5, and the Angel only blocks 4. So Simon should be down to 16. 9 plays 16, and no, it is not the combo turn yet. Zach Miller still needs to buy a little more time and find another Wildfire.
Well, he has a call for backup in his hand. Gonna have to make a decision if he wants to arsenal that or not. If he doesn't arsenal it, Simon's red flags, alarm bell should be going off.
Can he do anything about it, though? There are no heralds that Simon can send. His tricks are already played as far as the Halo of Illumination goes, so he's resigning himself to being popped.
You hit the Wildfire up top, right?
Yes.
And that's the only thing you cast. Okay, yeah. So I feel like the only other card you would top of this situation would be a popper, right? Maybe not.
What a great call.
Maybe a second Wildfire.
Simon is saying that means that last card must be a popper, right? Doubts himself a little, but Zach knows the answer.
Why did I give him my hit?
If I were Zach here, I would take a look at my Katsu sleeve and make sure it's not see-through, because it feels like Simon has some X-ray vision here. I do think Simon is thinking about whether or not he wants to activate Prism again on Zach's turn, so that he gets to go to his turn, shields up.
You can draw.
No Arsenal.
No Arsenal, says Zach Miller. Simon Nielsen takes a minute to swallow and prepare himself for what is coming. It's Herald of Protection popped immediately by call for backup.
This puts 2 more, or one of these poppers on top. Simon's choice.
The other one will be relegated to the banished zone, but Zach Miller is A-OK with that. We'll bring up call for backup. Win this defense. Choose 2 attack action cards with different names in your graveyard. An opponent chooses one of them, banish that card, put the other card on top of the deck. Thanks to the fact that Zach Miller has put 2 poppers into the graveyard, call for backup is going to refresh one on top of the deck. So bye to that Herald immediately from the combat chain. and draw back up for Simon Nielsen. This is a very different game than we started off with. Arcane Twining. Arcane Head Jab comes in, and now Aether Wildfire, the second copy, is found here. Gaze the Ages that was left on top is paid for a Waning Moon, and the kill shot is loaded. Zach Miller has gotten Aether Wildfire locked in the chamber, destined for the Arsenal, and it's Simon Nielsen's guess as to how he can navigate this next turn, because I think just about anything he does is going to require a response from Mr. Zach Miller.
Yeah, Call for Backup says the 2 attack action cards have to have different names. Now I'm starting to understand why there's just a motley crew of 3/7s in this deck. This is excellent. This is not something I have practiced. I am not a Kano player. I'm really not a Prism player either, but I'm starting to see these little nuances in deck building, these little geniuses of decision making that, it just makes me smile and brim with pride. I love where Flesh of Blood has gone.
But here's the rub. I mean, by blocking with Call for Backup and arsenaling an Aether Wildfire, Zach has kind of stymied his own combo turn a little bit by leaving a red in hand. Granted, he doesn't have to go now, but you always like the opportunity to, right? He's got double Popper in hand now, so this is probably still not the go turn. Simon ships that Herald of Erudition straight to the graveyard. Once again, 1 damage floating. Here comes Herald of Protection and another Popper. Call for Backup is going to put yet another one on top of the deck. Battlefront Bastion and Call for Backup are the chosen ones once again. This time I think Simon Nielsen is going to be banishing that Call for Backup. Get this nonsense out of my face, as Simon Nielsen, Battlefront Bastion on top of the deck, ready to commit some more hate crimes against Heralds.
No, this is good for Zach. Prolonging the game in this way, denying Figments, denying Soul, and playing Potions. This is exactly what he wants while chipping away Waning Moon. This is going to be a really close game.
So he doesn't have to go full Volcor mode in one fell swoop. He can kind of play a tempo game. Down to 10 goes Simon Nielsen. These life totals are scary close.
And Simon knows there's a Popper on top as well.
Ship it straight to the graveyard. Simon Nielsen, go ahead. Sure, it has go again, but we're going to buy it back. Excuse me, we're going to buy the action point back with Phantasmal Footsteps. How to proceed is anyone's guess at this point. The hand for Zach Miller tells it all. No Poppers anymore, but there's a Blazing Aether in hand, which means that a pretty sick combo is already coalescing before our eyes, because Ragamuffin's Hat can very easily put that Blazing Aether on top of the deck, which would make it so that Zach Miller can play at instant speed both the Aether Wildfire from Arsenal with Stormstriders and also the Blazing Aether, which is usually the coup de grace at the end of a Kano Wildfire combo.
You don't need much to kill Simon at this point. That Wildfire from Arsenal represents basically Simon's entire life total. And this 1 Figment of Protection, it's not enough. The Waning Moon will just eat it up.
Yeah, I'll respond to this.
I will respond.
Yes, you will, Zach Miller, and it's time to slam the door on the coffin for Simon Nielsen, as he has done to so many other players. It's not a foregone conclusion, but the hand tells the story. I mean, there are 2 blues at the ready, the combo pieces in the arsenal and the hand, and also a free Kano activation and a Metacarpus node activation on board. 9 plays 10. Zach Miller, it's not his turn, but he is definitely in the hot seat here. Is there anything that can save Simon?
I believe this combo will have at least 2 blind flips, unless he does hit a Gaze the Ages. If he hits a Battlefront Bastion off the top, he will not be happy. His arcane damage total will be a lot more reduced.
Okay, starting off with Stormstriders activated at the cost of 1 resource. Now Zach Miller can play his next non-attack as though it were an instant. And
no, I apologize.
Know a non-attack.
He has a Potion of Deja Vu, and he has, I believe, 2 blue zaps. I think this might be deterministic at this point, as long as you're willing to accept, not style point sending Simon to -50.
There it is, says Simon Nielsen. Aether Wildfire, Metacarpus node on the stack. Will he pay for it, though? That's the question. Does have 4 resources just on board. And Metacarpus node, kind of innocuous when you factor in, you get 1 turn where you can buff up every spell for 1 arcane damage. But if you get the multiplicative effect of Aether Wildfire, that can become way more than one.
Simon does have priority here, but it might not be a good time to respond by activating the Figment.
I've thought so many times in my life that like this would be nice at Ward 2. Once again there.
Metacarpus Node still on the stack. Simon Nielsen going through every possibility. Same as we are in the booth, trying to see if there's any path to not just victory, but survival at this point.
Not even anything I like force you to do by flipping protect. Like,
See, Simon Nielsen is thinking about this game in a very different way. What agency do I have? Not necessarily how can I not die to the amount of damage coming my way, but what can I make you do? What can I make? What wrench can I throw into this plan that you have before you?
Well, he chooses to activate Prism.
Yes, your Metacarpus can resolve.
Metacarpus can resolve here, and it is paid for by a Gaze the Ages in hand, a card that would really be nice if you can get it from the pitch zone on top of the deck. Luckily, there's a drink on the arena for Zach Miller that can do exactly that. So it's 5 Arcane from Aether Wildfire. Simon is activating Empyrean Rapture, giving it Ward 1 until the end of turn. Does also have some Arcane Barrier that can shore up a little more of it. And normally this would be bad, but 10 life is so easy for Kano to zap right through.
3 Arcane, going to 7.
Down to 7 he goes, and now, because of Aether Wildfire's text, Zach is going to have a little bit of beef on every arcane source that comes after.
Action card effect, so not including the Waning Moon, but that Waning Moon does represent 3 points of damage here.
And also 3 more on the Blazing Aether that follows.
At least 3 at this point.
Potion of Deja Vu, going to put all cards in the pitch zone on top of the deck in whatever order Zach Miller chooses. I tend to think that Gaze the Ages is going to be on top. Oh, actually, no. Probably a Ragamuffin's Hat activation to get the zap, and then the Gaze the Ages after the fact. Okay, Blazing Aether is assuredly on top of the deck now and can be banished to Kano and come flying across the combat chain to burn Simon Nielsen to a crisp. First, we've got Waning Moon being activated here. An extra 3 points of Arcane because, believe it or not, folks, it is still Simon Nielsen's turn here.
Interesting.
So Simon does get the chance to flip Figment of Protection to prevent this.
You caught me. You caught me.
But Zach can Kano twice and get that blue zap plus the blazing, which is lethal. That would be lethal. The blue zap would be coming in for 3 plus the 1.
He can Kano 3 times because if he banishes the Gaze the Ages and resolves it, he'll get the opt and then it'll come back to hand. So we have the blue in hand, we have the essentially blue on board, and then also the blue that will come back to hand from Gaze the Ages.
I think he can Kano twice, and that's all he'll need, just because it does cost 3 to Kano to get that Gaze, but he doesn't need that. He just needs that blue zap.
Kano finds Blazing Aether that we knew was there thanks to...
Yep, Kano again, get the overflow of the
Ragamuffin.
Aether Well. He's maybe going to get the Surge, who knows?
There's a 4 in this. Come on.
Listen, Simon is not in control here except for the dice. And so he's going to do what he can. Overflow the Aether Well coming in. It's normally just a blue zap. It is buffed up by Aether Wildfire. So this is coming in for 5 arcane damage.
Yeah, using the 1 float that he had from the 2 energy potions to Metacarpus Node.
It's Metacarpus Node activated for the 2nd time this turn. Simon is going to only take 1 here, which means Surge Effect not active. But Blazing Aether is going to get it done, and Simon Nielsen congratulates Zach Miller in kind, who is dancing on the table at taking down the hardest matchup for Kano Drakai of Aether. He has done it in serious fashion. Some new drip from some new expansion slot cards. Believe it or not, Mastery Pack Guardian is the exact sauce that Kano needed in order to shore up the Prism matchup. Michael, what have we learned?
I've learned that there's a lot more for me to learn about this game. Honestly, so well played by Zach. Graciously lost by Simon. Of course, that handshake that he gave was just prime sportsmanship and just that funny, hey, come on, there's a 4 resource dice. You know, like losing in style. You know, he knows he's gone, but he wants just to make sure all the fans at home see the board state in its crisp, clean, pristine state. And man, Zach, he looked on top of the world. He knows this is a hard matchup, but he teched for it. He prepared for it. It's not his first rodeo. I know this is not the first time he's practiced that. And it might not be a matchup that Simon has a lot of reps in, and he was kind of getting surprised almost. Like, he wasn't too surprised by some of the sevens, but as those sevens, like those double popper hands were lining up, he was walking straight into them. And wow, just what a game. What a pleasure to have been able to cast that.
Without a doubt. We've answered one of two questions in the semifinal round, but let's see how the other side of the bracket shook out. It's Christopher Iaali, one of your caster picks, my friend, who ascends to the finals, but he has got a tough road ahead of him. This is completely the opposite. The Prism Kano matchup is Prism favored. This is definitely Kano favored. So we'll see how it goes. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something saucy to show you. It is yet another spoiler from Compendium of Rathe. Hit the button, roll the video, Ethan. Yesterday, we gave you something old with a facelift, and today, it's exactly the same, but what a facelift. Crown of Providence has literally never looked better. There's a blood moon behind it, and it's going to be a little bit easier for you folks to get your hands on this staple in Classic Constructed and Living Legend alike. Michael, your thoughts?
Still really just studying the art. This kind of gives me that Volcor vibes, and yeah, it's really cool. This card's been so old. It was reprinted already one time. That's how old it is. Originally from Uprising. I don't know what else to say, but I'm glad that this card got reprinted because I recently needed to buy another one for one of my decks, and it was like $100, and I was like, since when, man? Since when?
Especially because you have the actual the fourth reprinting of it when it comes to the calling win, designated by everybody who took the crown of Providence and also the calling crown back in 2024, correct?
Yeah, 2023, I think, but the 2024 was the 25th anniversary. Yeah.
Without a doubt, something else in your cap to look forward to there, Michael Feng, both metaphorically and literally. Folks, we're going to be back with the finals here in Calling Seattle. It is not the way anybody could have drawn it up, especially given our Living Legend announcement. Never count Kano out, because even when he's out, he's in. So he's saying, time to go, Mr. Reaper. Well, I'd like to respond to that. We'll be back with that and more responses from Zach Miller after this. Don't go anywhere.
I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s, and now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hit list. Generations pull up, look how things will slip. People there quick, now they want to move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, 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 same side.
We're here at Calling Seattle. Bryce, Platz with Michael Feng. And in Seattle, the bands are red hot. But they're not just Rootbound Carapace. They're not just Chart the High Seas. They're actually an entire hero. Our original wizard is going to be gone with a whole host of cards from the Classic Constructed card pool, but not before he has his final say. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final bracket before the last question is to be answered here at Calling Seattle. Zach Miller, against all odds, against Simon Nielsen, is in the finals against my kinsman, your caster pick, Chris Iaali, holding on to Kassai of the Golden Sand. It is 2 Centauri Sabers, some gold pieces, and some pennies, with which he is trying to topple a hero that has reached living legend this weekend. Can he get it done?
He's already beat Kenny, so I think he can get it done.
All right, you got me so good right there. That was
I
probably
did
the best
watch
one of the
him
weekend.
beat Kenny, the other Kano.
Yeah.
And it can be done.
It can he be done? Okay, folks. All jokes aside, we have some serious business to attend to. We've got too many cards here at LSS. We would love to give some away to the community. So all you have to do is remain active in chat for this final round here at the Calling in Seattle, and you will be entered into a giveaway of an entire box of Super Slam. So stay active, stay participatory, and stay engaged, because this could be over in the flash of a pan. Do we have any other housekeeping we need to do, Michael, or can we just see some flesh and blood?
I think they have to comment. I'm not sure, or I don't know exactly what being active is, but
Participate
whatever.
in
Just
chat.
do some comments, say
Yep.
some cool things. Don't be too bad or mean, or I don't know. I haven't really looked at chat in a bit. But anyways,
Our chat
I
ain't
do have
mean.
some fun stories.
Ooh.
So, of course, I have mentioned that Chris did beat Kenny earlier in the Swiss rounds, knocking him out of top 8 contention as well, because Chris has been X2 for a bit, I think. And another funny story is this is a repeat. A year ago, Los Angeles Calling, the one attached to the Pro Tour. What did we have in the finals? We had Kassai versus Kano. Matthew Dilks versus Majin Bay a year ago. And the fact that this happens again, I mean, it's like these are 2 heroes that are not really on the radar of any of the tier lists, any of the, scouting reports when it comes to decks you got to prep for, decks that you have to expect and have tech for. And yet again, they meet again. And I think this really shows, people that are able to pick these heroes, be masters of the craft, have game plans, even for your bad matchups, your prisms, whatever it be.
So
They can still prevail. But of course, what happened a year ago? Dilks took it on Kassai against all odds. Are we going to see that again? I believe in the Chris. If you had to make me put money on it, I would put. He did it once. He can. Can he do it again?
can he do it again? And is Chris Iaali enough? We'll have to find out right now. Let's go ahead and hit that button. Let's make no more delays. It's time for the finals here at Calling Seattle. Christopher Iaali versus Zach Miller. Kassai of the Golden Sand versus Kano, Jerkai of Aether. There's another funny history between these 2 heroes. One of my teammates, Colin Erickson, is a Kassai Chad. I think if you participate in the Purple Discord, he's a known quantity. He has legs longer than rigor mortis and a soft spot in his heart for the Mistress of the Golden Sand. He is also a man that has dethroned Majin Bay himself when he was piloting Kano. It can absolutely be done. It shouldn't be done, but it absolutely can. In this case, the equipment suite kind of tell where we're at here. Chris Iaali only presenting AB1 into Kano Jerkai of Aether, which means shields are going to be fairly down when it comes to preventing an Aether Wildfire combo, but for now, he's swinging in with his first Centauri Saber of the game.
And Zach does have that Aether Wildfire pretty much immediately and an energy potion in the form of Ruby Amulet. Hello, Sigil of Solace.
So both players having pretty stellar draw-ups when it comes to turn 0 plays. Chris, without an action point here, but with a hefty little bit of life on top of it. Also, did I spy a take it on the chin in Chris's hand?
You did indeed.
That could be absolutely huge, no matter how much AB you have in stymieing the combo turn of Zach Miller, because it is one of those few prevention effects that Warrior has access to, at least in its class identity. Of course, there are things like Oasis Respite or, what's the Brush Off? Arcane Compliance also could be absolutely massive here, but with the big rune chant generating rune blades out of the meta, I feel like Compliance has made its way out of a lot of people's decks. Zach Miller going ahead and hitting that Kano button immediately and finding a Sonic Boom, which can be so nasty if it's able to connect. Here it comes. 3 arcane damage coming across the table,
no.
and if any damage is dealt, Zach gets to look at the top card of his deck and banish it, and it'll be discounted if it is a wizard non-attack by the amount of damage dealt by Sonic Boom. I mean, this is Surge before Surge was cool. Alexander Vore, a wizard aficionado peeping into the player cam of Christopher Iaali. Normally, I would think that Zach Miller would be the guy that he is rooting for, considering that Alexander Vore has played a hefty amount of Kano, but in this case, Chris Iaali is his GOAT, and he's going to really be hoping that the tides are turned.
Yeah, this is great. Off the top for Zach, he still has his action point, which he can use to develop that Ruby Amulet. He's thinking on the opt here. I believe there was a Kindle, which could introduce some interesting decisions, and a blue open the floodgates. Kindle is obviously insane once you want to go for the pop-off turn, but does Zach need to pop off sooner than later?
He has a lot of time to wait. It's not even going to be as fast as Prism was dwindling the life total of Kano. I mean, Kassai can put up numbers, but usually she's doing it best when she's giving up 2 cards on defense and slowly walking you down. I mean, faster than a Guardian, but still way too slow, which is why we consider this to be a Kano-favored matchup.
I think it's arguable that this might be Kassai's worst matchup on paper.
But nevertheless, Chris is going to try to throw some paper Zach Miller's way. Slice and Dice plus Centauri Saber, only coming in for 3 right now. It does seem like Chris's hand was very blue bereft, because he did have to pitch a red draw swords in order to cover up even a little bit of that Sonic Boom damage. Blood follows blade, comes out onto the combat chain, and sometimes this is the way that Kassai can get it done. I believe when I recounted that game against Majin Bay with Colin Erickson, he was able to resolve a Raisin Army for 3 Centauri Sail Swords very nice and early. That can make it so the life totals dwindle way faster for Zach Miller.
I have a lot of stories about this matchup now that I think about it. I've seen some of my locals lose to Kassai as Kano. This is, weirdly, I think what happens is when you play as Kano and your opponent presents these dual-wield warriors who are just so, in theory and in practice, poor percentage win rates against you. I've noticed that Kano players sometimes get lulled into these false sense of securities, thinking about, oh, I don't need to stack as hard. I don't need to have as many potions. I can almost disrespect this hero and just go for the kill. And I think that is something that, we'll see if Zach falls prey to. Christopher, of course, having this taken on the chin is actually a little bit more shielded than it may seem.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, Zach kept that Kindle on top. Maybe he's just going to do a little chip damage here.
Gaze the Ages found on top, a fantastic find for the Banish of Kano. Not only will it allow Zach Miller to look a little deeper into the deck, it'll also come back to the hand as long as he has resolved a non-attack previously on the turn. It is still Christopher Iaali's turn, coming in with 5 on that Centauri Saber. I want to pause at this moment to look at the foot slot of Christopher Iaali. We sang Valiant Dynamo's praises earlier against Cindra, but this kind of indicates to me that Chris left a little bit of the Kano sideboard at home. Was hoping to do the Kano thing of dodge the Prism matchup, but in this case, the Kano matchup, those Valiant Dynamos, I would venture to say, are going to get literally 0 value this game.
They're going to look really pretty.
Heck yeah, they are.
And when Chris stomps Zach in this matchup, it'll help add to the bling effect.
A Kindle is now on the stack, and Zach Miller has to clear this hand if he wants to be able to draw a card from it. Has drawn up yet another copy of Aether Wildfire, which is absolutely fantastic, but not one that you want to be pitching. Usually you want to resolve Kindle, pitch out the rest of the cards in your hand in order to activate Kano several times, and then get an added card draw from Kindle once it finally resolves.
Could be a Ragamuffins play this turn just to, get some chip damage with this Wildfire as well.
2 resources in the pitch after activating Crucible of Aetherweave. 1 amp actually effect on the stack now, and 1 amp like effect. Ragamuffins Hat already coming out to play.
Yeah, you don't need both for the combo turn sometimes. So committing it here just to maybe chunk Iaali down a bunch of damage could be worth it.
Okay, and it is another activation of Kano here, finding the Aether of Wildfire placed there by the Ragamuffin's hat. Iaali, even though he is stalwart at all moments, this is definitely making him raise his eyebrows. Could it be over already in the flash, in the blink of an eye? Another blue found for Zach Miller off of the draw on Kindle, which is exactly what he wants to see. Metacarpus node is already on the stack alongside the Aether Wildfire. Before any of that happens, one more response from Zach Miller. Opting with Gaze the Ages and gaining another blue in hand is he. Clarity Potion and Prognosticate. 2 blues.
It's going to be a little difficult because the Wildfire in his arsenal is gated by needing to be Storm Shreddered out, which requires 3 resources, and he only has 5 resources, including the old knocker left.
2 resources on the hand. Gaze the Ages. After
Right,
it
he's
resolves
resolving Gaze right
completely,
now, so
will
he'll
go
have
back to the
8.
hand.
So that's 3. Yeah, this. Well, let's do the math. So this Wildfire is amped by the Kindle. Let's say it doesn't get amped anymore. It'd be coming in for 5.
Also
Iaali,
Crucible of Aetherweave.
Oh,
So
right,
without the
so
Metacarpus
6.
node activation, it's 6. Chris
Chris
does
will
have
take
himself take it on the
4.
chin.
Yep.
Should only take 3, I would think, if he ABs one of it.
He has no float now. He pitched
you're right,
one
you're
to
right.
both Centauri Saber Sword swings. Taking 4, the other Wildfire comes in for 8, and you just have any random hit. If it's blazing, we're cooking. But I don't think I don't think Zach wants to commit to that line. I think he'd be pretty happy just getting a bunch of chip damage in.
Nah, this comes in for 6.
No Metacarpus here, only coming in for 6. Take it on the chin. Found at the exact right time and saved for a rainy day for Iaali. Only takes 4 damage on this Aether Wildfire. And you know, even though it's not Blazing Aether, Arcane Twining is pretty sick here. It is a head jab effect that is going to get beefed up by 4.
Yeah, I wonder what Zach's going to do with these 2 floating resources.
It is a curious choice. Could pop Ruby Amulet and go into the Kano well once again, but
We'll move to block.
perhaps he just thought that moving to Metacarpus node was a little bit too early, but no, I think the committing of the old knocker means that we're going to see a second Wildfire here.
No, just get the 3rd resources, activate Kano again.
Okay.
And if he's forced to use the Ruby Amulet to pay for whatever's on top, oh well. This is just so much damage at this point. The Arcane 20, of course, will be coming for 5 Arcane.
It is a Photon Splicing found on top. Not exactly what you want to be seeing here because it costs 1. Zach would have much rather seen another blue Arcane Twining at this point, I think.
5 plus 6, it's 11 more damage, bringing Chris down to 26 at the cost of a Ruby Amulet.
Not bad,
Not bad, not great.
but does mean that you could have activated Metacarpus node.
I'm good.
I'm
And he
good,
values
says.
that Ruby Amulet for more than 6. I think he can, I mean, he can definitely take his time. Chris is at AB1. Zach's at 23. Lots of game to play, to be played.
Chris really happy to have survived that turn cycle. Agility token is going to pop at the beginning of the turn because of the take it on the chin that prevented 2 on the Aether Wildfire. Now, it's full steam ahead for Chris, who has found another Sigil of Solace, but it's all reds all day. Which is scary for 2 reasons. One, because you can't put up as much of an offense as you would like, but also because it's going to become incredibly apparent to Zach right when Chris does this. Pitches a Sharpened Steel to send a Centauri Saber. This could raise the eyebrows of Zach Miller and make him want to press the button again, but he's got 2 reds in hand as well. Sorry, possibly 3? Is that... Is that all reds? My goodness. That is all reds, ladies and gentlemen. Aether Spindle, 2 red, open the floodgates. That could have been the window for Zach Miller, but a little bit of variance going a long way for Iaali right there.
I just took a big sigh of relief because
Holy.
and I'm sure Chris is just playing to his outs, right? Like, what else can you do with a hand like that?
You can agonize over it, but at the end of the day, it's Kano that's going to carry the day if he's got the cards to do it. So Chris accepting what he can and also gaining 2 pennies for his troubles.
This might be a Crucible pass. Maybe Zach is regretting not blocking 8 there. unsure what he's going to do with this hand.
I don't know either. It's Gaze the Ages out of the arsenal, opting 2 here. Not going to come back into the hand because he's already started resolving that card. So it's just 2 opt and then move to end.
Where'd the other wildfire go? I could have sworn.
I could have
had one
sworn
in
as
his
well.
opening hand.
I absolutely could have sworn. Well, that's the way the cards played out.
We
Can't
are
agonize
humans.
over it. We are humans. At least for now. Gold token popped here for Christopher Iaali, refreshing the card in hand. No response from Zach Miller. New card drawn up, and Sabres are free now. Can hide some information now. Doesn't have to be too worried about showing his hand in terms of the red pitch.
His only source of go again is that blue Blade Runner.
Centauri Sabre onto the combat chain here at the finals in calling Seattle. Only 3 turns in and 12 minutes elapsed, but the tension could be cut with a knife.
Chris is about to borrow a page from the Gravy Bones stratagem list, deck list, pitching yellows to play blues. I've been there, Chris. Don't worry. It's won a lot of events.
Block 3.
Aether Flare is the block here on Centauri Sabre. Covers it up in its entirety. Chris providing go again here, but first a little Blade Flurry action. Up to 4 goes that Centauri Sabre. Gonna sneak in for a little bit of damage. And also be given go again by that blue Blade Runner. Pitched for by a yellow Slice and Dice. Gravy Bones can do it, but maybe Kassai can do it a little bit better. And this is sweet, though, because Chris is going to be able to use all of these resources. Here comes Centauri Sellsword following up. Chris has drawn a card this turn thanks to a gold token generated by Crown of Dominion, so this Centauri Sellsword can swing for 1 resource and 3 go again.
Yeah, Zach is probably just looking to block another card and then pitch his will and send that Aether Spindle with the Crucible for 6 Arcane. Get a little Op 5 action in.
Do a Cindering Foresight, Op 3.
I jest. I am not the Kano master.
Okay, a big couple pieces found for Zach Miller here. Open the Floodgates, which on Surge will draw extra cards, but also Blazing Aether.
These cards don't say the word Aether Wildfire on them, so I'm not sure if we want them at this point.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. You would rather your Blazing Aether come from a Lesson in Lava, usually?
Sure. I do want
Especially
Blazing Aether at some point, but with Aether Wildfire and Chris being at AB1, we don't really need Blazing. We just need some spells to carry that Wildfire buff, so to speak.
So it's 3 to the bottom for Zach Miller, and that is about the best news you can get when you're facing off against Kano.
Yeah, Cindering Foresight only can be played as an instant if it's not your turn, so Zach kind of just needs to get it out of his hands, get it out of his arsenal.
Kano?
Andrew Rothermel has just taken down the Silver Age Battle Hardened.
With
so
Chain once again.
Oh, go
Wow.
figure. Chris Iaali and Zach taking a quick moment to be sportsmanlike and give a little clap.
I'm kind of curious, though. Cindering Foresight's not a bad arsenal card when you're trying to go for the combo and about to do like an Op 6, so...
Taking 3.
Must want to put something else in its place.
Yeah, the Cindering Foresight also could have been used to block with the turn before.
Here comes 5 on this Centauri Saber. Blade Flurry plus a +1 from Blade Runner plus the base 2 equals 5, and a Sigil of Solace out of the hand. All of a sudden, that combo window is getting a little bit tighter.
I just feel this general haze that Zach kind of is working with here. Like maybe the last game really took a number on him, and the energy levels just feel a little bit lower on Zach's side. Chris, there's really not that much to be done. He just playing his hands as he's drawing them, but this, there's a lot of opportunities for Zach to really capitalize, and I'm not sure he sees all those moments.
This is a pretty good one, though. Don't get me wrong. Pitching Will of Arcana and amping 1 for his troubles. But he does look to the sky. I think you might have detected something there. Zach might have had a little bit of a play that he wasn't super happy with, but he's going to be happy with the opt here. Aether Wildfire and Lesson in Lava found, in addition to a ton of blues.
He did block of a blue this turn, and opting 6 does give you a window to maybe find these energy potions that he did find here. If he was at 9 with an extra energy potion, I think he would be happier. He did value this ruby amulet at more than 6. So just a couple of like, I won't say missteps, but just I can tell there's a little bit of fatigue here, a little bit of tiredness from Zach. And I'm not a Kano expert. Maybe what he's doing is, all just rock solid plays. Just commenting as I see it, the general vibe has felt a little bit lower energy.
So, folks, Aether Spindle has connected here. No, Zach Miller doesn't have a 6-card hand. He is looking at the top cards of his deck and trying to organize them in a way that will put together a victory. All 6 cards go to the top of the deck, though. Got to make you think that Zach likes what he sees and can maybe piece together the combo that's going to get it all done. Draw swords first from Chris Iaali, though. A response triggered from Zach Miller. The question, though, for Chris is, are there resources to pay for AB in the hand? We know that he had at least 1 blue, but that is already expended for the draw swords on the stack.
I did see another blue for sure. I saw a provoke. So, which is a great one here. If Zach, tries to do a little bit of blocking action, Chris maybe can kind of punish him. Especially if Zach's intentions are to block down and put this wildfire in the arsenal. I honestly have no idea what the intentions are at this point.
Kano, Drakai of Aether, finds an Aether Wildfire on top. Wasn't in hand, left instead by the Aether Spindle on top of the deck.
The next one's a lesson in lava, so I can kind of see what's going on at this point.
Yep, exactly. Crucible of Aether Weave activated. 2 resources in the pitch. Aether Wildfire has not been paid for yet. Just banished by Kano. Here it comes. 4 arcane damage. Metacarpus Node on the stack, though. Will Zach bite?
We are going in blind, though. The last time Zach did a combo, he had Potion of Deja Vu to eliminate that variance, that chance of hitting a Kindle, hitting an Eye of Ophidia. He can't hit Will right now. Will safely snuggling in the bottom of his deck, but
I assume can't hit any Battlefront Bastions or call for backups. I think those are sided out in this matchup.
I don't know. Christopher Iaali does have those dynamos. Maybe he did a little scouting. You never know these days. I thought I knew everything about this game, and then I watched the last one, and my life was changed.
Okay, it is 6 damage from this Aether Wildfire. Chris blocks only 1 of it because he only has AB1. So 5 damage comes across, and 5 damage will persist from this Aether Wildfire. Another activation of Kano finds the lesson of in lava. Op 6 all top is pretty dang good anyway you slice it for Zach Miller. Lesson in lava now on the stack. There are a lot of resources here. It does make me wonder. Oh, no, he needs the 3 in order to banish the Blazing Aether. So, yeah, this will be coming in for 8.
And Chris takes 7, going to 16.
And
5
assuredly,
plus 8. Oh, boy.
the card found is definitely going to be Blazing Aether.
Yep.
Aether Wildfire does count for both.
Oops. 29 to 24.
Let's listen in.
It should be 7, so you should be at 17, right?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Whoops, my bad. Yep.
That's a lifetime of difference, though.
Without a doubt, because Blazing Aether would be coming in
Currently
for
for
5
17.
plus 5, 10, 17, yes. Which does mean that Chris is alive at 1? Hold on, check my math there again.
Yeah. 17 minus 1 is 16, and, Christopher Iaali with those Valiant Dynamo shoes.
God. Chris Iaali survives at 1. Listen, okay, it's not complete curtains for Zach Miller here. Unless Chris Iaali is able to survive and also threaten lethal on this turn after Zach Miller has completely cleared out his hand, then there is a chance he could draw up and still send some Arcane. Down to 1 goes Chris Iaali. That's all he can do. He gives a wry laugh.
Well, it's on Chris now. Just figure out a way to deal 12 damage, and then the game is his. Wow, how did we get to this game? This is not what I expected. But I have seen this before. Oh my gosh, the hand. If this is a blue. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Swords are free, man.
Swords are free, so there's 5. This is 12. This is more than 12. This is lethal. There's 6 damage on the chain right now, plus the 2 swings. Go again from
8 damage is going to be coming across with
I'm
going in.
telling you, Valiant Dynamo is the play in this matchup. I've seen him do it, and can he do it again?
Christopher Iaali could be enough. Blade Flurry, in addition, it's 10 damage. All Chris has to do, he's looking Zach Miller dead in the eyes while he closes the door on this calling championship. There's a quick dodge flexors to be rewarded. He's doing it with Centauri Sellsword. The hand is extended. Christopher Iaali, against all odds, takes down Kano Drakai of Aether in his last possible showing before he's banned on Monday. Who could have predicted this?
I'd like to say that I predicted this a little bit at least.
Okay, could you have predicted this being the finals, though?
No, absolutely not. In fact, you asked me earlier on Saturday, and I was like, it's very unlikely that we see a Kano in the finals. No way. But Chris Iaali, he's my number one man. He's my top guy on my players to watch chart, and I just believe in this guy. He is probably the most deserving winner that I can think of who hasn't already won a calling or some big event like this. And I want to give him a quick shout out because last week I was in Houston playing a card game tournament, and I was in the dumps, man. Mentally, just not ready to play in this tournament. Super nervous. It was a different game that I'm not very good at. And I just see Chris. He's just standing there with his wry smile. You know, the smile that just is so disarming, so charming. And I was asking some questions about that game, and he was just giving me answers, and then just saying, "Do you also need this card? I have everything." And he gave me a couple cards, made me feel good about it. We did a little fist bump, and I've never felt so loved by another human being. And that's the power of Chris Iaali, Captain Chris. You know, I know he's the captain of you guys' team, Team AGE, and just such a well-deserving man. And I'm so glad that he took it down today.
But you know, he doesn't have a chip on his shoulder. He wears it as a badge of honor. Actually, his Discord handle is just a second. And the reason for that is because he is known for coming in second. Just at the World Championship in Philly, he placed second in that calling, piloting the Dromai deck that our team brought to the entire event. Chris Iaali, you're second no longer, my man. He has maybe been a footnote in people's Flesh and Blood history up until this point because of his attempt to dethrone Michael Hamilton before he was the first ever world champion. Second no longer. Chris, we're going to get him in the booth in short order in order to accept his crown. But first, let's take a look at that final bracket one more time. It's Christopher Iaali, the third seed, taking down Kano Drakai of Aether, who almost supplanted everybody at this tournament and got well over the finish line of Living Legend. Chris Iaali says absolutely not. Here's a Centauri Saber and a piece of copper for your troubles as well. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another order of business to take care of, and that's, of course, our Super Slam giveaway. Michael, do the drum roll, please. If you participated in chat, you are in the running. Here we go. Big announcement. Who wants it? It is Sky Fam Best 554. You have won yourself a big, fat pack of Super Slam. A box of cards are coming your way. Thank you so much for participating in the chat. And go ahead and respond there, and we will get you absolutely sorted. Folks, there is one more break here. We are not going to be back with any more Centauri Sabers. We are not going to be back with any more Blazing Aethers. We're going to be back with the winner of Calling Seattle and no more Flesh and Blood after this. There is a victor in the booth, and no, it's not Mr. Goldmane, the man sitting next to me's favorite deck. It is instead Christopher Iaali, who has just taken down the Calling here in Seattle. Chris, your Discord handle is just a second for a reason, but you are just a second no longer. I'm so proud to give this to you right here and now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
How does it feel to finally be clenching a win after so many back-to-back seconds? I mean, the latest one coming your way at the World Championship in Philadelphia, where you took second at the Living Legend Calling.
Yeah, definitely had my fair share of second places, but we're off to a good start this year overall. I took almost the same deck to the Battle Hardened in Las Vegas a few weeks ago, and we managed to take it down there, and we got a little lucky today, but that's what you need to get first place, I think.
A little lucky, and you were also making us sweat a little bit in the booth. That life total update that actually left you at 1 was making us really sweat for you in that moment. In the history of Flesh and Blood, I feel like there is not a worse matchup for Kassai than Kano. Nevertheless, as a part of our team and apparently the world at large, Kassai seems to be the Kano killer in a lot of weird ways.
Yeah.
How did you feel sitting down at the finals, having been at so many second places, only to finally meet a Kano?
Right. So I actually played Zach in the top 8 of the Calling in Philadelphia when he was playing Kano and I was playing Jomai. I felt like I got lucky there. So I had a lot of copium going into this matchup, right? Like I knew that, and then I was thinking back to the Calling in Los Angeles at that Pro Tour where it was Majin Bay versus Matthew Dilks in the finals, and Matthew Dilks squeaked out a win with Taking on the Chin, and I put it in the deck this weekend just for expecting an uptick in Acilio and Wizard in general.
How many
and
copies?
Just 2.
2 copies of Take It on the Chin.
And so, we drew it in the opening hand, and it was pretty clutch. So
Absolutely clutch, without a doubt. Chris, we have another Calling coming up. That's Hong Kong next weekend, and there has been a shakeup in the meta, as was promised by the dev team. I'm assuming you've seen all the cards that have been banned.
Right.
You're playing Kassai now. How do you feel no longer facing off against Rootbound Carapace, Chart the High Seas, Wrath of Retribution, or Brand with Cinderclaw?
For sure. I think that one of the big reasons I chose Kassai is for the Cindra matchup. I really like that matchup a lot. It's what made us bring it to the World Championship and why we've been playing it since then. Because we knew Cindra would be really popular. If Cindra goes away, it'll make me less inclined to play Kassai. But if the Earth heroes get easier, if Gravy gets a little bit easier too, maybe she still has a spot. So we'll see.
Chris, you've never been a man to bring the de facto best deck in the format. And the reasons for that are both known and unknown, at least from my perspective. Can you walk me through why that is not your style?
I'd argue that sometimes my decks are the best deck. Just people don't know it yet. So
Fair enough.
No, I think that Flesh and Blood is a complex enough game where you can attack the meta with a bunch of different playstyles, and there's so many different heroes to choose from and stuff. And for this specific meta, I thought that because I had a very good angle into Cindra, like I said, we found that with the Arcane Prevent, with the Taking on the Chins and the Sigils, we had game into Verdance, you have game into Gravy. So if those are the big 3 decks, then we said why not. And so that's what I look for when I'm testing all these different decks. I think there's more out there than just whatever people perceive as the best deck in the format. So,
And I do wonder if a certain amount of fun is a factor for you as well.
yeah, for sure. It is more rewarding, and it feels good to win with something that people don't expect to win. I don't think anyone expected Kassai to win the tournament coming into this weekend, right? So it definitely feels good, but I am playing to win. So,
Well,
Same time.
if you definitely have the ears and the eyes of the Flesh and Blood world at this point. So if you can say anything to people that you may have inspired to pick up Kassai this weekend, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think Kassai is a really underrated pick. Being able to make it gold, like we joked about it a lot in our testing process. The reason why we think the Cindra matchup is so good is because if you're able to break a gold, it's kind of like you have massive momentum every turn. Like you're just drawing an extra card, the 2 resources that you pitch into that gold, you get you get them back for free, like with your 2 swords, and so you just play really efficient. Valiant Dynamos is a really strong piece of equipment.
Without a doubt.
And so
Even in Kano, apparently.
yeah, and especially Grains providing the bigger tokens is like huge for the deck. So
Chris, go ahead and show the folks at home what you've won besides the trophy. This is the 3rd ever awarded full art Marvel Quick Dodge Flexors, and it's going
beautiful.
home in no more deserving hands than Christopher Iaali. Chris, there's been so much love pouring out of the community for you for so long, despite the fact that you are just a second. Michael Feng has told so many heartwarming stories about you in the booth this weekend, and I think I speak for myself and a lot of the members of the Flesh and Blood world to say congratulations and well-deserved.
thank you so much.
Folks, we're going to be back next weekend with Calling Hong Kong, where the tableau, the meta is completely unfigured out and brand new, so stay tuned for that. And of course, more Flesh and Blood. We will see you next time.